Hello everyone, and welcome to this free Flutter course. My name is Vandad, and I'm a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. And let's jump right in. Who is this course for? I designed this course mainly for absolute beginners, so whoever hasn't even written a single line of code before. When designing this course, I designed it for two specific personas. One was a graphic designer who was working mainly with Figma. Actually, it doesn't really matter what graphical tool you're using, Photoshop or Figma or whatever, or Sketch. And the other persona was a project manager who's mainly working with Jira. So I've made the assumption that you pretty much don't know anything about software development from before. And even if you're a software developer, you could perhaps jump over the things that you might know. But if you haven't done Flutter development from before, I strongly suggest that you actually follow the chapters chronologically, which is the way I've designed this course, basically. So as I mentioned, when I designed this course, I wanted everybody to just follow the chapters one at a time and one after each other chronologically. So I highly recommend that you don't jump over chapters, just because there's so much information provided in each chapter, and I will be referring back to information that I provided in previous chapters in each chapter. So I think it's very good if you can just follow the course the way I designed it to be consumed, which is chronologically. And what you learn in this course is not only the basics, but you'll also go from a complete beginner to being able to release your applications in Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. We're going to be using a blend of different tools and software. We're going to be using Visual Studio Code. We're using Firebase for the backend, which I'll teach you all about. We're using even Figma as a graphic designer to create our icons and screenshots, and even our loading screens. So there's lots to be learned, and I'll take you through those steps, and I don't make any assumptions about what you may know from before. So I'll explain everything along the way. So you'll go from absolute beginner to being able to actually release your two applications, which is the same code base in Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. If you're attending this course, please do follow me on social media, and I'll really appreciate it. I'm Vandad.np on Twitter, and also you can find me by my full name on LinkedIn. That'd be much appreciated. This course, of course, for free, but for those who want to and are able to support me, then you can do that by buying me a cup of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/Vandad. So without further ado, let's just jump right into it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first chapter of our Flutter course. There are so many different topics that I could choose for the first chapter. They're all very important. However, after going through the material that I've been preparing for you for this course, I realized that one of the absolute basic points that we have to go through is the developer accounts for Apple and Google. Now, if you're not familiar with the term of developer account, there are basically what a developer account allows you to do is to release your applications on Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. As I mentioned in the introduction, you may choose to follow along this course without actually releasing the application to the App Store and the Play Store. But even if you do decide to not release the applications on the aforementioned stores, you will still, for the optimal experience of development for iOS and Android, you will most definitely need a developer account. And the reason behind that is, it is quite deep to try to explain the actual reason behind it. But from my perspective, one of the most important reasons you may want to have a developer account is to create the so-called app IDs. So every application on iOS and every application on Android has an identifier, which is usually something called a reverse domain identifier. And it's kind of like I still find it strange the way it is, but somehow it was decided that every application needs to have an identifier, and every identifier is kind of like associated with a domain name. And a domain name is kind of like a website. For instance, if you have yourname.com as your website, then you would say that, okay, I'm going to create an application for iOS and Android in Flutter, and I'm going to call it foobar. Then it was somehow decided that your application's identifier would then in that case be, if you reverse it, then it would literally be your domain in reverse, which would be com.yourname.your application's name. I don't really know. I mean, if somebody knows the reasoning behind it, I would be glad to hear that. And I'm sure that there's resources out there explaining why that is the case, but it kind of feels like it's become the norm, and we just have to roll with it. So the reason I explained the app identifier is that when you set up your backend later, when we set up the backend later together, in that the client that we write in Flutter is going to talk with our backend and store the notes, retrieve the notes, create a user, sign in with a user, etc., etc. That backend setup also will require you to have your app identifier. And even though you don't necessarily need to have a developer account to get an app identifier, because an app identifier is just something that you decide, okay, here's my app identifier. I think my website is called this, blah, blah. And even though you don't actually need a website, that's the thing, but an app identifier is usually associated with a website. So don't worry about it. You don't have to have a website in order to follow along with these steps that I'm going to name here. But it is still good practice to create your developer account in order to officially register your app identifiers. And another reason that you will need a developer account for Apple and Google is that you will, for Apple, if you want to be able to deploy your application onto a telephone and not use a simulator, then you will need to register a developer account and use some resources that Apple provides you in forms of certificates and keys and profiles in order to deploy your application to a telephone or an iPad, for instance. In Android, the world is a little bit different in that you don't have to do the same process, but in order to then submit your application to Google for review later so that it can be available for everybody who has an Android telephone or a tablet, you will still need a developer account. So it goes without saying that it is a very important step, that even if you decide not to deploy your application later to App Store and Play Store, it's still a very fundamental step. So I suggest that you actually go through these steps that I am going to provide you in the first chapter. And that's why I actually decided to have this as chapter 1. Sorry, I have to just edit my notes a little bit. If you haven't watched the introduction to this course and you're just jumping here, I suggest that you go to the introduction and watch it. I know it was about 34 minutes. It was quite a long introduction, but there were so many important points that I feel everybody needs to know before you get started with the course. So please watch those. If you see me moving my head around, then you know the reason. And I explain a lot of things that are like the fundamentals of this course and the reasoning behind all those decisions, which I believe are so important that I still suggest everybody watch the introduction before they actually start with the course. So we've now talked about the basics. And if you go to why we need a developer account, I believe I've already covered this, in that a developer account is the utility is an account that you register for Apple and Google that gives you extra resources as a developer in order to be able to deploy your application, test and deploy your applications to the respective app stores. Now, if we talk about developer accounts, there are two main types of developer accounts. One is an individual account, and the other one is a company account. Um, and for me, the biggest difference between these two different accounts is the liability. And by liability, I mean if you register an individual account, then you as an individual are liable for that application. And as users download your application and interact with it, if they have any problems, and if, for instance, there's any judiciary problems, like if someone for some reason believes that you're storing their data in the wrong way, or that you're storing their personal information without exposing that and telling the users about that, then they can personally hold you liable for instance, breach of information or GDPR infringements or whatever it is. So just know that you can register yourself as an individual for both Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. But you need to also be aware that should you wish to do that, then you're personally liable for any problems that may be occurring in the future. So that's the personal account or an individual account. And as a company account, then you kind of like based on what type of company you've created, you may or may not be personally liable for any damages that may be caused to your users, and if they bring it up to you. Now, I know this is all sounding a lot serious. In reality, what we are trying to do is not that big a deal, but we are still trying to store. I mean, the goal of this course is to go through an application and create an application that can store users' notes. Notes can be quite personal, and you're storing those notes then on a backend that you have full access to. So you're kind of like storing user created data. So it is very important that you actually treat that data correctly, make sure that nobody except those who are authorized can access that data. So from a responsibility point of view, it is actually a little bit different what kind of company account you want to create, if that's what you want to create now. Because, for instance, in Sweden, where I live, you can have a personal company account a personal company. So you can register a personal company. It means that you are personally liable for that company. And you can also create a company that it has like it's like an umbrella. Basically, it sits on top, and then there are people who are directors of the company and blah blah. So you're not personally liable, and that is the same structure that you can find in many other countries. I believe US, Germany, Sweden, England, and many other countries. You can set up companies that are either sole proprietorship or something called English is not my first language, but it's something like that. Or you can create like a limited company that you have limited liability and you're not personally liable. So these are the different types of developer accounts that you can set up. So that point, I think we all understand now that you can create an individual or a company account. Now, I think I've personally registered already an account as an iOS developer and an Android app developer. And since I registered a company account, I can't go through setting up the exact same company again. But at least I can show you some of the steps involved in creating those accounts. So what we could do is to, now you can't see the screen right now, but I will bring it up here so that you can also see. Now I'm going to bring my studio here, and I'm going to make this screen a little bit bigger so that you can see my screen better. So let me also make this a little bit smaller on top so that you can see the content a little bit better. So you can see here that there are two options available to you. Either you enroll as an individual or you enroll as an organization. And it is strongly recommended, actually. So you need to make sure that you have two-factor authentication turned on. And so that's not a problem. All this means basically, as an individual, it means that just you will need an account. You will need to set up an account. However, if you want to set up as an organization, like if you have a limited company and you want to create an Apple developer account that is linked to that organization, is a little bit different, because you will need to set up something called a DUNS, or DUNS, or I don't know how you want to pronounce it, DUNS, which is kind of like is a new thing for me, at least, but it is an identifier for your company that you either have been assigned to already by, I think there's a company called DMB. So if we go to, let me see if I can bring the notes for that. Let's see. Learn more. If you go to learn more here, DMB is called by Dunn and Bradstreet. So there, then we have the ability to register a DUNS number. And for me, I was one of the lucky people to have already been assigned a DUNS number for my company by DMB, because you either have, let's see if they write it here. You see, it says DMB may have already assigned your organization a free DUNS number. Before enrolling, look up your organization to see if you have a DUNS number. So you can just click on that link and we can go here and you can then select your region. For me, it would be Sweden. Then I would write my company name, some address information, contact information, etc., etc. And then you can check whether there is a DUNS number assigned to your company. So I suggest that you actually do this by going to this website. Okay. So that's for a DUNS number if you already have one. But if you don't have one, then you will have to create and request a DUNS number from DNB. I would show you the website for DNB and DUNS number right now, but my browser is set up so that my locale is already provided to the browser, which is Swedish. And then if I go to the DNB website, you're going to see everything in Swedish. And that doesn't make any sense just to read the information in Swedish. But I believe you can go to DNB's website. So if I search for a DNB, DUNS or DUNS, or here. So this is a Swedish localized website for DNB. Let's see if we can change the language. Actually, I can see here that they're actually in Sweden. And I wonder if we can here change country. Let's just say international. So if we go here, let's see if we can, if there's any way to actually request a DUNS number. Like if you say DUNS, and I can't see anything related to that, to be honest with you. So if we go back here, I can see I can request a DUNS, and here the locale is SVSE, and here the locale was ENGB. So what happens if we just go back to this URL that we were on before, and then I just change the locale? Does that work? Well, unfortunately, but I mean, here, DUNS number, get a DUNS number. Okay, that's good. And then you can here say, I'm an Apple developer. Press continue. Oh, it sends you back here. That was really bad. So it says, look up your organization. in Apple's website. And when you try to get a DUNS number, it tells you to go to Apple's website. If we say that, then okay, legal business name, etc., etc. Okay, so you will need to go through this process, which doesn't seem to be completely easy, to get a DUNS number. You see, request the DUNS number. So you probably just want to go to dnb.com/DUNS-number.html. And I can't explain this complete process, to be honest with you, because first of all, it will be a waste of time for both of us, because these are so many moving parts and a third party company that I have no control over. So if I even try to explain their process, it may change tomorrow. So it's not a good investment of our time. But everybody else has figured it out, and I'm pretty sure that if you just go and say request a DUNS number, you can just follow the process and then get your DUNS number. But begin by going through, look up your organization. So you may already have been assigned a free DUNS number. So do that first, please. But if you have to request a DUNS number, I believe there is a little bit of a cost to it. And that is about $70, if I'm $70 to $80 at the time of recording this video. So count with almost about $100. Hopefully not more. Hopefully actually a lot less, but around $70 at least. Does that make sense? I said so many numbers. $70 at least. So try to get your DUNS number. At least that's what Apple says you will need. And of course, if you want to register as a company, I can't stress this enough, you will need a website. I remember vividly when I registered a developer account at Apple, and they rejected my request saying that, well, your website doesn't have any content. And they were right, because I just created an empty website, like a domain. I didn't actually create an empty website. I registered a domain and there was no website. So when you typed my website's name, it would just not show you anything. So and they came back and said, no, your application is rejected because you don't have a website. What kind of company are you? So then I had to actually get like a hosting service, and I have some content in there, have like a support. So if you are registering as a website, as a company and as an organization, you will need a hosting service. You will need a domain provider. You will need to ensure that you have a website, because they're not the same thing. If you have a host and you have a domain provider, it still doesn't mean that you have content on your web page. But what I realized is that if you register your domain and have a hosting service, make sure that you have a website, just have some content in there. Say, hello, we are this business, that business. We work with this and this. If you have any questions, contact this email, and here's our phone number, here's their address, etc. So you need to ensure that if you have an organization, it is actually an organization. It's not just like, hi, my name is Fubar, I'm sitting at home, contact me if you have any questions. Not like that. So, and of course, after you made your decision, you start the enrollment process. So now learn more, continue enrollment on the web you can do, and then you come here and you will basically need to provide your information and continue with the process. Now, we're not going to go through this, but the important thing I have to mention here is that as you go through the enrollment process as an Apple developer, unfortunately, there is a cost. Last time, which is about a few months ago when I registered, or I had to renew my registration. You have to renew your registration for Apple's developer account. You have to renew it every year. And as I've mentioned here, the process is not free, unfortunately. It costs, or last time I registered or renewed my registration, it cost $99, and I believe it's been $99 for a very long time. So if you're in Sweden, it costs about 1,000 crowns. If you're in England, it probably costs about 80 pounds or something. And in the US, it's about, yeah, just count with almost $100. So I used to be able to provide this, like you have to have some sort of a credit card or a debit card to be able to pay for it. So um, after you've done that, after you register your account as an organization, you will have direct access then, or an immediate access to your developer account. And you can start developing applications, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're following along with this course and you want to deploy your application to the App Store and Play Store, please do this first. Get your developer account either as an organization or as an individual. Get that process out of the way, because a developer account, especially if you're an organization, as I mentioned here, is not a super fast process. I mean, when you get the account, then it's simple, it's fast, and you're in there immediately. But the process itself is a long process. So I remember for me, it took about 2 weeks because I got one rejection. It took about 1 week for them to to review the process, the documents again. So is not a fast process, unfortunately. It's like it's just long, boring process. So get that out of the way if you can, please. So that's for the long and not free part for iOS. And also, one more thing that I need to mention is that if you're registering and you want to sell applications, which is not the purpose of this course, but if you want to sell applications, then you will have to provide some banking and tax information. So they need to ensure that the stuff that you're selling in different countries, the money that is then being sent to your bank account, will be accounted for when you're paying your taxes. So, and I believe that if you're trying to sell apps on the App Store, then you will have to fill in some forms with the US tax offices. I don't even remember, IRS, I think. Internal Revenue Services or something like that. IRS, I believe that you have to fill some forms, like send the forms to them. Then they will come back with some sort of identifier to you. And then you will need to use that identifier on Apple's website in order to basically say that, yeah, I know I'm selling stuff in the US, I'm selling stuff in Japan, I'm selling stuff in Sweden, Norway, but I'm going to pay taxes for them here in my country. And that's what that form says here. Here's my name, here's my company. I'm an organization or I'm an individual, so I have no company. My personal identification number in my country is this. Is my address, my phone number, etc. And then you send it to them, to IRS, and then they come back and say, okay, now we know who you are, and here is your identifier number, like a business identifier number, BIN or something they call it. I think I don't remember exactly, but I believe depending on whether you're a business or an individual, then the number is a little bit different. So if you're a business, I think it's BIN, and if you're an individual, is IN. I don't know. So I don't know what that dialogue was. Some Bluetooth devices wants to connect to my computer. I don't know what it is. So that's that part. It can be long and it's not free. Okay. That was a lot of information. That's for iOS. Now, what we can do now is to talk a little bit about Android as well. And the good thing about the Android process, like setting up your account for as a Google developer, is that it's a lot more straightforward, as you would expect from Google, given that they're even like sending updates to an Android app to the Google developer console is a lot more straightforward than it is for iOS. I don't want to scare you, but it is a fact. And you will know that later when we actually get to the end of this course where we release the apps for iOS and Android, that it is a little bit more straightforward for Google Play Store. So, but you still need to sign up for a developer account. So I'm going to tick in my notes that I've talked about that. So what we also need to know is that there is a URL that we can go to. I'm going to copy that and paste it over here. So you see which one I'm talking about? Here. Then you can see that you can set up a developer account. And once you've logged in, so I'm assuming that you're logged in, then you go to play.google.com/console/user or u0 sign up is a weird URL. It may change. So let's just, what you can do is just to Google Play Console developer account or Google developer account. Then you will end up in a URL that looks kind of like this. So don't count with this URL that I mentioned here because it may change. That's what I'm saying. And you can, as it is for iOS development, you can either set it up personally as an individual or you can set up as an organization. Now, I happen to have set it up for myself as an organization because I do have a company here in Sweden. So it is a lot easier for me to tie all my business relations with Apple and Google into one entity, which is my developer account for, which is my company. So it wouldn't make so much sense for me to explain this either, to go through all the details. But if you want to set it up for yourself as an individual, just press on get started. Or if you want to set it up as an organization, just press get started there. As you can see, you can provide information about your organization. And you can see here as well, as soon as you say I'm an organization, then they say, okay, what's the website? So you can see if you say, I don't have a website, we recommend adding a website that represents your organization. Well, kind of makes sense. I mean, if you're a company, where's your website? Every company should have a website, unless you're like a pizza restaurant or something. Even a pizza restaurant probably needs a website, but we have a pizza restaurant here in our town that doesn't have a website, so they're on Facebook. And you do, and you probably don't want to say that your company's website is on Facebook. So yeah, where were we here? And if you say you're an individual, then you come here and they ask for some other stuff, but still interesting because it says enter the URL of your website or social media profile. So here you kind of need to enter that as well. So maybe you can get away with a Facebook URL. I laughed about it, but maybe you can get away with it. I don't know. But I don't recommend that, to be honest with you, because as you will see later in the course, when we actually submit our apps to App Store and Play Store, there are a few key data points that you have to provide to both stores. One is a privacy policy URL, and the other one is a support URL. And there are also two other emails you have to provide. So yeah, four. The emails, the first one is the support email, and the other one is a contact email. And if you're setting up a business account, then I really suggest that you actually set up a website, because if you set up a website and you have a domain, you have an email provider, then your email will kind of be like foobar@mybusiness.com. It's a lot more professional to set up an email that is connected to your email, to your domain, than it is to say Mr. Johnson@gmail.com. I wouldn't trust a business that has a gmail.com account. I kind of want to know that, yeah, here's a serious business, that they have their own website and blah, blah, blah. But on the contrary, setting up a website, setting up some emails doesn't necessarily mean you're serious either. So, but it makes it more dedicated, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's the process for setting up an account also as an Android developer. I think that's about it. That's all I wanted to mention in this first chapter of our course. I highly recommend that you get your developer accounts for Apple and for Google. What you'll also need to know is that, I mean, I've talked a lot about now Apple account and a Google developer account, but if you're developing your application on a Windows machine, for instance, if you're trying to learn how to develop Flutter applications and you don't care about releasing your application at all, you don't have to do any of this. Just follow along with the course as usual, no problem. But if you want to actually release your application for iOS, then you most definitely need to also have a Mac, because you can't build your application otherwise. There are some tricks you can do. You can like build your Flutter application then later on like a friend's Macintosh if they have one, or you can send it to a service that's in the cloud and they build the app for you, and then they will send it back to you, and then you can submit it. So, or maybe they even have to submit it. It's a bit hairy, to be honest with you, but um, it's a complicated topic. It is a little bit difficult to explain. Um, for instance, if you're on a Windows machine, you can't even have Xcode. Xcode is the tool, and the entire like a chain of tool sets that gets installed on a Macintosh in order to build an application for iOS platform. Now, why am I talking about this? The reasoning behind that is that if you're developing a Flutter application, then Flutter can be deployed on a Windows machine, Macintosh, or collectively called as desktop, web, Android, iOS, 5 platforms at the moment. And if you're trying to release your application and build it for iOS, for instance, and test on an iPhone or an iPad, you can't do that on a Windows machine, unfortunately. There's nothing wrong with a Windows machine. It's just Apple's fault for locking down their build systems and all their tools to Macintosh. So they haven't made the conscious decision, or they haven't made the decision to bring their tool system and tooling to Windows, unfortunately, or Linux. Swift, which is the language to write native applications for iOS, can be run, I believe, on Linux. On Windows, might be, but its main platform is still Mac. I know that this is a lot of information also to learn, but if there is anything I want to close this chapter, the first chapter of this course with, is you can learn Flutter and follow along with the steps I'm going to provide in this course without having to register any accounts yet. So that's point one. Point two is that you will need a Macintosh if you want to comfortably build and release your Flutter app for iOS. If you want to release your application on Google Play Store, which is point three, if you want to do that, you will need to register a developer account on Google Play Console, as I've shown you here. And I believe that's all. That's all you need to know. So some of you may already have all these accounts and don't have to worry about it, but some may not know all of this. Like if you're coming from a design background, if all you do is work with Figma and etc., this is some of the important information that you'll need to know about, because I don't want you to get like frustrated during the process. So I just want you to have some information so that you can get started at least without too much hassle. All right, that's it, I think, for this chapter. I can take in my notes that I've explained everything I wanted to explain. Did take about 35 minutes. It's not unexpected, to be honest. It's a lot of information, and I kind of want to take my time with it. It's important that you, and for me as well, to understand all this. So great. I think that's it for this video. So I'll see you in the next chapter. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the second chapter of our course. Now, if you haven't watched the introduction to this course, I really suggest that you do that before continuing with the course, because there are so many points that I've explained in that introduction that I believe are so important to understand before continuing with the course. So in this chapter, what we're going to do is we're going to take care of some setup steps that are required for pretty much the rest of this course and all the other chapters that follow along after this one, chapter 3, 4, and etc. So we're going to talk about Flutter, Dart, Dartpad, how to install Flutter, whether you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux, and we're also going to talk about Xcode, Android Studio, and we're going to talk about a few very useful extensions to our code editor. So if you're coming from a background where you haven't worked with any kind of programming language before, I'm going to take this chapter quite easy. So if you're an advanced programmer already, you may want to skip this, and you already have like Flutter installed, everything, you can skip this chapter without a problem. So let's start by talking about what Flutter is. Well, traditionally, developers and programmers, or software engineers, however you want to call them, they've been creating and writing code with their fingers in different languages, and then they're targeting different platforms. It's very important to understand what a language, programming language is, versus a platform. Think of a platform as the end station where a software ends up being run on. So let's say Windows is a platform, Mac is a platform, Linux is a platform, and iOS that runs on all iPhones is a platform, Android is a platform, etc. Now, you would have programming languages that you as a software developer would use in order to target those platforms, to write software for those platforms. So you use a programming language in order to write a piece of code and be able to run that code on that target platform. Okay. So a programming language example is JavaScript, Python, Swift, Rust. What else is popular right now? Java, Kotlin, all these. These are programming languages. So you, as a software developer who's trying to learn Flutter, would use then Dart as your programming language, as I will soon explain. So that has been the tradition, that a person sits in front of a computer and says, okay, I want to write a program for Windows. Then they go and write some code, maybe with C#.net, or maybe they will just use some other technology. I don't know what's out there right now for Windows. Maybe they would use VB.net. And then they would be done, and they will release the software for Windows and be like, okay, I'm done. Now, then someone comes in the project and says, oh, we need the same software for Macintosh, or we need the same software for some other, for instance, platform. Then you would have to go and write the same software, exact same code, pretty much, for the other platform. So this process would be very repetitive, in that you would have to write the same software over and over again. So things such as Flutter came in order to remedy that. So saying that a software engineer sits at home or sits in the office, works with a group of other people, and a designer maybe, or a few designers, UXers, a product owner, etc. And then they would write the same code, then, which will then be run on different platforms. So as a software developer, you wouldn't have to maintain different, very similar pieces of code that only can be run on one specific platform. So Flutter, in its ground, basically is a UI framework for running beautiful and writing beautiful applications that run on multiple platforms at the same time. Developed by Google, has been in production for a very long time. It's tried and tested. It's open source, and if you don't come from like software engineering background, open source basically means that the code that is written for Flutter, basically the code that makes up Flutter, is open to the public for finding bugs, and also for contributing to it, or maybe just learning from it. So if you're, for instance, coming from a background of as a designer, it's kind of like you have your Figma file open to the entire world, or your Adobe XD source open to the entire world, for them to watch what you're doing as you're designing, and also for them to be able to fix stuff in your design if they see it not working as it should. So that's open source. So Flutter is open source UI framework developed by Google. What a framework means, I mean, if you're not coming from a software engineering background, a framework is kind of like a set of tools provided to you as a software developer. So you can use these tools, take a bit of this one, take a bit of that one, in order to produce an output. So Flutter in itself is a software, but it's more precisely referred to as a framework because of it's a collection of tools. So if you hear framework, just know, oh, it's a collection of things I can use to produce some output. Now, that's what Flutter is. But what powers Flutter is a programming language called Dart. And Dart has been in the making for more than 8 years, is a language that at the moment being maintained by Google, and also is open source. So anybody can contribute to it, anybody can learn from it and find exploits or maybe problems with it, and it will get patched by the public or by Google themselves. So Dart is the programming language that powers Flutter, you could say. So um, now you know what Flutter is, and now you know what Dart is. And I think in the next step now, what we can do is talk about a great piece of web software called Dartpad. Now, Dartpad, as I said, is a web software, or you could just call it a website that allows you to run or write your Dart code, maybe pure Dart code or code for Flutter, and run it directly in your browser without you even having to install anything. So just open your browser, and as you will see soon, we go to Dartpad and you will see how it looks like. So let me just show you a little demonstration here. So here I have Dartpad open, and I can actually increase the size so you can see a little bit better. I may have to rearrange some components here on the screen so you can see the screen better. So I went to dartpad.dartlang.org, and you can see here that there is a program written on the left-hand side. And I can actually, let this, what is Dart? Dartpad allows you blah, blah, text to be there so you can have context of what I'm talking about. And you can see that the program is sitting there, and you are allowed then to either change the program the way it is, or click anywhere here to see documentation down here, or press the run button. So I'm just going to press the run button, and you can see that the text hello got printed to the screen 5 times, plus the number of times it was actually printed is also printed to the screen. So hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what you see on this side is the source code, if you remember from open source. So this is the source code written in the programming language called Dart. And this is the output of that program. So Dartpad allows you to write text here and just execute it and see the results immediately. So that's what Dart is. Dartpad is. And we're going to talk about Dart and Dartpad more in the course. But right now, what we should do is to start by installing Flutter. Because, you could say, okay, but Flutter is just the UI framework. How about Dart? Well, the way Flutter is packaged by default is that it includes the Dart programming language and its runtime. So the tools required to run any Dart code. It packages all of that in just one big chunk for you. So you don't have to go and install different components, like install Dart separately in Flutter. So let's just then improvise. And I'm going to say in here, let's say install Flutter, okay? Then you go to this beautiful website called flutter.dev. I'm going to increase the size here so you see. So we go there now, and you will see this beautiful website here. And what we're going to do is just to press on Get Started. And remember, we pressed on Get Started, but this website looks like this right now. Maybe in a few months or maybe in a few years, it will change. So you'll just have to find out a way to get to the installation part. Right now it's called get started, and I can see it's located as docs.flutter.dev get started install. Then pick your platform here. I'm on a Macintosh, but if you're on a Windows, just click on Windows and then you get instructions on how to install Flutter. And then, or if you're on Linux, you can also do the same. Just get instructions for your platform. Now I'm on a Mac and I'm going to click on Mac, and then I'm going to look at this information here. I'm going to increase the size so it's a little bit easier to read. And it says, okay, download the following installation bundle to get the latest stable release of the Flutter SDK. SDK means software development kit, I believe. So it's just like series of tools for you to use. It's just fancy words. So then we're going to do that. Let's just get Flutter Mac. I'm going to download it. And it may take some time because it is actually quite a chunky bit of software. As you can see, it's almost 1.2 gigabytes. So depending on your internet connection, it could take, anything between a few seconds to a few minutes. After you've done that, then you will have to unzip that in some folder. So what that kind of means is just, I can see that my Mac is already decompressing this zip file for me, so I don't have to do that myself. And it's already decompressed in this place. So I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to show you its content. So it kind of looks like this. Okay. Now that you have this, what you need to do is to ensure that all these files are placed inside a location on your computer which is protected so that you don't accidentally delete it. And it's also a good, you know exactly where it is. So by that, I mean, don't put it on your desktop, and don't put it in like documents or anything. It's not a document, it's a software. What I like to do is usually to have a folder on a Macintosh called dev. So I will open terminal here. As you can see, terminal, if you're not familiar with it, is an application that you can control pretty much the entire system with it. If you're on a Mac, or if you're on Linux or any Unix based system. And if you're on Windows, you can also do a lot with your terminal. So in Windows, that terminal is called CMD, I believe, as in command, I believe. On Linux and Mac, it's called terminal. I'm using a terminal here called iTerm. But if you're on vanilla Mac OS, then you would go and open terminal like this, which is just looking like that. So I'm going to open iTerm right now, which is my terminal. You can open the terminal that you're comfortable with. I'm going to increase the size of this. I like to place my installations for these pieces of software in my home directory, which is denoted by this little funny character /dev. And if I look at the contents of this, I can see I have a folder called tooling. If I say tooling and look at the contents of it, I can see Flutter is right there. So for me, Flutter installation, this folder that got downloaded for me in my downloads folder, I would go and copy its contents and place it in this folder. So if I say cd Flutter, and then you can see that I'm in my user dev folder, tooling Flutter. So this is where I choose to put Flutter. Now you can choose to put this downloaded folder anywhere else, as the documentation tells you, in the desired location, for example. So go ahead and do that. Pick a location. For me, this location works. For you, it may be, if you're on Windows, it would probably be like C / I don't know. You could say dev / tooling / Flutter. This could be a good location for your tooling of Flutter. So I'm imagining now that you've done that. You've gotten a folder, and for me, it's this one, where you've extracted your Flutter installation in. Now you can see that it says in this third step, you will need to expose Flutter's binary files to your system. And what that basically means is that Flutter as an SDK or a toolkit or a framework, it has a lot of bits and pieces of software in it. And some of these bits are more important in that sense that they're actually executable. In that, imagine that on your computer, whether it's a Macintosh, Windows, or Linux, you can have different documents. Some documents can be text, some documents can be images, some documents can be, I don't know what else they can be, and or a Word document, for instance. Okay, good. I came up with another example. Or they could be programs. A program is something that you can just double click on and a piece of software gets executed and then it will open. For instance, an example of the program is Microsoft Word. Another example of program is Google Chrome web browser. Another example of program is Safari. So these are programs, and Flutter comes also with its own built-in programs that do very specific and important things on your computer related to Flutter, of course. Sorry, I have to see my recording studio. Nothing you had to do. It was just for me. So these important programs that are inside the Flutter installation, which you just downloaded, need to be exposed to your entire system so that you can work with Flutter with ease. And that means if you're, for instance, from a design background, it will allow you to anywhere in your terminal just write Figma, and Figma app would open. And that's the same thing with Flutter. In this folder, you see we're in the Flutter folder where you downloaded your installation and installed it. In this folder, there's a folder called bin, which means binary. In here, there are so many things that are important to the entire system to run. You see, Flutter and Dart. These two, I said so many, but yeah, there's pretty much two. So these two binary executables need to be exposed to your system. And the way to do that on a Macintosh is to change your paths as is documented here. So the way I like to do that is I go and change my, so if I do a Vim and look at my ZSHRC, I can see my paths, and you can see it here. So you see, I've actually put that export command as it is stated here. I put it here, you see. This may be a bit intimidating, to be honest with you. Well, all it's doing is that, you see, this file that I've placed here, I don't know if I can actually zoom into it, and if you can see, I don't know how that looked in the actual recording, but this is sort of like a set of instructions to my terminal on this Macintosh to tell it where different bits and pieces of binary executables are placed, such as Flutter, Dart, Python, etc., etc. So when I install a piece of software in this way, you see, we just downloaded a package and just put it somewhere on our computer. Macintosh won't know about the stuff that's in it. Of course, it won't. So you have to tell it where those things are. Because otherwise, if you don't do this step, if you don't do the step 3, then every time you want to run Flutter, then you have to specify exactly where that Flutter command is. So for me, it would be in my home folder, dev tooling Flutter bin /Flutter. But if you do this, then you can anywhere in your terminal just write Flutter, and your Macintosh or Linux or Windows computer will know where to find it. So do that, put these instructions as specified here in your path. And after doing that, you may need to reload your path using a command on Windows and Linux called source and ZSHRC for me. Depending on which shell you have, you may have to put that instruction in somewhere else. On Windows, I believe you will have to modify your environment variables. I remember this from many, many years ago. Let's see if you have to do that. Update your path, you see. If you wish to run Flutter commands in a regular Windows console, take these steps, blah, blah. From the start, search env and select edit environment variables for account. So what you'll just have to do really is just to follow these steps. I mean, I'm going through basically giving you some of the basics of these instructions so you can get like a head start, but these instructions can also change in the future. So don't rely just on what I'm telling you, please. Just go to the installation website here. Here, as you see, docs Flutter dev, get started, install, and try to follow along with the steps provided. So after you've done all of this, you should be able to be anywhere on your computer and just say Flutter Doctor. Now, Flutter Doctor is a very important command because it looks at your Flutter installation and it kind of makes sure that it's in good health, as denoted by the word doctor. So because Flutter in itself is a framework and it depends on many other bits and pieces which your computer may need to have in order for Flutter to actually work optimally, Flutter Doctor will then go through a series of steps to ensure that first Flutter is updated and that you, for instance, have Android toolchain, that you have Xcode installed, Chrome, blah, blah. So I mean, this result at the moment looks quite fine on my computer, but if you're running Flutter Doctor for the first time on your computer, you may get a few problems. Some of the problems that you will experience probably is going to say Android SDK couldn't be found, Xcode couldn't be found, because if you're running Flutter on Windows machine or Linux machine, then you can't have Xcode. Xcode is like the software provided by Apple. And only runs, unfortunately, on Mac OS, and it's used for compiling or creating Mac OS, iOS, and iPad OS pieces of software. So although you can run Flutter on your Linux and on your Windows machine without a problem, you won't be able to produce or test your Flutter code running on an iPhone, unfortunately, unless you have access to Xcode. And the easiest way to get access to that is, of course, to have a Macintosh, and that's unfortunate because yeah, it's just not available for other platforms. So you've run Flutter Doctor, and it's basically going to tell you that, okay, now I'm going to assume that you're on a Macintosh. It's going to tell you that, okay, Xcode, for instance, you need to install Xcode. And the way to do that is you need to open App Store on your computer and just type Xcode here. And go and install Xcode on your computer. So depending on, I don't know which version is the latest at the moment, but if you're trying to develop Flutter applications that and also make sure that they run on your iOS phone or the iOS simulator, then you need to install Xcode. If you're on a Mac, if you're on a Linux computer or Windows, you don't have to do this step. Actually, you can't do, unfortunately, this step. So once you've done that, you also need to make sure that you've installed developer tools for Xcode. So let's see how we can do that. Developer tools, Xcode, command line tools, right? Let's see, install from terminal. There's a command that you can execute in order to do that. And that command actually looks like this. Here, I will zoom into it so you can see better. It says sudo xcode select install. So you need to issue that command in your terminal. So if I do that and it says, what's the password? I'll enter my password. And it says they're already installed. So if you haven't done that, please go ahead and execute this command in order to install command line tools for your Xcode. Now, the next piece after Xcode that you will need is, let's see if I can actually bring up. So we've talked about Flutter Doctor. That was Flutter Doctor. And we also talked about installing Xcode. So I'm now bringing that up a little bit late. But now the next step is to install Android Studio. So what Android Studio is like the equivalent of Xcode, but for writing Android-specific applications. Now, in order to write Flutter applications, you don't need Android Studio per se, but you kind of need the SDK manager. Now, both iOS and Android, um, for programmers, they provide you with something called an SDK, just like Flutter is an SDK or toolkit. iOS and Android also provide you with SDK in order to write native applications. And since Flutter utilizes these native capabilities of each platform in order to, for instance, create an application that's compatible with iOS or Android, it will utilize the native components, or the native pieces of software, namely called Xcode, namely called iOS SDK and Android SDK. So you need to download Android Studio so you get access to the SDK manager so you can install an Android SDK. Now, Xcode in itself, when you download the latest version of Xcode, it comes with the latest version of the iOS SDK. But Android Studio doesn't do that. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it probably does in the latest versions, but we can check that out. So if you go to your browser and just say Android Studio, and then you open up developerandroid.com, let's just go there. And then you can just click on download Android Studio. And then there are download options, and you can see there's available for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So then please go ahead and download your Android Studio. And I can see that for Macintosh is a package, so you can install it easily. You don't have to unzip anything. And for Windows is also like an executable. So tar gz as well for Linux. So now let's say that you've done that. Now, after doing that, then you should be able to bring up Android Studio. Let's see. I'll bring it up here. Now, when you bring up your Android Studio, it will just pretty much be empty here on the screen, and you'll get some tips and tricks how to use Android Studio. But the important thing for you here is to be able to install the Android SDK. So if you go then to Tools, I believe there is an SDK manager right here. So just ensure that you have an SDK installed. For me, I have Android 12 installed here. So ensure that you have one of these SDKs ready for you to use by Flutter. And as soon as you've done that, then when you run then your Flutter Doctor command, then the part about Android SDK is going to be ticked here. The Android Studio. So that's that. So we've talked about the Android toolchain, which is the Android SDK you can see. We've talked about Xcode. Chrome is just a web browser. If you want, you can have that. If you're developing Flutter applications for the web, it kind of is necessary. And then this, you're probably, if you're just getting started with Flutter, you're not going to have this VS Code part ticked, because VS Code is a code editor, an open source code editor provided by Microsoft. And it is the code editor that I'm going to use for the entire course, for this entire course as we go on. And to be honest with you, I've tried Android Studio and I've tried VS Code for Flutter development, and I can highly recommend that you use VS Code just for its sheer performance, it's for its simplicity, extensions, and its ability just to really focus on a simple editor without bothering you with lots of bells and whistles. So it's a preference though. Some people use Android Studio for Flutter development and some people use VS Code. So I don't think one is better than the other. It's completely a preference. So that's for Android Studio and the Android SDK. So now let's go ahead and install Visual Studio Code, which is the tool that I'm going to use for this course. So let's bring up a new window, and I'm going to say install Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to bring the window up here so you see. Let's go here, and you can download the one that you prefer for your computer. I've chosen Mac, and for me specifically, I have a Macintosh with an Apple Silicon. So I then choose this one, Mac with an Apple Silicon, and then it's going to download that for you automatically. So it's just about 200 megabytes, I think, or actually 100 megabyte only. After you've done that, just on a Macintosh, you would go and put that on in your applications folder. So I'm actually going to delete that, which I downloaded just now, because I already have VS Code on my system. So that's for Visual Studio Code. Um, so let's go ahead now. Now that we've done that, I'm gonna talk a little bit about some extensions that we're gonna use in Visual Studio Code. So let me bring up my terminal, and we don't need that. Let's go and bring up Visual Studio Code, and then I already actually have so many Visual Studio Code windows open. But I can just say new window. So you see how Visual Studio Code looks like. And then let's see, don't show again. Okay, so this is pretty much how Visual Studio Code looks like. So it's a very simple application to begin with. Now, what we need to do for this example is to enable a few extensions. Now, the first extension that we're going to enable is called Error Lens, and you need to go here on the left-hand side, find extensions, and just type error. If I can type error, and just say error lens, just like that. Click on error lens and just press enable or install, I believe it's called. So error lens allows you to see errors in line without you having to click on a specific line of error, basically. So it expands the entire error. As you're coding, you will probably have some errors in your code. That error will be then displayed right there in front of your face in its entirety. So you don't have to press a little small button to be able to see the complete error. So it's a fantastic extension, to be honest with you. Now, the other thing that you'll need is something called a bracket pair colorizer. And that bracket pair colorizer is something that is already installed in Visual Studio Code. It used to be an extension that you could download, but it was so popular that Microsoft has added that internally to Visual Studio Code. So you don't have to do that manually, by installing an extension. So now that we've talked about that, the next step is to actually install Flutter and Dart extensions. So here, just type Flutter. Let's do that. And then just click on the install button. I've already installed that, so there's a disable button for me here. The Flutter extension, and then you'll also need the Dart extension. So just type Dart and then install that as well. So after these two installations, we also need to install another great extension called Block, B-L-O-C. I'm not going to go into the details of what Block is because you will learn about Block a lot later in the course, but it is just a great extension to have as we go on. You're going to learn about it. So I can't really explain exactly what it is right now, but just install it and I will tell you more about Block later in the course, I promise. So that was basically installing a Block. Now, when you start up your Visual Studio Code, it probably doesn't look like the way it does for me. And that is because I have a custom theme installed on my Visual Studio Code called Tokyo Night. It is a very, very mellow, dark theme, as it's called. And themes in Visual Studio Code can be installed just like you install an extension. So if you like my theme, you're more than welcome to go into extensions and then search for Tokyo Night and just install it. So it has different theme colors as well. This is the one I use, Tokyo Night. Actually, I use this one, Tokyo Night. So if you want that theme, please go ahead and install it. And now that we've talked about that, we come to the last point that I wanted to discuss basically before we wrap up this chapter, which is our chapter 2. So now that we talked about a little bit of setup for setting up your Flutter installation and setting up your text editor, which in this case is Visual Studio Code, in the next chapter, which is chapter 3, we're going to talk about Dart programming. So before we actually jump into writing Flutter applications, we're going to talk about how to write code in Dart, or at least understand like the basics of Dart. So without further ado, let's close up this chapter and I'll see you in the next one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third chapter of our Flutter course. In this chapter, I thought maybe we could focus a little bit on, actually not a little bit, but quite a lot on Dart. As you know from the previous chapter, we know now that Dart is the programming language that powers Flutter. So it would be a good idea for us at least to get a little bit of introduction to Dart, how it works, a little bit of its internals, different data types, functions, methods, classes. And for this chapter as well, just like the entire course, I'm kind of assuming that you haven't done any programming at all before. So I'm going to take things very slowly, take the concepts one at a time, introduce them to you. So, and I will give you some references to read more about the topics, as we won't have really that much of a time in this course to go into detail about everything. So the goal of this chapter is to basically get you started with programming Dart and writing your apps then later for Flutter. In order to do that, we need to have a project set up. And by project, I mean you need to have some kind of a playground set up so that you can start writing Dart code, and then you can try it on, for instance, a telephone or a simulator or what have you. Now, a lot of people would rather go to Dartpad, as we saw in the previous chapter, and start writing their code in Dartpad. That's one way of doing it. But since in this course we're gonna write an application, release it for iOS and Android, it is safe to say that we can literally start actually creating our real project here and now, so that we can then later build upon it rather than writing all our code in Dartpad. Because you can then, by writing your code in an actual Flutter project, you can get used to how we work with Flutter as a whole. So I think this is a little bit of a time invested into later chapters as well, where we're going to work and continue working on the same project. So we have to just set it up once. But at the same time, there is a little bit of a value in not blending in too much of our test code, like what we're doing in this chapter, with what we're going to do later in the actual application, if you know what I mean. So I think it would be better now for us to set up just a test application and then keep working on it. And then later on, when we start doing the actual application, then we create a separate project for that. So now let's then do that together. So I'm going to bring my face down here so you see the entire screen. I'm then going to create a new terminal window and bring it up here on the screen so you can see it. And I'm going to increase the font so it's a little bit easier to spot what I'm typing. So let's go to a folder where you where you keep your projects. For me, I go to dev projects and I have a folder there called Flutter. So I try to put all my Flutter projects in here. Then in order to create a new Flutter project, what you have to do is to issue the Flutter create command. And this create command is already shipped inside Flutter. So if you say which Flutter, this is going to go and find the actual Flutter binary. If you remember from the previous chapters where we installed Flutter, it's going to find the Flutter binary and then call the create command on it. So if we say Flutter create, it expects you to kind of like provide it with some sort of a name of a project. So let's just say learning Dart. Learning Dart. So that's the binary, that's the command, and that is the name of the project. Okay, so this is the easiest way to create a new Flutter project, in my opinion, at least. So let's execute that command. It's going to do its thing. And what I'm going to do then is to, as you can see, it's created a new folder called Learning Dart. So let's go, and I'm going to say cd learning Dart. And then I'm going to issue a command called code dot. And I can actually bring this a little bit to the right so you can, and also do it like this so you can see what I'm typing. As you can see, I've written code dot, and what code does is that it brings up Visual Studio Code. So it's just like a command that you can issue in order to bring up Visual Studio Code. And if I just bring up Visual Studio Code the way it is right now, and for instance, you can see it, you can't see it right now, but it's because I have a separate screen here. I'll bring up Visual Studio Code, as you can see here, by hand. There is a good extension, or there is an ability for Visual Studio Code to install this code shortcut for you in terminal in your path. So if you say which code, it just says user local bin code. So it's just an executable that allows you then to open up Visual Studio Code with a path. Like, so you can say open up Visual Studio Code in this folder. So you can just say code dot. So and you can do that in Visual Studio Code. You can allow that to be installed by doing Command Shift P on Macintosh, or Control Shift P, I believe, in Windows and Linux. And there's this little command here that says shell command, install code command in path. So if you execute that once, then it's already set up for you. You don't have to do that anymore. So if you'd like to be able to say code dot in terminal and open the current folder within Visual Studio Code without you having to open Visual Studio Code manually and then doing file open, then I suggest that you do Command Shift P or Control Shift P in Visual Studio Code, depending on which operating system you're using, and then choosing shell command install code command in path. So I've already done that, so I can just say code dot, and I'll bring this up here. So as you can see, this is the basics of a simple Flutter project that you create with Flutter Create. Now, Visual Studio Code has a built-in terminal, so I don't have to have this terminal window open anymore, so I'm just going to close it, okay? And I'm going to make this full screen, increase the size a little bit so you can see better, and perhaps I could even remove this Flutter logo on top right so you can see the content a little bit better as well. So that's the creation of our simple Flutter project. Now, in order for this Flutter project to run and you be able to run this application and like keep testing your project, you would have to select a target, and you do that with Command Shift P and then choosing Flutter Select Device. So you can just say Flutter Select Device, enter. Command Shift P is on Macintosh, and Control Shift P, I believe, is in Linux and Windows. So do that. Command Shift P is a very important command. You're going to use it quite a lot in this course, so just learn that, please. Then I'm going to say select device, and I'm going to choose, since I'm on a Macintosh, and as you saw earlier, we have Xcode already installed. Xcode comes also with the entire iOS SDK and also with the simulator. I can choose to run our application on iOS simulator, or I can choose to run it on an actual phone. Now, for this, I believe, I don't know if we've talked already about strcpy, to be honest with you. I'm just going to search in my notes to see if we've talked about that. And if you just give me 1 second, please, I'll just check here. I believe we're going to set it up in chapter 6. So we haven't set up strcpy yet. So for that purpose, I'm just going to say select device, and I'm just going to say start iOS simulator. So that is going to, as you can see, start up iOS simulator. And that for now is like the best way for us to test our application. So while this is connecting, I can show you a little bit around as well. We have, as you can see, lots of files here already created for us. We're going to go through some of these. But one of the most important files that you're going to need to get used to is this lib/main.dart. And this is where like the majority of the code is written. So this is its contents at the moment. Let's see what it's doing with the simulator. I'm just going to have a look here. It's taking a little bit longer than expected. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kill the IO simulator manually. This usually doesn't happen, but that's okay. If it does happen, then you know how to deal with it. Just close the simulator. And then I'm just gonna go to Command Shift P, select device, and then start iOS simulator fresh. So it's starting right now. Okay, so that's our simulator, and I'm actually going to decrease the size of this a little bit since I realize that it is a very large font. So this is our main Dart file. This is like where the Flutter command line command has created. It is the file that has been created for us. So we don't have to play around with it too much, to be honest with you, at the moment. For the purpose of this chapter, we're just going to have a look at basically kind of like exploiting this code so that we can inject our code into it so we can learn Dart a little bit. So you don't have to understand all of this code the way it is right now. There's lots of comments and etc. So that's that part. So now that we're here, and then you can see we have a little simulator here. And in order to run this application on this simulator, since you've already done the Flutter select command, you just go to run and you say run without debugging for now. So since the simulator is already selected, then it understands that it needs to compile this project for my simulator. So, and we're just going to give it some time depending on your machine and like what you have for specifications on your machine. This command could take anywhere between a couple seconds to maybe 30 seconds or even more. And I'm not sure how long it's going to take for a fresh Flutter project, to be honest with you, to start running on the simulator, but it took about 21 seconds, or 22 seconds. I will bring up the project now, and this is like the basic Flutter project. I'm not going to go into details about how it works, but you can press the plus button if you want to. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to close this widget inspector that was opened automatically, and I'm just going to bring this a little bit down so that we can see the debug console. Okay, so that's for setting up our project. So that part is done. Now, the first thing then we need to talk about when we start talking about Dart is the concept of keywords. Now, since I'm assuming that you haven't done any programming language in any other place before, you need to understand what keywords are. They're very important in understanding any programming language, basically. And keywords are concisely explained. They're words that are reserved for the programming language that you cannot use for anything else than what the programming language intends those words to be used as. I know that sounds a little bit difficult, but I mean, there's no real good analogy in like if you're coming from Figma, if you're coming from a design world, what a keyword could be, because in a design world, you're not really talking in terms of code with your product or with your software where you're designing your stuff. But when you come to programming language, as you know, it's a language. So words mean stuff in a programming language. So a keyword is, as its name indicates, is a word that has a special meaning in that particular language. And I'll provide a link here for you that you can check out, but I'm going to open it up and bring it to the screen here, increase the size a little bit so we can see better. Have a look at my screen here. Yeah, and you can see this is part of the documentation for Dart programming language that explains what keywords are in Dart. And you can see there are some words that have special meaning, like show, import, extends, async, await, break. So you can say that the language, the Dart language, is made out of these keywords. That is pretty much it. It's just like series of keywords, like the things that you tell the language that, hey, I want to do something. And then it says, okay, what do you want to do? Then you say, okay, I want to do this or this or this. So special words for the programming language so that it understands what you mean, basically. So that's for keywords. For now, we don't have to really go into so much more details about what a keyword is, but for now, just understand that a keyword is a special word in the programming language's brain, kind of, so that you can talk to it. It's your interface with the programming language to make it understand what you want to do. Okay. And please check out the link that I provided here to understand more about keywords. Okay, so we've talked about keywords. I'm just going to check it in my notes so that we know we've talked about it. Now, the next concept that we need to talk about are data types. If you, for instance, come from a design background, then you have different tools to work with. For instance, you may have in your design system, whatever you're using, if you're using a product from Adobe, or if you're using, for instance, Figma or whatever, Visio or whatever tool you're using, then there's like a set of components that you can work with. For instance, you can drag in a text field, or you can drag in an image field, or an image, or you can, for instance, assign a color to a text. So these are all like things that you can do with that software. Now, a data type in a programming language like Dart is the type of a thing. For instance, you would say, I have some data in my mind. Okay, what is it? It's the first name of my friend. Okay, his name is Jack or whatever. And then you would say, okay, what type is Jack? Is it a number? No. Is it like is it a list of things? Well, yeah, it's a list of characters. Yeah. Okay, then that is its data type. Or you could say, I'm thinking about my age. My age is, let's say I'm 37. Okay, what is 37? Is it a list of things? Well, yeah, kind of. It's a list of numbers, a list of digits, but it's also in itself a number. So then there has been this convention in different programming languages, and every programming language pretty much that you can use these days has this concept of data types. Data type is, as its name indicates, a specific name assigned to a series, a specific name assigned to a data that is bound to be of a specific type as well. So for instance, in Dart, you have data types called integers, or you have strings, or you have arrays and sets, which we'll talk about soon. But a data type, just for now, no, it's just a stamp on a piece of data to say that you're of this specific type. So you could think of a data type as a nationality. You could say like every person coming from Sweden is Swedish. Boom, that's its data type. So it's just a categorization of data based on their appearance or based on what they actually hold. So, for instance, you can say, here's a university full of engineers, and these are software engineers, these are mechanical engineers. So the software engineer is a data type, or is a person type, or category type. So putting stamps on things based on the categorization is kind of what data type does. And in short, I mean, you just have to know that it's just a categorization of things based on what they hold. So, and there's a website that you can read about Dart data types, and it's right here. I don't know if I've provided it here on the link below. As you can see, Dart core library HTML. So, and here you can read more about Dart data types. But we're not going to go into so much detail about all of these right now. Just know that data type in Dart is, or any programming language basically that has data types, is a categorization of data based on their appearance or contents. Now, let's talk a little about something called constants in Dart. A constant, usually in programming languages, are values whose value cannot be changed. That's a little bit meta, but let's say, for instance, the value of 10 is a number. It cannot be changed. 10 is 10, and it will always be 10. Or your name, that is a constant. Although you can go and change it, but as long as that is your name, it is a constant. So another example of there are so many values that can be constants, which will actually be quite abstract for me to be able to explain right now. But just know that a constant is a value whose internal data cannot change during where you're writing your program, and also during when you're running your program. So that is kind of what a constant is. But there's also this notion of a compile time constant and a runtime constant. And I mean, you don't have to know about like those different types of constants right now, just because like in Dart, a constant is a constant, whether it's runtime or compile time. Is a constant is just a constant, as you'll see soon. But I still believe that it's important to understand the difference between compile time and runtime. When you're talking about programming and when you're becoming a software developer, and I hope by the end of this course you'll actually become a software developer if you're not already, that would be really amazing. But the notion of a compile time and runtime is very important to understand, and developers like to make a distinction between whether something has happened during compile time or something has happened during runtime. And compile time is or before I explain compile time, maybe I should explain compile. Compile is where you take the program that you're writing here and you tell the computer that I want you to package this up so that I can run it later on X and Y machine. So the process of packaging things up, simply said, is, in very simple terms, is called compiling or a compilation. Okay, so from where you start writing your program with hand, with your fingers, until where you package it, you're pretty much just compiling it. Okay. But when you run it, like we're running it at the moment on iOS Simulator, that session from where you start outputting your program into this device and for it to run your program, from that moment on, then the distinction separates into runtime. So you have then compile time and runtime, and a constant is a value that is the same during compile time and runtime. So its value doesn't change. So the value of 10 is 10 while you're writing your program, and also stays the value of 10 while the program is running. So that is a very simple explanation of a constant. So now let's put constants and data types in practice. Now, in this project that was created for you by Flutter Create, in this line of code, as you can see, it says void main. We're not going to talk about exactly what that is, but just press enter at the end of it and just write final. And I'm going to tell you what final is soon. And just say name is equal to foo. Okay. There's lots going on in here, and I'm going to tell you what is actually happening here. But before we actually go through all these details, let's add something here called a constant. So I'm just going to say const age is 27, or 27. As you can see, this is how you write code in Dart. You start by a keyword usually, or a variable name or something, as we're going to talk about it. But const is a keyword, okay? And it tells Dart that what is following here is a name. Right after const, I'm going to write some name. And in that name, then I'm going to basically say, okay, I'm adding the value of 27 to this age. I'm sorry about this. My dog also barking a little bit. So what is happening here is that you're telling Dart that I'm putting the value of 27 into a constant called age. And you can refer to this age later. For instance, you can say then const age twice the age. And you can say it's equal to age multiplied by 2. And this is also a constant because at compile time, where Dart is basically trying to understand what you've written, it says, okay, you said 27, and then you're saying 27 is a constant, so its value is never going to change. And if you tell me 27 multiplied by 2, that also is a constant, because both this side and this side are compile time constants. So that's what we mean by a constant. It's a value that is specified during compile time, and it cannot change. So also it's important to notice that you're learning Dart in um, here is sorry, I have to just tick some items in my notes to make sure that I've explained all of those to you. Um, you can see here that every line of code in Dart needs to end with a semicolon. And that tells Dart that, yeah, you're starting a new line of code. Of course, you can put two lines of code like this, but if you just press save, there is a program automatically running in the background, which is called Dart FMT, which is the Dart formatter, which is going to format your code and prefy it. So if I like put a lot of spaces in here and just press save, upon doing Command S on Mac or Control S on Linux and Windows, upon saving, Dart formatter is going to kick in and format the code for you. So just a little hint. Okay, those are constants. So we've talked about that. Now let's talk about variables a little bit. A variable is usually anything that contains a value that is not a constant. I mean, I think that's like the simplest way of explaining what a variable is. A variable, as its name indicates, it can vary. And that means that the data that it holds, it doesn't need to be constantly the same. It means that from where you start the program, you may actually assign a value to this variable, and you may also change that variable depending on what type of variable it is. So there's also this notion of a final variable in Dart, which we'll talk about soon. So before we do that, let's go to this main function here, and you could just say var name is foo. And here, what I've done is that I've created a variable indicated by the var keyword, whose value is foo, or let's just say Alex, and semicolon to end the line. Now, if I want to change this value, all I could say here is to say name is equal to Anthony or whatever. Now, this is basically us assigning a new value to this variable, saying Anthony. As I said, there is also the notion in Dart for a keyword called final. So you could just say final name equal to Alex. And it's a little bit strange because final is also a variable whose value cannot be changed. So you may be like, okay, what? Like, what kind of a variable is that? Like, how is that not a constant? Now, there's a little limitation because you may try to like say const name Alex, but this, as you will see later in the course, final gives you the flexibility to assign a value to your variable a little bit later, maybe in the process of creating it, but it still indicates to Dart that the value of this variable is not going to change after it has been assigned to. It's a little bit, yeah, it's just a little bit confusing maybe at the moment. So let's just say a variable is like a constant, but its value can be changed. Let's just leave it at that. Okay, so that's it. Okay, now that we talked a little bit about variables, let's talk about functions. So I didn't specify exactly what this is just because we hadn't really come to functions, but a function is a body of code, is a grouping of a series of lines of code, 1 to n number of n lines of codes that is logically grouped. And it has a few properties. One is its return value, here indicated by void. The other part of its information is its name, followed by a pair of parentheses, an open parenthesis and a close parenthesis, in which you will write something called the function arguments or parameters. It's pretty much just like, imagine like
a box where you input things in it. It does some processing and then it outputs that stuff, whatever it wants to output. So what we could do here is to create a very simple function for ourselves by as you see, as you saw before, or as I mentioned before, what you write for a function in the beginning is its data type. I mean, what data comes out of this function. And um, and here, let's say we want to add someone's first name and their last name with a space between it. So if I say foo as the first name and bar as the last name, then the full name should be foo bar, and with a space in between. So as I said, then you need to specify the data type first, what you're going to return. And if you looked at the documentation that I provided earlier, there's a data type called string, which is a series of characters. Basically, it could be a name, a family name, a dress of your house, or whatever. And that data type is string. Okay, so we say we're outputting string. And then you say, okay, what should this function be called? There's a convention in Dart that your functions should follow camel case naming convention, basically. And camel case is if you, for instance, say in English, my function should be called get full name. That's my function name, but you cannot have spaces in your function names in Dart, or pretty much every programming language that I know about. Then remove all the spaces, and then except for the first word, change all the other words first letter to uppercase. So it was like this before. You could actually change them to uppercase first and then remove the spacing. So this is how you should write your function names. This is called camel case. Get full name. Okay, we said that we also have to open parentheses. Now let's just say then here we need to specify somehow that we're going to accept a first name and a last name. Well, what kind of a data type does a first name have? Well, it's kind of like a string. It's a name. It's a series of characters. So let's just type string here. And then we want to take a first name, and we know about camel case now. So let's just say first name, make this uppercase and remove the spacing. So first name. Hey, that's the parameter. And then you want to go to the next parameter. So just say comma. And then you want to say string last name. You take the first name and the last name. Now, we also said that after the parentheses, after you've accepted your parameters, you want to go and create like your curly brackets here. I don't know actually if I mentioned that before, but every function is either its body or its logic. It's either followed by equal greater than sign, which we're going to talk about later, or is by curly brackets. So we're just going to use curly brackets. Now, what you want to do here, you want to take the first name and add a space to the first name and then follow that by the last name. So you need to tell Dart that that is the data you want to return. And thankfully, there's a keyword called return that tells Dart that you want to return some value from a function. So then what you're going to do, you're going to say, I want to return what? The first name, and I want to add a space. Single quotes, the space, plus last name, right? So, I mean, this is a very simple implementation of get full name. So, however, there's actually a better way of doing this in Dart, and I'll explain it to you right now. And that is by formatting your strings. So let's say that you want to basically tell Dart kind of like how your result looks like, and you want to ask Dart to insert the first name and last name into that result for you. And that's how you'll do it like this. You say, okay, I want to return a string denoted by the single quotation marks here. And you can also do a string in Dart with double quotation marks, but I'm going to explain that a little bit later. So let's say that you want to return the first name in here. But if you say first name what's going to happen here is that it's actually going to take this first name as you've written in the string. So when you get this return value, it's actually going to say first name, not the value that you pass to this. I know it may be a little bit difficult to understand when I say the value that you pass to this. What does it even mean? So let's put this actually to test first, okay? Go now into this build function, as you can see here on line 16. Now, it may not be on line 16 for you, but for me, it is at the moment on line 16. Just find this class my app stateful stateless widget and find this widget build stuff that's written there. Create a new line here, okay? And just say full name, or sorry, say print, as I'm writing it here, print, and then just say, what do we call our function? Get full name. See here? And it says, okay, what's the first name? I'll say quotation marks foo, and the last name is bar, and end it with a semicolon. So, and ignore this call for now. Sorry, this warning, avoid print calls on production code. So, okay, so now we're calling that function. This is the, it's called calling, it's called invoking. It may have other names, but usually programmers call this calling, call the function. And these are the parameters that you're passing to this function, okay? So, there are two words used for in the programming world to explain these parameters, like with name, and that is called a parameter or an argument. I mean, they're used interchangeably. The meaning of them is kind of like getting convoluted to the point that no one knows which one is which, but you could just use parameter or argument and everybody would understand what you're saying. So, but there's a little bit of a difference, which I'm not going to go into the detail of. But if someone just says, call this function with parameters or arguments, you know at least what you're doing, okay? Foobar. Now we're printing its value. All you have to do in order to execute this code is press Command S, and you will see the result outputted here. Now, what we did here, was a very key feature in Flutter called hot reload. As you saw, I didn't execute my code again. I didn't press like the run button again. I just said save. Now, saving in Flutter triggers an action called hot reload. Hot reload in Flutter it's a whole topic of its own, which I'm not going to go so much into detail of. But what hot reload does really is it looks for changes in your code hierarchy without complicating it too much. I'm just trying to phrase my sentence right so that it's not too complicated for this chapter. It looks for changes that you made to the code and executes only those changes. Okay? And in the process of executing those changes, it might execute everything else that is in its path. And by doing a save, this function gets called somehow magically, which I'm not going to go into right now, which in turn then calls or invokes our function called getFullName, and its value will then be passed into another function called print. Okay? I hope that made sense. And as you can see, the result isn't really what we expected. It just says first name. And that is because here we said return first name. And as you can see, if you put first name like this inside your string, it becomes its own string. It has nothing to do with this anymore. If you remove these quotation marks, however, then it says, oh, first name is this parameter. You see, it highlights it. So then if I press Command S on Mac or Control S on Linux and Windows, you will see foo being printed to the screen. Okay? You can also say last name here, and it will say bar. Right? And also notice that when I'm changing these things, it's not executing immediately automatically. I'm pressing Command S. So just keep that in mind, please. So that's for a function. But before we move on, explaining the basics of a function, I want to also explain a little bit about string formatting. And that is, we said that we're going to put first name and last name, because this is what we did in the beginning, first name plus space plus last name. And this wasn't so pretty because it's like doing string concatenation in a very old-fashioned manner. In a very old-fashioned manner. Yeah, I think I said it right the first time. But what you want to do here is to use Dart's built-in formatting capabilities. And you do that by first saying that, okay, I want to return some sort of a string. And I want to have first name, space, last name. But as you saw this earlier, if I command S or control S, it just returns those strings exactly as I've written them, not the parameters. What you can do is just to put $1 before them. And you can see their coloring now changes depending on the theme that you're using or depending on the text editor that you're using. If you're using Android Studio, it may not color it the same way, or if you're using Visual Studio Code with a different theme on a different maybe platform, it may not even change the color. But for me, at least, you can see that the colors change. So as to indicate that now I'm not actually returning the string exactly as you wrote, except returning the parameters that are here. So command S, and now you can see that the result is foobar. Okay, so that is the basics of functions in Dart. Before we move on from functions, I also want to explain quickly that a function doesn't necessarily have to return anything. And that means that you may have a function here that wants to just print some data to the screen or to here to the debug console. And you could just call it print my name and parentheses and curly brackets. And as you can see here, I can just write the name of the function without any data type to be returned, but it's a little bit of a convention that you actually tell Dart that this is a void function, meaning void is a keyword, as we talked about it earlier in the beginning of this chapter. Void is a keyword telling Dart that this is a function that doesn't return anything. And as you can see, Dart is completely fine with this function being completely empty, meaning that, well, yeah, you said you're not returning anything. You're probably just going to do some stuff in here. So I'm not going to bother you with some errors saying that, oh, you forgot to do something. But as soon as you change the return value or the return data type of your function to, for instance, string, then you'll get an error saying that, oh yeah, the body might complete normally causing null to be returned, blah, blah. You don't have to know exactly what that means, but essentially what that means is you're telling Dart that you're returning a string, but you're not returning anything. It's literally looking for the return keyword, saying that, oh, you missed it. So you could silence that error by saying return an empty string, semicolon. So I think this pretty much explains the basics of functions, to be honest with you. There's lots more to learn about functions. And as I said, functions can also be like written using this syntax. And this syntax is used when your function is very simple or in that it doesn't need to break into different lines of code by a semicolon. So a function who has a very simple logic, you can just skip writing these square brackets. No, curly brackets, sorry. And you can just say, you see, I will remove this, put equal sign, greater than sign, remove the closing curly bracket, and then you can remove the return statement, and that's it. That is a shorthand. It's a function shorthand in Dart, and you could use it simply to simplify kind of your code. Some people may like it. Some people kind of may be against it, just because it kind of splits your code into two different styles. Some functions are with curly brackets. Some functions are with this pointer thingy, and kind of depends on you and your team, to be honest. I know usually from my from my experience, usually we software developers like to follow conventions. So in one project, the developers may decide, okay, we're just going to go with this convention. And since using curly brackets engulfs the ability to have both complicated and simple return statements in a function, it's actually preferred as a convention than using this syntax, simply because this syntax doesn't allow you to split your code into separate lines of code. It has to all be in one statement. So if that makes any sense. So I think that's it for functions. Now we've talked about functions, arguments, return values. We've talked about variables, constants, data types, and keywords in Dart. And these are such important parts of learning how to program with Dart and Flutter that I think you need to spend some time and experiment with them. So do some experimentations on your own. For instance, don't take just the first name and last name. Just take, for instance, someone's address, someone's age, play around a little bit with different data types like integers, different numbers. Have a look at the link that I provided earlier, which was here. I'll bring it up again so you can see that. Have a look at this link and have a look at the different examples of different data types, because in the upcoming chapters and in the rest of this course, we're going to play around with a lot of different types of data types. So I think it's important that you have a look a little bit at the documentation as well. So let's leave this chapter at this point. And then in the next chapter, we're going to talk a lot more about more advanced Dart programming language features. So thank you for joining me for this chapter, and see you in the next one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chapter 4 of this Flutter course. In the previous chapter, Chapter 3, we talked about keywords, data types, constants, variables, and some basics of functions. And in this chapter, we are going to, as you can see on the captions here, we're going to focus on control statements and collections. Now, I'm assuming you're following these chapters chronologically, so that you're like going one by one. So I'm assuming then that you have your Dart project set up and that you've got some sort of a simulator or emulator running. So without further ado, let's have a look at, I'm actually going to bring up the captions here, and then I'm going to put my face at the bottom there and bring up our project that we created in the previous chapter up here. So this is running at the moment. So if I do a Command S or a Control S on Linux and Windows, then as you can see here, there's a run button. Then it's just going to do a hot reload, which in turn calls this build function, which we don't yet know really how it works because I haven't really explained it. But what we did, we just called a print function here and then our get full name function. So what I'm going to do here is let's remove this code from the build, and let's remove everything that we wrote here as well. So keep the main function, as you can see here, and then keep your stateless widget, which we're going to talk about later. Okay. So instead, go and create a new function that is called void test. All right. And then in the build function, just say test. All right. Just like that. The purpose is that in this function, we're going to write most of the code in this chapter. So we are going to basically test some code. That's the purpose of this function. So let's talk about if and else. If and else are control statements in most programming languages that allow you to branch your code based on a condition. So if we, for instance, in here create a final variable whose value cannot be changed, if you remember from the previous chapter, whose value cannot be changed after it's been assigned to, let's say final name is foo, all right, and ended with a semicolon. Now, an if statement basically allows you to check the value or a condition to be of a certain value or to be true or false. And then it allows you to execute some code, and then you can also append an else statement to it, which gets executed if the code or if that condition is not met. I'm going to show you how that is written. The syntax for an if statement is just if, and if is a keyword. So you would say if, and then you would open and close parentheses, and then you would put curly brackets like this. That's the syntax of if. And in the parentheses, you would put your condition. So I would say in this case, if name, and I would like to, for instance, check if name is foo. Now, we haven't come to operators yet. We're going to talk about operators actually soon. But this is, as you can see here, we're saying final name equal to foo. This is kind of like an assignment operation, and that is an operator. In Dart, it's called an operator. So there is also, and since this is an assignment, we don't want to actually assign anything to name. We want to check if it's of a certain value, and that is with this conditional operator, equal. And then you would just say, okay, if it's foo, then for instance, print, yes, this is foo, and then a semicolon to end it. However, if this condition is not met, you may want to execute another piece of code, and then you can just do else, like that. And then you would just say, no, this is not foo, all right, and a semicolon. So I'm just going to do Command S, and you can see the value or the string, yes, this is foo, printed to the screen or to the terminal here or to the debug console. You can have multiple statements in here, so you can have more print statements in here. You can just do anything you want basically in here. And the same goes for else. Now, there is a possibility to write if statements kind of without the curly brackets, but you don't see them that often. And I recommend that you actually always try to, as a convention, do with the curly brackets if you can. However, it is possible that inside a code base that you will work on with your colleagues, it is decided that it's okay to have if statements without curly brackets where they are very simple and one-liners, basically. So let me show you an example of that. You could just say if name is foo, and you would just say print, yes, this is foo. And this is completely accepted as well. So because it's a one-liner. But if you then say, okay, I want to have another line, print hello world, you can see it goes to the next line, meaning that this line right here will be executed no matter your condition up there. So this is completely detached from your if statement up here, okay? And I just realized that it is quite important for me to be able to show line numbers. And by default, your editor probably has line numbers enabled. I usually disable line numbers when I'm working myself, basically. But when talking about code with other people, it's quite useful to have line numbers because I can then tell you, oh, look at line 9 or look at line 10. Okay, so that's the basic of if and else. Now, you can also have if right after else. So an example of that is, for instance, to say if name is foo, and then you do some code, all right? You say print, yes, it is foo, not food. After the curly bracket, then you would say else, and then you can then say another if, else if, all right? And then after if comes the parenthesis and a curly bracket, if you remember from the if before. It is the exact same syntax as it is here. So there's pretty much no difference. You see if and then if. And then you'd put your condition in here. You would just say if name, and then you may just want to say is not, and that's another operator. It's basically is a not operator. So it's checking to make sure that this name is not of the value that you provide to the right-hand side. And then you can say bar and print this value is not bar. Else, and then you can wrap it up and you can say print, I don't know what this is. Now, I'm so glad I actually accidentally ran into this issue. As you can see now, the editor is kind of going crazy and Dart's not understanding what this statement is. And as we talked about it previously, strings in Dart are preferred to be kind of like created with single quotes. However, if your string in itself contains a single quote, for instance, in this case, the word don't contains a single quote, then Dart kind of gets confused. Like, okay, does the string end here? You can see it's up until this point is it's green, so it's thinking that, oh, the string ends here, but what is all of this then that follows? If you have that problem, there are two ways of fixing that. Either you escape your single quote, and that is a software kind of development lingo. Escape, kind of, if you hear that, it pretty much just means that you are kind of wrapping it in a way that Dart understands that you don't mean it literally. You don't mean that I want to end my string here, except that this needs to be escaped and put in the string as its own value, basically. It's kind of difficult to explain, but I think you know what I mean. So that's one way of doing it. It's a little bit dirty. So in case you run into this issue, it's best to actually wrap your entire string in double quotes. And this way, then Dart understands that whatever comes in here is okay, like a single quote is completely okay. Unless you actually want to have a double quotes in your string that is enclosed with double quotes again. So you'll see if I put a double quote here, then Dart goes crazy. So you can escape it with a backslash like that. So if you have single quotes and double quotes in your string, then you will have to kind of pick a convention. Either you enclose the entire string in single quotes and escape your single quotes inside that string and let the double quotes live, or you enclose your entire string in double quotes and then you will escape your double quotes in the string. I hope that makes sense. So that is if and else in a nutshell. But before I move on, I kind of want to explain an important concept here, in that when Dart executes this code, it kind of goes by line. So it starts with line 7, the execution of this test function. Then it comes here and it says, okay, name is foo, all right. And it's actually saying that we prefer const. So let me change that to const, okay? So, and it says, okay, if name is foo, all right, then it comes over here. But let's just change that to foo with triple O. Actually, yeah, let's not do that. Let's keep it as foo. So it says if name is foo, then it says, yeah, that's true. And then it goes here. However, as you can see, the line number 11 also says if name is not bar, then it should execute this as well. And you can see that foo is not bar. So this condition is also true. However, this will never be executed. And that is because when Dart goes inside these curly brackets, then it says, okay, I did what I had to do. I did my print statement. The rest I ignore. So an if statement is kind of like it puts a stop when it falls into one of these if statements. It kind of says, okay, I did my job in this entire if else block. Then I will execute the code after that. So if I clear the console here and press Command S, you can see it only says, yes, it is foo. It doesn't come here. So, however, if you change this condition so that the Dart compiler, or basically the execution of the program, doesn't fall into line number 10, it will eventually fall to line number 12. So you can see it says this value is not bar. So when you're writing your if statement and else statements, just be careful with that. Just know that it's kind of like as soon as the code jumps into one of those branches, it doesn't go to the rest of the branches and checks them, basically. All right. Okay. That was for if and else. Now, let me check that in my notes that we've talked about that. What we need to do now is to talk about operators. Operators, there are 3 different types of operators. There are prefix operators, infix operators, and suffix operators. And and I will explain them to you, I mean, how they work. I think to explain operators, probably it's best that we talk about numbers. So let's go in this test function and delete everything that we've written here. And let me just say final age is 20. All right. So now we created a variable whose value cannot be changed after it's been assigned to, because we created as a final a variable whose value is 20. All right. Now, if you want to calculate half of this value, how would you do that? Then, well, there is an operator for that, and that is a division operator. So you would just say, for instance, final half of age. As you can see, we're using camel case, as I explained in the previous chapter. An easy way to do camel case is to say half of age, just writing in English, change the first letter of like this here. Change the first letter of all the words except for the first word to uppercase, and then remove all the spaces. That's camel casing, basically. So half of age is age. And then there is a great operator in Dart called a division operator, and then you would say 2. All right. And then you could just say print half of age. So Command S, and that says 10. All right. So that's the division operator. And then you will have let's say final double the age, and then we will say age multiplied by 2. It's kind of like a star. That is an operator. And you can see these both operators, this one, the division, and the multiplication, it's a little bit difficult to say, operators are infix operators. And an infix operator is an operator that has 2 parameters, one to its right and one to its left. I don't know how you can actually, one to each side. I don't know if my video is like mirrored, so if my right hand is actually right hand on your side as well. So I don't know. Yes, it is probably. So these are infix operators when they have 2 values, one to each side. However, there are also prefix operators. And an example of that is, for instance, if I said final age minus 1, actually we could change this to var. I'll explain soon why. And if we said minus age. Now, this is an example of a prefix operator. And a prefix operator is an operator that it comes before whatever it has to do its work on. And in this case, this minus operator, what it does is that it takes the value that comes after it, it decreases that value by 1, and then it returns its result back to the left-hand side. So in this case, the interpreter comes here and says, okay, you want to calculate something. Okay, it's equal to, a prefix operator that takes a variable here, and it says, okay, what is age? Is 20. Minus 1 is 19. Puts it in here, and it also puts that puts that 19 in age. So I think so, at least. So if we say print age and print age minus 1, now both should kind of be 19. And you can see it says twice. You see 219. So that kind of means it's twice. So Flutter has this great ability not to duplicate basically log statements or print statements. So we have, there are some really great operators in Dart, and that is the plus operator, and then you have the minus, division, multiplication, and then you have the logical kind of like operators to check if a value from the left is equal to the value to the right. So these are kind of like the basics of the operators in Dart, so you don't have to know so much more about these for now. I would say you can get really far with these, and a lot of these operators actually work not only on numbers but also on strings. So and for instance, this is one of the cool features of Dart, which I absolutely love. I think it was just such a great idea for them to implement this. Like one thing, if you're not coming from a software development background, you may not know this, but if you're coming, for instance, from design background, also you would notice that sometimes when you're creating designs or any screen, and you want to kind of like show that design to someone like a product owner, you want to actually populate the text inside your design with some lorem ipsum. And lorem ipsum is basically has a huge history of where it comes from, but it's usually some sort of a dummy text kind of that you want to place inside your design so that you can display and show it to someone. And a lot of developers, like in many languages, when they want to display some text and they don't know what to say, like we're just testing stuff, I just want to display some text, they go and grab lorem ipsum and then put it in their code. But Dart has gone to the next step and said, okay, we don't need that. So what you can do, you can say, for instance, name is foo. That's a string name. But you can say name times 20 is name times 20. You can literally say multiply a string by 20. And what that does is that it says foo 20 times. So if I say print name times 20, you can see it says foo 20 times. So it's a great feature. You can say foo bar baz and then just say times 100. And yeah, it just, that's it. Copies it for you 100 times in names time 100, for instance. So that is that is shortly said, that is the basics of operators in Dart. Okay, I'm gonna delete that code. And I'm gonna mark in my notes that we've talked about that. Now, I'm just gonna quickly also mention that we can also create custom operators, to be honest with you. And I don't think it is completely all right now to talk about custom operators. I think it's kind of like a topic to talk about later. So I actually just moved it in my notes that we don't need to talk about it right now, because we have to know about a little bit about classes and objects, so that we can, after we've created our own class, then we can create custom operators as well. So I don't think it's completely appropriate to talk about right now, but just know that in the future you can also create your own operators, and then or you can also override like different operators and how they work with different objects. So it is really fun. But that's that. Let's just leave operators to that for now. Now, the next topic that I wanted to talk about is lists. And a list in Dart is a series of things that are similar to each other, and they are placed inside a list, as you would have, for instance, a piece of paper, and you could write your shopping list, or like a Christmas shopping list or whatever, and it's numbered. So these are called lists in Dart. So for instance, if you say foo and then bar and then baz, as you can see, Dart doesn't like this syntax at the moment. It says, okay, what are these? Like, what is this comma here? The way to tell Dart that this is a list of things that are like in place 1, 2, 3 is by placing them inside square brackets and then a semicolon, of course. Now, as I've talked about it before, just now, actually, lists have indexes in that they all have their own placement inside the list. All these objects, as we call them, they have their placements inside the list. And you may think that object number 1 is foo, and then object number 2 is bar, and number 3 is baz. And that kind of is correct, but indexes in, all the programming language that I've worked with, C++, C, Rust, Dart, Swift, JavaScript, they pretty much all start at the index of 0. And that is so important to understand, because like the placement of this object called foo inside this list is not 1. It's actually, its index is 0. And that is why lists are called 0-based, and their indexes are called 0-based indexes. So you got to be careful with that. And we're going to talk about indexes soon, actually. So let's just say final names is that. Now, if I want to extract foo from here, I'm just going to say final foo is names at the index of 0. right? And I'm just going to print it. I'm just going to say print foo, and you'll see foo printed here. Now, if I say I want to get Baz, then I'm going to say index of 3, and you'll see, index of 2, because it's the third item, but since indexes are 0 based, then it's index of 2. I made the mistake myself. So Command S, and you'll get Baz. And I actually want to go back to this 3 and then Command S so you can see what happened here. You'll see you'll get something called a range error, which is an exception. An exception in Dart and many other programming languages is when things go wrong so that the language doesn't really know anymore what you mean. And in this case, you can see this through an exception at the language level or at the libraries level, where it says there are no 4 items in this array or in this list, because the index of 3 indicates 4 items. Item number 1 in the list has the index of 0. Item number 2 has the index of 1. Item number 3 has the index of 2. And item number 4 has the index of 3. And there are only 3 objects in this array or in this list. So index 0, 1, 2. So that's it. And index of number 3 is non-existent. And that is why we're getting this invalid value, not in inclusive range 0 to 2. So that's how you access items inside a list. And this is how you actually create a list. Okay, so you say a list of items, which is foo bar Baz. So you can also, there are some convenient properties on lists that you can, for instance, say final length. So if you want to know how many items are in this list, you can also say names dot, and then you would say length. And we're going to talk a little bit about dot now as well, because I think it's so important to understand what dot is. Dot in Dart and in many other programming languages is a way to drill in to something to extract something else from it. And in this case, names is a list, and all lists in Dart have something called properties. Length is a property of the list data type in Dart. And that means every list in Dart has a property called length that is automatically calculated for you. You don't have to do anything. As you enter values in this list, this length is going to then return the right value to you. So I'm just going to talk about that a little bit more. So I'm just going to say print names length. It's going to say, you'll see here, let me scroll a little bit. It'll say three items in this array. I'm going to change the names list to var so that we can actually change its contents and mutate it. Like, I just want to add a new name to this names, and I will just say add is a function, as you can see, because it has parentheses right after it. So, and I will say my name, and then semicolon to end the statement. Now, if I say print names length right after the statement, you guessed it. Oh, I can see actually my, you may not see all the print statements because this text is right there. So let me resize my Visual Studio Code a little bit so you can see things a little bit better. Sorry about that. So now we have names length here, and you can see the second time around it said 4. Okay. So when you say dot after the name of a variable, and that means it can be a constant, a variable, or a final variable, after you put dot after its name, you're accessing different properties or different functions inside that thing. Okay, so it's kind of like an accessor. It allows you to drill down inside an object and grab things out of it, or maybe make that object do something for you. Okay, so I think that's good enough, to be honest with you, about lists. I don't want to go too much into details and scare people about like all the different things you can do with lists. But there is great documentation on Dart's own website. All you have to do is just to Google or DuckDuckGo or whatever you want to use, Bing, your way through and just search for Dart arrays documentation, or just Dart arrays, and then you'll find lots of information about it. Or sorry, Dart lists, because in Dart they're actually called lists. In some other programming languages they're called arrays, but those names can be used interchangeably. To be honest with you, lists and arrays are kind of like almost the same thing. So, all right. That was lists in Dart. I'm going to take it in my notes so that we know we've talked about it. The next topic that I wanted to talk about in this video are things called sets. All right. And as you can see in the caption I've written here is a list of unique things, whereas lists were list of homogeneous things, sets are list of unique things. So I think the best way actually to explain sets is just to jump right into it. So the syntax for a set is with a curly bracket. Actually, I think it is. Yeah, I think so. So let's say final names, and I'm just gonna say curly bracket foo, and then end that. Okay, just like that. Now, if I type names here, you will see that the suggestion provided here, or the information provided by Visual Studio Code, says names is a set of string. We talked about this in the previous chapter, that when I say final names or final something, name for instance, is foo, I'm kind of telling Dart to create a variable whose reference name is name and its value is foo, and Dart automatically understand that the data type of this value is string, because its data is string. So you don't have to say final string name, although you could do that, but let's change this to const as well. And you don't have to actually say this is a string, because Dart understands it automatically. So you just remove the data type if that's what you want to do, which is what I actually prefer to do instead of being too verbose, unless you have a really good reason to provide the data type. Anyways, let's go back to sets. So we were here, names, and in the same way that we created a string and then Dart automatically understood the data type by putting curly brackets here, or curly braces here, and putting some data inside that, Dart automatically understand, okay, this is a set of some stuff in here, and this stuff for now just looks like a string. So if I say foo bar as, Dart says, okay, this is fine. But if I go in here and I say foo again, you can see I automatically get then an error message saying two elements in a constant set literal cannot be equal, because it understands that this foo it has already repeated there. Okay, so let's remove foo from here and let's do an experiment. Let's change this names to var so that we can actually change its contents. Then go to name and to the next line and say names, if I can spell, and say add, and then say foo again, and then say names add var, and then set add bas, or sorry, names add bas, and then we'll say print names. Okay, and I'm gonna clear the logs with this button right here, and then I'm gonna press Command S. And you can see that the set is still foo bar bas. Nothing changed really there. That is one of the greatest properties of sets in Dart, and in pretty much every other programming language that supports sets. In that, sets ensure always that their data is not duplicated. And this is, I mean, there's lots of magic happening in the background that I haven't really talked about. For instance, like the question that you may ask, how does Dart know foo is the same as foo? Does it compare them? Yes, it kind of does actually. It's internally doing a comparison between these things, but we never told it how that comparison should work. And that is because, if you remember from operators when we talked about it, the string Now we haven't talked about classes. Well, I'm just going to say strings in Dart already know how they should be compared with other strings. Okay? So they kind of have this logic of hash codes and comparison operators that they know exactly, like, okay, given this string, am I the same as that? Like, given what I am, and this new thing that you're providing me, like I'm foo and you're saying foo, am I the same as foo? And then it says yes or no. So that is what sets are doing internally, but we don't actually see that. So just know for now that sets in Dart allow you to create unique list of things, okay? And then you may also be a little bit like tempted to go and say, okay, I have things here. Let's say const things is equal to foo, and then you say 1. And this will also work, and that is because Dart has the concept of object as well. And you can see, you'll see things, and it'll say, oh, now it's a set of object. We haven't talked about objects yet. If I look at my notes, I can see that we're going to talk about objects in chapter 6, and we're right now in chapter 4. So we haven't really gotten to that point to talk about objects, and I don't want to really scare you about objects and what they actually are, but just know that there is a hierarchy of data types. So you have object, and then you have data types that kind of derive their functionality from objects. So here sits object, and then here sits string, integer, double, etc. And then you have sets and blah, blah, blah. Now, when you're here, when you were first here and you said, I have foo, bar, baz, all strings, then Dart was like, okay, this is a set of strings. But then you said, oh, I have a string and I have an integer, which is a number. Now Dart was like, oops, I can't say this is a list of strings and integers. That's not possible in Dart. So it says, I'm going to take the common denominator type that sits above them as their parent to specify what these things are. Okay. And that is kind of like the same thing that we do in real life, in that if I give you, for instance, 2 candies, like a Twix bar, then you would say, this is a Twix bar. That's one thing. If I give you 10 Twix bars, then you will say a lot of Twix bars, or 10 Twix bars. If I just give you a bunch of Twix bars, you're like, oh, that's a bunch of Twix bars. But if I go and like blend like lots of Twix bars, Mars bars, whatever, all the sweets into a bag, and I give you that bag, what do you call it? You don't say, oh, this is a bag of Twix and Snickers, and this is and Mars bar. No, you would probably just say candy. It's a bag of candies. And that's what Dart is doing here, saying, oh, you threw a lot of stuff in here. I can't comprehend it. This is a set of objects. So we do that in real life, and that's what Dart is doing here. So just when you see object, just know that, oh, Dart doesn't really know what this is anymore. So, or it kind of knows what it is. It just a bunch of stuff. So that's what object in this case means. So that was a weird comparison maybe, but I hope you get what I mean. And if you see me looking here, it's just because I'm looking at my notes to ensure that I've explained the things that I've set out to explain. So talked a little bit about hash codes and sets. We don't have to go into details about that. So now let's go and talk a little bit about maps. And maps are kind of one of my favorite data structures in any programming language that supports them. Pretty much almost all modern programming languages support maps. So a map is a data structure. As you can see here, maps are used to hold key value pairs of information. And what that means is, let's say that you want to explain a person using their different properties. Then you would say age, their gender, their hair color, their height, whatever, name, all of that. So these are kind of like your keys. So you would explain the properties of that person using those keys, and all those keys have their values. So if you say height, then you say like 180. Yes. And if you say weight, then you say like 70 kilograms. So these are key values. The keys are the properties of that person, and the values are the values of those properties. So, and the way to create a map is very similar. So it's very similar to a set with curly brackets. So you say person, and then you say equal to. Actually, this is just a name. You don't have to say person, but yeah. Or you can just say const. So person, and then you open curly brackets, and then you would do your keys here. And I would say the key of age, for instance, I'll say 20. And then you say colon. Is it colon? Yeah, it's a colon. And then you end the whole set with a semicolon. So I just created basically here, I created a map whose keys are string and values are integers. Now let's see if Dart understands that. You see, it's a map of string as keys and int as values. But now, as you saw before, the analogy of candies. Now, if I say, okay, I have another key and it says name, and I say, oh, the name is Foo. Now Dart's going to be like, ooh, what is this person? Oh, it's a map of string as keys and object as their value, because it just looks at the common denominator of the string, which is foo, and 20, which is an integer, and says, oh, I don't know, I can't create a map whose keys are string and its values are both string and integer, so I'm just going to go to their parent and be like, oh, the parent of both string and integer is object, so your values are of type object. So the bunch of candies, basically. Okay. That's how you create a map in Dart. So, and the other property of a map is, for instance, you would say, if you go and create an age again here, you see it says two keys in a constant map literal cannot be equal. So it's doing some checks here, making sure that the keys are actually unique. So keys inside a map need to be unique. All right. So, however, if you go and change this and say var person, so, and then you later go and say person name is equal to foo, like just like that, and then you print the entire person. So I'm just going to say print before and print after. Okay. And you can see here, it said first time age key is 20. It has a value of 20, and the name key has a value of foo with a capital F. Then the second time around on the print statement on line 15, then when we print the person, it has the key of age with a value of 20 because we didn't modify that, and a key of name as it was before with the value of foo with like 6, I think, capital O's. So this is how you would modify a map. You would specify the key, and then you would say equal to, which is an operator, and then you would say the new value. All right. However, if you added a new key here, for instance, last name, and you say Baz, and that will just kind of like get appended to the map. So age the same, name the same. Now you have a new key whose value is Baz. All right. And that is kind of like the basics of maps. So there are lots of things you can do with maps, and I really encourage you, just like everything else that I talked about in this chapter, that you go and read some of the documentations, because if you're following along with this course and your goal is to become a software engineer, and if you're, for instance, a project manager or a designer, UXer, whoever you are, I think you need to understand that software engineers do not know all the answers. You have to go and read documentations. You have to practice, and put time into it. Countless hours you need to put into learning. So, I mean, this course, I think, is gonna be so many hours long. The way I can see the planning for all the chapters that I put here. There's so many chapters. I think the entirety of this course is going to go over 20 hours. So you can imagine that I can't go into details about every single thing. Otherwise, this course is probably going to be like 200, 300 hours. It's unbelievable. So we can't do that. So what I expect you to do now is just to open your browser and just type Dart maps documentation, something like that. Dart maps. So, and you also need to know that now that you're starting to Google things, you need to be aware of the word Dart, and that Dart is an existing, very popular name for just darts. Darts, okay? So sometimes, depending on what you're Googling, if a topic related to the classic darts that you throw is more popular than the topic of the programming language, which kind of sounds the same, it may pop up first. So in this case, if you say Dart map, you may actually end up in some sort of weird website that explains to you how you can throw darts at a map. I don't know. I'm just trying to bring it up because I actually ended up in that situation that I searched for something related to Dart. I actually ended up in a weird website talking about darts as like a sport. So know that as well, please. All right. Now we've talked about maps. So I'm going to take that in my notes. Now, what's coming in the next chapter? We are going to talk about a very important concept in Dart and many other programming languages such as Rust and Swift, and that is null safety, or Dart calls it sound null safety. It is a very important thing to know about in Dart, and it will greatly help you in the future as you write your Flutter applications. And in this course, I'm going to use a lot of null. I'm going to make a lot of null references, talk about null quite a lot throughout the course. So it is very important that we go through that as soon as possible. And we're definitely not going to leave that out. So that's going to be for chapter 5. So keep an eye out for chapter 5 that is to follow. So I hope that you enjoyed this chapter, chapter number 4, where we talked about Dart, control statements, and collections. And I'll see you in the next chapter.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to chapter number 5 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about null safety. In the previous chapter, chapter number 4, we talked about Dart control statements and collections. And before we go on to talk about enumerations and objects and classes, I feel it is very important to talk about null safety, which is a concept that is available in most modern languages, such as such as Rust and Swift. So it is important to kind of like get this out the way before we continue. Maybe not even get it out the way, but actually like learn what it means and try to utilize it so that we can write better code. So I thought to just bring up the concept of null values and why they're important to handle. Well, I mean, you've seen so far that we have data types. A data type can be, for instance, a string, can be an integer, and then you can put values in them. However, in programming languages, you're also allowed to have the concept of the absence of a value. So on one hand, you have values. So you, for instance, have a string value equal to foobar or your name or whatever it is. And then on the other hand, you can have the absence of that value. So you can see that, okay, I have a container, I have a variable that can contain the values of type string, or I have a variable that can contain any object. However, at the moment, I don't have that value. So you will just tell Dart that this variable that I have right now can either contain a valid value of type object or of type string or integer, or it can sometimes also, during its lifetime, contain nothing. And this nothingness is the concept that is known as null. So it's null in Dart is a keyword. It means that it's a word that you can just write in your text editor. as you're writing your code, and you say that a variable's value is equal to null. And this tells Dart that, well, okay, this variable at the moment doesn't contain any values. So null is not really a value, but is actually the absence of a value. You should think of it that way. So let's have a look at this. There's a little bit of a documentation here on Dart's website, Dart Dev Null Safety. So I'm just going to click on it. You're not going to see my screen at the moment. I'm just bringing it up in a browser window. I'm going to bring it on the screen and increase the size a little bit, and also change the sizing on the window as well, so you can see the contents in its entirety. So as you can see in Dart, it's called sound null safety, and there's documentation about what this actually means. We're going to look at what null safety actually means in Dart, and I'm going to give you a lot of examples of what that actually practically means. And there's documentation here in Dart's website, simply because Dart, in its older versions, not in its current versions, in its older versions, it didn't support null safety. So there was a lot of code written manually by programmers in order to, for instance, check whether a value is absent in a variable. And then there is, as you can see here, it says migrating an existing package or app. So there is documentation written by the Dart team in order to help developers understand how they can move their old code to the new code that supports null safety. However, if you're following along with this course and it's like you're basically just following chronologically from chapter 1 to all the other chapters. I don't know how many chapters we're going to have, but if you're following along with this course, you don't have to think about migrating, because the code that we're writing in this entire course is going to be null safe, meaning that we're going to take advantage of Dart's null safety operators, and meaning that we are not going to manually check for values being null and then doing some branches of code, whether they're null or not. But so what I mean is that if you read the documentation for sound null safety, you don't have to worry about the migration parts. Just read the rest, okay? So with that out the way, I'm just gonna make sure that I tick that in my notes here. That's why I'm looking in this direction, because I have all my notes here. Let's close this window and bring up our Visual Studio Code window that we had from earlier. I'm gonna put it here. And I'm just going to ensure that it is of the correct height as well. So you're going to see the window in its entirety. Okay. So now that we talked about what null values are and that they're the absence of a value, let's have a look at making any type nullable. And if you follow along with the course up to this point, you should have some sort of a simulator or an emulator running, and then you should have done Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P, depending on your operating system. Command-Shift-P in Mac and Control-Shift-P in Linux and Windows, in order to bring up this menu, and then you can just type Flutter, select device, and then you just select the device that you want to run the code on. So I'm kind of assuming that you've already done that and that your code is running. And this is something that we talked about in earlier chapters, so we're not going to go through that again. So I have an iPhone simulator, which you cannot see on the screen, but I have it running in a separate screen just because we don't have enough real estate. I can bring it up to this window, but it will just take a lot of space. So I'm going to bring it up to another monitor so you don't see it. So this code at the moment is running live. So if I press Command S, then it's going to run it and just print the output for us, okay? Now, let's talk about making any type nullable. And there is a way to do that. Let's have a look here. We talked about that null is a keyword, and that's why you can see it is like highlighted here in a different color. So if you, for instance, say final name is foo, all right? As you can see, it says, okay, I accept this as his name is foo. But you can't just say name like it's a null, because then it doesn't understand. Is it an object? Is it a string? Is it nil? Is it integer? And if you type here name, then you see it's just dynamic. It doesn't understand the type. So And we'll talk about dynamic a little bit later. But what you can do is to actually specify that, okay, I want a string data type that it can contain normal names or strings, as we call it, like series of characters, or it can sometimes be null. And in that case, you have to actually specify the data type as not just string, not just this, because you'll see you'll get an error. And you'll actually get a suggestion. It says try changing the type of the variable or casting the right hand type to string. But we're not going to do that. That wasn't it wasn't such a useful suggestion, because what you want here is to actually make Dart understand that this variable right here, or this constant right here, can sometimes contain the value of null. And the way to do that is you put a suffix after your data type as a question mark. So this is the syntax, which is actually used in some other languages as well. It's used in Swift as well. So this tells Dart that, well, here, if we make it actually a variable, as you can see, or sorry, like this. So you say, I have a variable. It's a string, but sometimes the string value may be absent. And then you'll just say, okay, now name is foo. And you can say now name is null. So this is kind of like resetting out names. So if I just say, okay, print name, and then after foo, I say print name. Okay. So let's just clear the console and just run this application. You can see the first time it says it's null. And then the second time around, it says it is foo. So this is how you tell Dart that you want to have nullable data type. And you can do this with pretty much all data types. So you can just say, okay, I have an integer of age, and that's 20. But you can see you cannot now assign the value of null to integer because it's not nullable. But as soon as you make it nullable, then that is accepted. So, and of course, you can do different operations using, for instance, in the previous chapter, I believe we talked about control statements if and else. So you can say, for instance, if age is 20, and then you can execute some code. Or you can say if age is null, execute some code. So they work as you would expect. So there is no difference really. And I mean, if you think about that, nullability is just like a suffix to a data type. You can also say, okay, pretty much any data type can be nullable, and that's correct. Like for instance, if you have a list of string of names, and you can say, okay, I have foo and bar here. This is a list of strings. We talked about lists in chapter 4. Now you can see here that list of strings, there are two data types here: the list itself and the contents that it holds. So if you want to make the list in itself nullable, then you would put the question mark after. Okay, this means this list of strings in itself can be absent. So you say name is null, and that's accepted. All right. However, since you're telling Dart that, okay, the name's value here can in its entirety be null, but its values are not supposed to be null. So if you then go in here and just put null in here, then you see that you got an error. And that's because Dart is saying that, okay, you just promised me that the list in itself, it can be absent, but as soon as it is not absent, meaning that as soon as it is present there with some values, its values cannot be null. And that means that this type should be, you're telling me here that it is null. So if you want to make an optional or nullable list of optional strings, then you would put the question mark after the data type of string as well. So this is now, I mean, the way you should read this is, I have a list of strings and I call that list names. Names can sometimes be null, meaning that it can be absent. And if it is not absent, it can contain objects of type string that themselves can sometimes be absent. Meaning that, okay, like for instance, if you say foo bar null, that's accepted, but you can also say names is null. See what I mean? So both the container, which is called names, and the values that it contains can be optional. And the word optional is very important for you to learn. It's kind of like an industry accepted way of talking about nulls and nullable values. So this is optional, all right? Okay, now we talked about that, nullable values and optional values, all right? Basically, you can use those words interchangeably. So if you're talking with a colleague programmer, you would say, oh, how would you describe this? Okay, this is an optional list of optional strings. Or you could also say nullable list of nullable strings, but optional is also a word that is typically used to talk about nullable values, all right? Okay, we talked about making any type nullable. So I'm just gonna mark that as done, that we've talked about it in notes, all right? Now let's talk about cherry picking non-null values. And what this means is with Dart, you can easily ask the language to give you values that are not null. And I will explain what this actually means. Let's say that you have um, a string final string first name, and is equal to foo. Okay. Now let's just say this is a constant. All right, that's what the suggestion was. You see, I wrote final because I was not planning to reassign this first name value to anything else, but then I got a suggestion to actually use the word final here, or the keyword final. Sorry, the keyword const, as you can see here. So let's say const. All right. Now, what we want to do here then is to also create a last name or middle name, R, and then we say last name as. Okay? And actually, what we're going to do is we're going to say the first name is null. All right. So first name null, middle name bar, and last name baz. Now, if you want to, if you have these values and you want to, for instance, I mean, right now you can actually see the values that you put here, but sometimes these values are passed to your function. So you don't know what they are. Right now you can see what they are. So it's easy. If I told you pick the first non-null value, then you would say middle name because you can see it. However, if you had a function, for instance, test here that accepted those values, for instance, string, first name, string, last name, and then string, middle name, etc., then you wouldn't know what those values are, or you cannot make an assumption about what those values are, except that they are nullable or optional strings. So I hope that you get what I'm trying to say. Now, if someone told you to pick the first non-null value, one way to do that is, like the old way of doing that, is to say if first name is not null, then you would say, then okay, I know. First name is the first non-null value, okay? And then you say, okay, if first name isn't null, then we pick it. Otherwise, else if middle name is not null, okay? And then you say, okay, middle name is the first non-null value. And then else if, again, so last name is not null, then you would print the same thing. So this is very repetitive. And it's basically, so it is basically very verbose in the way it is created. There is a better way of doing this, and that is with the question mark operator in Dart, which is available in some other programming languages such as Swift as well. So the way to do that then is you would want to pick the first non-null value. So you would say final or const first non-null value, and you would say that's equal to first name or. So this is kind of like question mark middle name and then question mark, last name. So, and I mean, we're getting a warning here just because Dart understands already that this middle name, although this is although an optional, basically it has a value. But if we made this null, so, and that warning goes away. But I mean, it would probably be cleaner if we actually pass these as parameters into this function so we don't get these weird warnings. But the way the question mark operator is working is that it says it is an infix operator. Just so you know, in from chapter 4, you know, an infix operator is an operator that has two things, one on each side, the right and left. So in this case, on the right side, we have middle name, and on the left side, we have first name. So what this operator does is says, if the value on my left side is null, I'm going to pick the value on my right. Okay. And let's now, in this case, say, okay, middle name is not null. So what it does is says, first name, are you null? Yeah, you're null. Then I'm going to go to the right side. Middle name, are you null? Nope, I'm not null. Then it's going to pick that, and the rest of the statement is not going to be executed. However, if middle name was also null in this case, then what happens is that it begins from the left. It says, first name, are you null? Yes. Middle name, are you null? Yes. So this entire operation here, it doesn't yield any value. And then, so this entire operation will then be null. So it says, okay, now I have to compare our left-hand side, are you null? Yeah, we know that this entire thing was null. And then says right hand side, are you null? Nope, I'm Baz. Then it picks Baz. So this question mark operator is a null aware operator that picks either the left side or the right side, whichever one is not null first in that order. So left side, are you null? If you're null, I go to the right side. But if you're not null, I'll pick you. So keep that in mind. It is a very handy operator, and it will shorten your code quite a lot. All right. Now, if we then go in here and say first non-null value, you can see it actually says, oh, it's a string. However, if these were parameters, so if we said first name and then string, last name, middle name, string, last name, so they were not provided to us like that. Variables, okay, and then we say final. Okay. Now, if we say first non-null value, in this case, since it is a normal case, excuse me, where the Dart compiler isn't working with constants, then it cannot resolve this to a constant value at the moment. So it says, okay, there are 3 optional values. I have no idea what they are. So I'm going to do my best to pick the first non-null value based on what we've provided here. However, I may not be able to solve this. So the final result here, as you'll see, is an optional string, meaning that, well, I may not be able to resolve this, meaning that this entire operation on top on line 9 may result in a null. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about my voice. So that is the question mark operator. So I'm just gonna mark that we talked about it in my notes. Okay. So that was that. Now let's talk about the next topic, which is the null aware assignment operator. And I think that's its actual official name. This operator is very similar to the question mark operator in that it tries to resolve a variable to make sure it is not null. It's going to do its best. And let's have a look at an example. Let's just say bar, and I'm going to say, actually, let's just say string, and name is first name. So we say that we have an optional name, and we begin by assigning first name to it. So it means that this name might, at the moment, depending on the value of first name, it may be null. Now, if that is null, you may want to assign another value to it. All right. And then you can do that with this operator. You would say last name. Let's see what happened here. We'll try to, Oh, is it this? Yes, it is equal to. So I actually should change this case to equal to question mark. This, and I'm going to bring it up again so that it is actually correct. Let's say, and then name equal to. Isn't this working? Last name. Oh, really? Or was it this one? Try changing the. Is it like this? I'm actually a bit unsure right now. So let's have a look actually what this does. And it's three positional, and then we say null, 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 and then bar, and then baz here. Okay, so first name is null, middle name is bar, and last name is baz. And to be honest with you, I mean, this is quite a lot for me as well. It is something that is like the syntax of the programming language. It is something that you will kind of need to live with. You're not going to memorize this all just in your head all the time. Of course, like the main parts of it, you're gonna remember, but not all of it. So, and you can see for me as well, I'm just like at the moment, okay, which one is it? So I'm gonna test that. So to begin with, we say name is first name, and if that is null, then assign. Actually, let's just say middle name here. Then use middle name, and then print the name finally. And I can see it says bar here, so it's actually question mark equal. So I actually maybe need to edit this text one more time. So I'm just gonna say question mark equal. Bring it up because I think question mark equal is not going to work, and equal question mark isn't going to work either. It's not a value. It's not a valid syntax. So question mark equal. Sorry about that. So what this operator at the moment is doing is says that I'm going to take the value on the left hand side and check whether it is null or not. If it is null, then I'm going to assign the value on the right hand side to the left hand side. If it is not null, I'm going to leave it alone. Okay. So at the moment, first name, as you saw here, is null, the first parameter that we pass here. So what it says, okay, I'm going to check then for middle name if name is null, and it is null. And then it says, okay, middle name, are you like present there? And it will assign that value here. So it will be, basically it will be bar, which is the value of the middle name. Now, if we in here said middle name is also null, right? You could have another operator here that says, okay, if after taking the middle name, we are still null, then take the last name. So, and you can see baz gets printed to the screen. And that is because baz is the last parameter that we're checking on line 10, and its value is not null. So you can see how, like, if I then went here and actually said the first name is bar, then you will see that that will be the value that gets printed to the screen here. Because right here, name or first name, which is bar, got assigned to name. So it is an optional string, but it has a value, which is bar. Then when you come to this line number 9, then you're telling Dart, look, if name is null, then assign middle name to it. And Dart says, well, name isn't null, it is bar. So I'm not going to assign middle name to it. And then it goes to line number 10 and does the exact same thing. All right. So that is like the null aware assignment operators. And it is useful. I personally, I mean, to be honest with you, as you could kind of guess, I don't use this operator so often. It is there. And I have no shame in saying that pretty much in none of my programs have I had to use this. So it is present for you to use. It is available if you want to use it. So just don't be like me, but try to remember the syntax is question mark equal. Okay. And I'm gonna actually fix that in my notes as well, that it is question mark equal. Okay. And I'm gonna check it in the notes that we've talked about it. Now let's talk a little bit about conditional method or property access or conditional invocation. Now, as we talked about in the previous chapter, with Dart, as like many other programming languages, you can use the dot syntax in order to access or drill down inside properties and methods or functions inside other objects, as we saw, for instance, with the case of lists in Dart. You can say, I have a list, and then you want to get its length. Then you would say the name of the list dot length, and that drills down inside that list and gets the length property, okay? However, as you saw also earlier in this chapter, in chapter number 5, even lists or pretty much any data type in Dart can also be nullable. So how do you access properties of a null object? So let's have a look at that now. Let's say I'm gonna actually delete these properties, the parameters that come here to our function. And I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna go down here and remove these parameters as well. And in here, let's just create an optional list of strings, not optional list of optional strings, but just an optional list of valid strings. Okay, so I'm just gonna say list of strings as an optional list, and I'm just gonna say names, and that is equal to, let's just say at the moment, foo. All right. Now, in here, if you try to say final length of names or number of names is names length, okay? If you then look at the data type here, I mean, we could actually say this is null, okay? And you can see here, Dart actually is allowed to, or is able to give you an error knowing that this list is null at the moment. However, if you accept it, I think it's actually better that we accept this value as a parameter so that Dart analyzer cannot be too smart about like making assumptions about what this actually is at the moment. So you can see the analyzer is telling you it cannot be unconditionally accessed because the receiver can be null. And that means, yeah, exactly as it says names can be null. I don't know if it's null right now or not, but it can be. So how do you access that? One way to do that, like the old way of doing that, is to say if names is not null, then length is names length, okay? Final length is names length, okay? So that tells Dart that, look, I'm actually checking for null values, or I'm checking that this list is not null on line 8, and if it is not null, then I will access its length property. And this is kind of, it's called type promotion, and type as in data type. So in this case, you can see on line number 8, or now if I go and create a new line on line number 8, and I say names, this is an optional list that can contain strings. And in here, you can see it is typed as the same, but it is promoted to not being null because you've already checked for it. Because if you remove these lines of code, you can see now that you get an error, the exact same line. But if you check first for null and you don't get the error, it's a type promotion, okay? So this is kind of like the old way of doing that. So let's say that you want to extract the length. So you say final length or int length, right? You create the variable, but you don't assign anything to it. Then you say if names is not null, then the length is equal to names length. Otherwise, length is 0. Okay? So this is one way of doing that. It's the old way of doing that. And you may be trying to be smart as well and say, okay, I don't need this else statement if I just say this is a variable and by default is 0. And yeah, you would be right because length is 0 by default. And then if names is not null, then you say, okay, length is equal to names length. However, there's a better way of doing that, and that is using the dot question mark, I believe, or the question mark dot, actually it is, yeah, operator, which conditionally executes or invokes a method or a property inside an optional if that optional value is present. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So if we say final length is names, and then you would put question mark dot, and then you would say length, and you would see this code like being executed without a problem. However, if you go here, you would see that length is an optional value, is an optional integer. So you may be like, okay, how do I solve that? How do I say that I want length to be 0 if um, this length value is null, meaning that if the names list is null and we can't extract the length, then I want this value to be set to null. And that is using our question mark operator that we talked about, the null aware operator that we talked about earlier, the infix operator. So you could just do this. You would say length is, if the names list is present, meaning that its value is not null, then grab its length. Otherwise, take the value of 0 and assign it to length. And if you go to line number 9 now, and I say length, you can see it's an integer. So it's not is not an optional integer anymore. So you could do the same thing as well. Like you could say names, and you could do the same thing with properties, and you could also do it for functions. So you can say names add as, right? So you see this is a function called add, and then we're adding the value of baz to that list. However, you can't unconditionally invoke this function on an optional value because it might be null. All right. So that is like a very, very important bit of learning about Dart, learning about optionals in Dart, how you could use nullable values. And as you will see, and we'll talk about it more in this course, there is many cases where you have to take into consideration null values. And especially if you're working with different libraries where the library cannot make too many assumptions and your code is dependent on that library, and you will have to take into consideration, okay, the absence of a value means that I personally have to like take some decisions in my code consciously in order to execute bits and pieces of code depending on the absence or presence of the value. So try to use these optional null aware operators that I taught you here, which was the null aware, basically like the decision making on to pick like the infix operator that tells you whether the left hand side or the right hand side, depending on which one is not null first, it picks that one. Okay, that operator is very important. And the null aware invocation operator, which is here, so you say some object which may be null, then do something on it, or the operator, which is a null aware assignment operator that assigns the value on the right to the variable on the left should the variable on the left be null. All right, so these are very, very important to understand. Okay, now that we've talked about that, I'm gonna take that in my notes. That is a topic we talked about. Now we also have very, very good official documentation about null safety in Dart. So I'm gonna bring up this documentation on a separate screen, and then I'm gonna bring it up here so you can actually see as well. All right. You can see here it says understanding null safety, and this is great documentation about how null safety in Dart works. As you can see, a lot of examples. I mean, it talks about like from the absolute beginning, what it actually means. And you can see here, null is at the level of object. So it's not, null in itself is not like an object. So you have lists and doubles and integers here, but null sits on top for itself. It's kind of like the absence of a value. So there's lots of examples in this link, and I highly encourage you to have a look at it. Some things you may not understand, for instance, like this one, you will understand easily because it says there is something called a thing, like a class, but we haven't talked about classes yet. And it's parameter name here in this function called show gizmo is called thing. And you can see it is conditionally accessing a property on that thing. So, and then if that property in itself is null, it conditionally accesses that as well. So this property is nullable, and then it's accessing another property inside that nullable property if it's not null. So it's a great way you can chain them, as you can see here. So if this thing is not null, then conditionally accesses this property on that. So it's beautiful. And this thing is available on many other languages like Rust and Swift as well. So it's nothing new, but it is kind of like such an important topic to understand in Dart that I think you shouldn't just skim over it. So you should just really learn how to work with it. So all right, we've now talked about null values, so I'm going to take that in my notes here. Now, I think for chapter 5, this information is enough so that we can move on to the next chapter. And in the next chapter, chapter number 6, we're going to talk about some really, really juicy stuff. And this is like chapter 6 is going to be like, as I can see in my notes, I've pressed in a lot of really interesting topics such as enumerations, classes, objects, custom operators, constructors, factory constructors, class methods, inheritance and subclassing, abstract classes. So as you may have heard, depending on what background you have, you may be like a product owner or product designer, a UXer or whatever. You may not have like a software engineering background, but Dart is, in its core, is an object-oriented programming language. It means that things in Dart are objects. An object is an instance of a class, as we'll talk about in the next chapter. So for you to understand Dart and how these things work, for instance, we've talked about lists and actually typing a dots in front of the name of the list and getting its length, but you may not really know how that works. So in order to understand all those things, what that dot means, you need to understand what objects are. And in order to understand objects, you need to know what classes are. And when you understand classes, then you will learn about inheritance, and then we'll talk about abstract classes, properties, static functions, all that. So what we're going to talk about in chapter 6 is so important that I believe that every Dart developer needs to know about this. And we're learning all of these things to become good at doing Flutter. Although you can go and write like servers, maybe server applications with Dart, or you could write command line applications with Dart, but these days Dart is primarily used for writing Flutter applications. And I don't have any data to prove that, but I can see for myself when I'm in the community that most people are using Dart primarily to write Flutter applications. So we're doing all of this to learn more about Flutter, and I highly recommend that you don't skip these chapters where we're talking about Dart, especially if you're new to Flutter development. So with that said, let's leave this chapter the way it is right now. Chapter number 5, we're done with that. Let's go to chapter number 6 and learn about Dart enumerations and objects. Welcome to chapter 6 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about Dart enumerations and objects. These are some of my favorite things to actually talk about. So in most programming languages, actually, we have the same facilities. So if you follow along with the other chapters, then you should have a working Dart project set up now and maybe running in an emulator or a simulator so that you have the ability to press Command S on Mac or Control S in Linux and Windows in order to rerun your project. So without you having to pretty much do anything. So let's then get started. I'm just going to make that assumption that you're already set with those requirements. So let's start by talking about enumerations, and I'm going to bring up the project from the previous chapter. Let's just make sure that it's on the screen so you can easily see it. Now I'm going to go and to this list function that we created, remove the only parameter there and remove that as well. So if I press Command S now, nothing should happen on the screen because we don't have any functionality in test. So let's talk about enumerations and what they actually are. As you can see here, enumerations are named list of related items. Now, an enumeration is kind of like equivalent of making a string written programmatically so that it becomes an entity. And by that, I mean that let's say you have the value name, and then you could say foo. And you would also say const other name, and that's also foo. They're both the same string, but they're not the same identity in that. I mean, internally, actually, in terms of const, I don't want to go too much into how the compiler actually works, but they're gonna be the same string. But I mean that you've written it twice, so it's not the exact same thing. You have to write it twice. So an enumeration tries to basically make sure that a value has a name that can be programmatically referred to. So let's say enum, and that's a keyword in Dart. That's how you create an enumeration. And I'm going to tick this that we've talked about some other things during the intro. Sorry about that. I have to look at my notes. Anyways, so we have the enum here. That's how you create an enumeration in Dart. And you would then give a name to your enumeration. And unlike variables and constants that they're written with camel case, you'd have to basically use another casing here, which is the first letter of every word in your enumeration's name has to be uppercase, and the rest of the letters have to be lowercase. So let's, in this case, for instance, say person properties, okay? The properties of any person. Then in this enum, you will write the different properties. For instance, first name, last name, age. So what that basically means is that you've now defined a list of related things, such as first name, last name, age, which are categorized under a particular name, which in this case, person properties, okay? And you can refer to these in your code using the dot notation. So you can say person properties dot first name, okay? And you can print it actually. So I'm just going to press Command S, and you can see it being printed to the screen. So, enumerations are really, really great as we go on in learning about Dart and how Dart works, how we can work with Flutter, how we can parse data that comes back from a server, for instance. But for now, it's enough for you to understand that you can categorize related items under an enumeration so that you can refer to them later, okay? And in Dart, you can also get the string representation of these enum values using their name property. That is something that's created for you by default. So if you just say name, you can now see first name being printed to the screen as a string. But before that, if you printed the enumeration's enum value here for first name, it would print out the entire thing, okay? So that's short and sweet about enumerations. We're going to use them quite a lot, actually, especially later where we go to more advanced topics as we develop our real application. But for now, just know that this is how you create an enumeration using an enum keyword, and then the rest of the properties you just put in curly brackets, okay? So that's for enumerations. Now we need to talk about switch statements. And actually, let's bring this back, and I'm going to change this to properties, let's say, okay? And let's just say, for instance, animal type. And let's say cat, dog, and then let's say rabbit. Or bunny, maybe. So let's say we have an animal type enumeration. And we want to, and then we, for instance, get in our function, we say animal type. So there's a property that we expect to be passed to our function called animal type, and then we name that property animal type with camel casing here, okay? So if we do that, then we go to our function here where we're calling the function. You can see that we got an error, meaning that there is a parameter expected of type animal type, and no one's passing that. So at the call site, which is the place you're calling your function, that's what a call site is known as in programming. So if you're coming from a background of design or anything that is not software development related, so you wouldn't probably know so much about this kind of lingo, but a call site is where you're calling a function. So at this call site on line number 19, we're then gonna pass an animal type, and let's just say cat in this case, okay? So in here, we could just print that. I'm just gonna say animal type. I'm going to press Command S, and you can see cat being printed here, okay? Now, if you want to execute different types of code depending on this animal type, then you could, which is not recommended, you could use an if statement. So if you just said, if animal type is equal to animal type cat, you say print, oh, I love cats, okay? Else, if animal type is animal dog, then you would say print, or you would say dogs are so fluffy or something. And else if animal type is animal type bunny, and say print, I wish I had a bunny. All right. So this is using normal if statements. You say if animal type is cat, then blah blah, if blah blah. Now, it is one way of doing it, but it's not the recommended way of working with enumerations. And the recommended way of working with enumerations, especially if you're doing like branching code as we're doing here, is using a switch statement. So let's convert this code to switch. So let's say switch, you put parentheses, open, close, and then open, close curly brackets. And in here, you would put your enumeration. So you say animal type, okay? And the way to handle these different branches then is with the case keyword. You'd say in the case of animal type bunny, print bunny, something like this, okay? Case animal type cat, print cat. And case animal type dog, print dog. Print dog, just like that, okay? Now, this is, I'm actually grateful that we're getting this error so you can clearly see what it says. Is that the case should not complete normally, try adding break or return. Now, what this is saying that, you see, in many programming languages, just like Dart, when the program comes here to the case statement, it kind of like falls through to the next line. And Dart tries to avoid that. So it says, okay, if I handle bunny, then I'm doing some stuff, but it kind of feels like I'm like falling down to the next line after this because you didn't tell me what to do after the print statement. So you either tell me to like completely go out of this function, go out of the test function by putting the return keyword here. We haven't talked about return really yet, but you could do that. You could just say, okay, return right after all of these. So I'm just going to press Command S and you will see cat being printed to the screen, which is here, okay? But if you didn't have this return statement here, you would get an error, okay? So you either say return or you would use the break keyword. Now there's a difference between these. Let's put a print statement here and I'm going to say function is finished, okay? So I'm kind of expecting that by executing our code here, our test function here, passing the value of cat at the moment, that we fall into the switch, we check that this is cat and then print the cat and then we return, okay? This is kind of what it is doing. It means that it kind of skips over this print statement, and you'll see soon. If I say Command S, it will just say cat and then it will return from that. So this is not really what I wanted. I wanted this switch statement to be executed, print cat, and then continue after switch, okay? And that's where you use the break statement. So, or the keyword here. So if you say break, it breaks out of the switch statement and then continues with the rest of the function as you would expect. So if I press Command S here, you say cat and then function is finished. All right. So switch is the preferred way of working with enumerations, especially if you're doing branches. So you could also like, for instance, if in this case you said, make sure this is a cat, you could also in this case say if animal type is not animal type cat, and you would return, okay? You could do this as well. So this is kind of like a conditional statement that you're putting in the beginning of your function, making sure that any code executed after line 10 is completely sure that the animal type is a cat, okay? So in that case, you may just use a typical if statement, so you don't have to do switches, okay? But if you're trying to execute special pieces of code depending on which value this enumeration contains at the moment, then I highly suggest that you use switch statement instead of if statement. All right. So kind of depends on your use case. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna mark this item as done in my notes. Now let's talk about classes. All right, which is one of my favorite topics to talk about, actually. Well, classes in Dart and in many other languages. Let's actually bring this back to how it was before. Make it a test function. All right. And remove the animal type from here and remove the animal type from here before we actually continue. And we can actually delete this animal type from here as well, okay? So classes in Dart are grouping of various functionalities into one packageable piece of data. And by that, I mean, for instance, let's say that you have a function called run, another function called breathe, and then you have a person's first name, a person's last name. Of course, you could go and define these things like this. You could say const first name is something, and const last name is something like this. Okay, just like that. And then you could have a function. Sorry, you would say run, and then you'd have another function called breathe. And you could do that, but these are functions that are kind of like, for us in this particular case, or at least in my head at the moment, I'm imagining these functions to be related to a person. That person can run, that person can breathe, that person has a first name and last name. So the grouping of these related things is done with a class, in Dart at least. So the way to do that is you would say, for instance, class, which is a keyword in Dart. Class, and you would say the name of the class. Now, for the naming of classes and enumerations and any other entity except for variables and constants, you should use just normal casing. You would, I don't actually know if it's called Pascal casing, or I think so. But you would just use, you would uppercase the first letter of every word. Okay, so let's just say person. Okay, this is how you would say a person class. All right, so I don't think actually we can put consts in there. I'm just gonna grab these two functions and just place them inside this person class. All right, and let's in this say print running run function, and for the breathing we're gonna say breathing. All right, and in the test function you would want to create something called an instance of this class. Now, instances are objects, and objects are created from classes. So you need to understand how instantiation works in software development. And this is for any programming language such as Dart, Rust, Swift, Python, JavaScript, where they allow you to create classes. And now that you know what a class is, in order to use a class, you need to usually create something called an instance of that class. That means that you tell the programming language that, okay, here is the class, I know about that, but give me a copy of it. So every class can be instantiated, meaning that the Dart compiler will create a copy of that exact class with its data, its functions, its properties, and give that copy to you. All right. So that is called instantiation, and it works by using the equal sign and putting a parenthesis at the end of the name of the class, as I'll show you here. So let's just say final, and we say person, which is the name of our variable in this case, is equal to, as I said, equal sign. Then we would write the name of the class and parenthesis, just like that. Okay. So now you said a person variable in this case is an instance of that person class. Now you'll understand using dot notation, you could say person.run. You see, that function is now available on your instance of the person class, and you would say person.breathe. Okay, so these are functions that are available at instance level of the person class. I know there's a lot of words that I'm just talking about, but I think you understand the point here. So this is how you instantiate the person class, and this is how you invoke various functions on that class. So if I press Command S, you can see it says running and breathing. If you said, in this case, person, and then without instantiating using the parentheses, if you said breathe, you will get an error here. Instance member breathe can't be accessed using static access, okay? And that is kind of like instance member is an important term also to remember. An instance member means some functionality that is only available at the instance level, meaning that it's not available at the person class level, but you have to make a copy of person in order to be able to access that. All right. So that's the basic of classes. You can do a lot with classes, as we will talk about soon. So I'm just going to leave that person class right there. And then just going to mark that as talked about in my notes as well. And let's now talk a little bit about objects. Well, objects are actually quite easy to explain. An object is an instance of a class. So you wouldn't like when someone says, oh, here's an object of type string, it means literally that there is a class called string. I've created an instance of it, and that is an object. So the words instance and object are usually used interchangeably. But if you hear someone say instantiate a class, then you would say, okay, what's the class name? Oh, it's person. All right, person parentheses. Now I created an instance. Okay. And in this case, you can see I'm just creating an instance of person without actually doing anything with it. So that's kind of like a useless object. All right. But if I say foo is a person, then this foo now is an object of type person. And actually you can write its name here and you'll see that it tells you that this is a person. Okay. So that in short is what objects are. And I can see in my notes that objects are kind of like in the wrong place. I'm going to bring it to the right place. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about constructors. And I can see constructors also at the wrong place in my notes. So I'm going to bring those also to the right place. Okay. Sorry about that. Now, what a constructor is at its name, as its name indicates, is a special logic in a class that constructs or initializes or builds that class's instance. All right. So you may say that, okay, let's go to our function here, to our class here, person. And let's say every person has a first name or a name. Okay, so let's just define that. We say final string name. All right, as you can see now, Dart is saying, okay, you said that every person has a name, and it's a final, meaning that after the person has been instantiated or after that person has been initialized or created an instance from, you cannot change that name because you said final. All right. If you said like string name is foo, that would be different because it means every person instance that gets created has the default value foo for its name. That's a completely different way of saying what the name of a person is. In this case, as you can see, we're saying that every person instance, every person copy that we create has a name. Now Dart is saying, okay, where is the name then? You didn't tell me how to create it. And that's where you would want to use something called constructor. Okay. Constructors are sometimes called as initializers. Depending on the background of the programmer, they may call a constructor initializer, or maybe some other names that I don't know about. But if you hear that a constructor, then you will now know what I'm talking about soon, actually. So now, what you can do, at least in Visual Studio Code, when you get this error, is to just hover over it and then press Command on Mac or Control on Windows on Linux and press dot. Now you will get some suggestions here. And the second suggestion, at least for me here, says create constructor for final fields. Okay. And I can just press that. And what happens here now, you see, it's that it creates something that looks kind of like a function, but it doesn't have a name. Its name is implicitly set to the name of the class, okay? So basically, it says I'm a special function with the same name as the class, and I expect a value to be given to me which I will then in turn assign to the name property of myself. It's kind of like a strange way of doing things, but it is quite clean as well. Okay. After you do that, so this is how you create a constructor. After you do that, then at the call site where you're calling this person class to create an instance of it, it will complain saying that, oh, I'm expecting an argument, but I didn't find any. And that's where you have to pass the name. So let's say in this case is food bar. Okay. And then on the next line, you can just say print foo name. All right. And press Command S, and then you can see foo bar being printed to the screen. So that is like the basic of a constructor. That's how you construct instances of your class. All right. Now you may be saying that, all right, I don't want, I mean, you can do many fancy things with constructors. You could say, okay, um, this name, for instance, by default must have a special value. You could do that. There's lots of things you can do with constructors, which I'm not going to go into the details of. But right now, just know that a constructor is this special kind of function that has the same name as the name of the class, and then parentheses, and then you put your values in here. All right. Okay, that was constructors. Now, let's talk a little bit about methods. All right. And what methods are, I'm actually going to go here and say we're going to talk about methods. And I was at the wrong place in my notes as well. Sorry about that. A method of a class we've talked about already, to be honest with you. And a method of a class is a function on the class, which is usually referred to as an instance method, meaning that the function is available after you've instantiated that class, all right, as we're doing in line number 14. Name is an instance variable. So is a variable that is available at an instance level is not an instance method. An instance method should be a function, all right? So let's go and create a function here that doesn't return any value, denoted by the void return type, and we say print name, all right? The functionality of this function is only just to print the name of the class, all right? That's all it does. And in Dart, you're also, now that we're talking about this, I'll just mention also that in Dart, it's usually better not to prefix your instance variables or instance functions inside the class itself using this keyword. This keyword in Dart, the this or that this keyword basically refers to the current instance of this class. All right. So you could either tell print name to print this dot name, or it's actually better to remove this and refer to it as name. That's the recommended way of doing it. Okay. So avoid the keyword this as much as you can, unless you have to. And we'll come to do those points hopefully later in this course, why you may have to do that, why you may have to use this. All right, now we have the print name instance method. All right, so let's just use it instead of this print function that we're doing here. Let's just say foo dot print name. All right, Command S or Control S on Linux and Windows, and Command S on the Macintosh, and then you get the Flutter foo bar printed here. Or you could just say print. I will now print the name of this person in single quotes. We don't need double quotes. Okay, Command S, and you will see that message being printed here, followed by the actual name of that instance. So if someone says a method or instance method, you will then know what we're talking about is a function created at the class level that does some stuff. All right, so that's short and sweet. Okay, now that we've talked about that, let's talk a little bit about inheritance and subclassing. I'm going to bring the caption here so you know what we're talking about. Now, inheritance and subclassing are so important in Dart and in any other object-oriented programming language that I don't think anybody should like jump over it or Like for instance, I know developers working in various programming languages that are object oriented, but they kind of steer clear of the object oriented aspects of that language. Maybe they don't need it, and maybe they just feel like it's unnecessary, or they feel like, oh, it's just too complicated. But in Dart, if you want to become a good Flutter developer or a good Dart developer, you need to know about classes and inheritance. So let's talk about inheritance. What inheritance in Dart is that it allows you to define a class and then to add more functionality to that class into a new class. So let's, for instance, say we go into our test function here and remove that, okay, that code, and also we remove the person class. Now, let's create a class living thing, all right? And then we say void, breathe, and then we say print, living thing is breathing, okay? So we created a class living thing, and we're saying that anything that lives needs to breathe. Now, this may be an assumption, but anyways, anything that lives and is above the and it's above the ground and is basically alive is breathing. Okay, so that's our function on the living thing. Now, you may say, okay, any living thing may also have the ability to move. Okay, then we have a function called move. I'm going to say print, I am moving. All right. So now you may say, okay, now I kind of want a class called cat. All right, cat is also a living thing. One way to do that, to go about creating a class, the cat class, is to say class cat. And then you say, I kind of need these functions. And you go and copy it, and then you paste them here. All right. And then you say, okay, I'm good to go now. But one of the absolute paramount qualities of a developer is that developers do not like to repeat themselves. And it is such an important concept in programming that you need to avoid repeating yourself, that you need to just coin that down now, get it straight so that you don't make this mistake as we're doing in this code right now. So the first thing you want to do as a developer is say, how can I grab this code? And it's obvious that a cat is also a living thing. So that's where you want to use the extends keyword that allows you to inherit the functionality inside the living thing class into your cat class. So in this case, I'm saying cat class extends, or read it in English as inherits, living thing. All right. So you can see that the cat class in itself is empty right now. But if you go to the test function and I say final fluffers is a cat, and then I can say fluffers, you can see that now that the cat class has breathe and move functionalities, or functions actually. So although cat itself didn't define these functions, but they're available for the instance, in this case called fluffers, of type cat to use. So you could just say move, and then you can say fluffers okay. So if I run this code, if I delete everything in the debug console and run this code, you can see that the cat instance called fluffers is saying move, or I am moving, and it will also say living thing is breathing. Okay. Now, you could also, we could also talk about, now that we're talking about inheritance and subclassing, actually, maybe I shouldn't call it subclassing, but I also think it's important for you to understand what subclassing is. Subclassing is literally the same thing as inheritance. Subclassing is saying that you have a class and you're creating a subcomponent, like a sub thing of it, which may actually have, it's a little bit of a strange naming sub, because sub means kind of like a subset of things available in that class, but it actually is like a superset, because it will grab everything. Like the cat at the moment has every functionality in living thing, right? But it may not necessarily do that. It's kind of complicated to explain, but if you hear subclassing or inheritance, know that that is what we mean. you use the extends keyword usually. Okay. All right, now we've talked about inheritance and subclassing. So I'm gonna move a little bit my notes around. Sorry about that, that I'm looking away from the screen. And now we're gonna talk about abstract classes. All right. There's good documentation about abstract classes, and what we're gonna do here is to just change this class living thing at the moment to abstract. And you'll see that everything works as expected. Well, an abstract class is very similar to a normal class, and there's good documentation about what an abstract class actually is from a Dart perspective. And you can see it says use the abstract modifier to define an abstract class, a class that cannot be instantiated. All right. So an abstract class is just like a normal class that can't have instances. So in this case, once we made living thing an abstract class, if you then go and here say thing is a living thing, right? And it says, oh, abstract classes can't be instantiated. So an abstract class is a class that groups logic into itself with the sole purpose of other classes using its functionality. Okay. So if you mark something as an abstract class in Dart, what you need to just know in your head is that this is a class that has some utilities, that has some code that is supposed to be used in other normal classes. All right. And no one is supposed to just go and create an instance of living thing in this case. Instead, at the call site, you need to instantiate classes of that type. So now we can say cat as we did before, and we can say thing, breathe, move, or fluffers. Okay. So that's what an abstract class is. It is just a class that cannot be instantiated. It's usually like a utility class that other classes are supposed to inherit from, all right? Okay. I can see now in my notes, I'm going to take that we've talked quickly about abstract classes. And I'm going to bring the next topic up, which we're going to talk about, which are factory constructors. So I absolutely personally love factory constructors, to be honest with you. Let's remove our abstract class. I'll explain to you what a factory constructor is. Let's say now we have a class cat, all right? And then in here, let's give the cat a name of type string, command dot or control dot for Linux and Windows on the name in Visual Studio Code at least. To create a constructor, you can do that and say create constructor, or you could manually create a constructor. So you say cat, this name, okay? That's a constructor. And also know that you could make this a const because it is actually using a final field, but we're going to talk about that later. Now we have a cat class here that has a constructor called just cat, meaning that in here you can say final fluffball is cat, and then you say fluffball. All right, so now you create an instance of the cat class, and the name of the variable is called fluffball, and the name of the cat is fluffball. All right, so then you can say print fluffball dot name. All right, so that is just normal constructor. It has nothing to do with a factory constructor. But what a factory constructor actually is a way for you to construct instances of your classes using convenience functions. So what that means is that if you in your code see that you are creating instance of this class like 20 times, 30 times different places in your application using this exact same name,
fluffball, then you need to then create a factory constructor. That is a clear sign that your usual use case for creating an instance of class is through the same name of fluffball. So that's where factory constructors are useful for. And as their name indicates, is a way to create a product like a factory does super fast for you. Okay, so it's the speed at which you can create an instance of a class that the factory constructor shines at. All right. So let's now look at a factory constructor that gives us an instance of cat whose name is always fluffball. All right. The way to do that is you would say factory and you would say cat.fluffball. So you say any class called cat, which is this class, has a function called fluffball, which is this factory constructor. And then you would put your parentheses in here. And then what you need to do is to kind of set up your class instance. In this case, like if you say curly brackets and say this name is fluff, like that. That's how you're basically creating an instance of your class. But the usual way of doing that is you say this name to, let's see, factory cat fluffball. And then you would say name is fluffball. See that I've kind of like forgotten the syntax for a factory. So let's go. I'm going to bring up Safari here and let's go and say Dart factory constructor. I'm going to bring up here factory constructor. So let's say factory and let's go and see an example. And you can see here it says factory logger like that. Okay. And there's a factory logger, blah, blah, like that. So what it's basically saying in here is saying that in this function you need to return something. Okay, so let's close that Safari window, and what we're going to do in here, we're going to say return cat, and as the name we're going to say fluffball. All right, so that's how you would create like a factory constructor. So what you're doing here is saying that I have a constructor called fluffball whose return value is a cat, but inside I have some special logic that kind of packages it up, just like you do it in a factory. So let's go in here. Instead of doing cat fluffball like that, then you can just say cat.fluffball. Okay, so it kind of like became like a convenient function in that you can just say cat fluffball and then you say print fluffball dot name, and you can see by default it is fluffball or whatever you put here. Fluffball 2 print, and it gets printed to the screen. Okay, so that's how you would create a factory constructor, and a factory constructor is really, really important when you're talking about class clusters. We haven't talked about class clusters, and to be honest with you, I don't think that we're gonna talk about that in this course. I don't think anywhere in this course I've actually talked about class clusters, but know that in the context of Dart and abstract classes, a factory constructor does not necessarily have to return an instance of the same class. All right, so it can actually return an instance of another class, but I highly suggest that you actually go and read about factory constructors as I just did. Just Google factory constructor Dart and you will see some examples of it. They are really useful if you're working with a lot of data and you're doing like data parsing, JSON parsing, etc. But I don't think it's so useful right now for you to know. But know that it is there available for you to use. But I leave it up to you to go and read more about it yourself. Okay, we've now talked about factory constructors, and now let's talk a little bit about custom operators. So I'm going to bring custom operators here. Okay. Now, a custom operator in Dart is an operator such as an equal sign or equal sign for instance, checking equality of an instance of an object with another instance of the same object. A
A custom operator allows you in Dart to override the ability of your class to be compared to or added to or subtracted from, multiplied with something with your own logic. Now, let's see what I mean by that. Let's say that you have final cat1, and that is equal to cat with the name of foo. Then you say, okay, I have cat2 now with the exact same name. And then you'd say, if cat1 is exactly the same as cat2 print, they are equal. Otherwise, say print, they are not equal, okay? So these two instances have the exact same name, foo. And if you run this code now, you will see that Dart says that they're not equal. Although internally you may think, for me in my project, anytime two cats have the same name, I want them to be considered equal. And this is like where things get interesting, because then you can override this particular function or operator at the language level only for your class. So the way to do that is you would go and start by writing override with an @ sign, and you say bool operator equal covariant. I'm going to explain all of this, don't worry about it. Cat, and you say cat, and in here you say other name is name, okay? And then we get a problem with the hash. I'll add that as well. So don't worry about all of this. I will explain it in details. All right, so okay. So let's start by looking at what I just did here with the override notation here. Override is a very important term for you to understand in object-oriented programming, and that is wherever you have a class and you are inheriting from that class. In our case, for instance, class cat, you can see that it doesn't have any extends, but by default in Dart, every class inherits implicitly from the object class. So you could just say extends object. And that is the exact same thing as omitting writing that those two words. So just know that cat comes from object. An object internally already defines an operator called equal that returns a boolean. A boolean is a value that can either include true, that can either be true or false. And it's great just for saying that, is this or is this that? Is this or not? Kind of like that. So a boolean is a data type. All right. So that operator, an operator is a keyword as well in Dart, basically telling Dart that we are going to change as in override the functionality of this equal operator that is defined at the object level with our own implementation. All right. Let's actually bring the extends here and go into this object definition. Just select it, right click on it and say go to definition. All right. And search for operator equal. You'll see that it is defined right there for you, okay? And there's lots of documentation about what it actually does. So that's this syntax. We're overriding, we're changing the definition of that function, all right? So then, since this is a simple function, an operator in itself is a function, it actually, you can see it has like parentheses here. In the parentheses, you get the value that that operator is comparing your class with, okay? So it's that value that your class is being compared to also needs to be a cat, because you cannot, in Dart, is not recommended that you compare two classes of different types with each other. So here we say covariant. Covariant is a keyword that you barely use in Dart, but I think it's important for you to understand what it does is that it tells Dart that although at the object level, we said that the parameter that comes in is of type object, but in our case, we are sure that the value that comes in this function is actually a cat. All right. So covariant tells Dart that forget what the superclass, which is object, defines as the parameter type for this parameter. Because if you remove covariant, you see it says cat in object as its parameter. But if you say covariant, you're kind of like overriding even that assumption. All right. So we say, okay, an equal. So we're being compared. Our instance of cat is being compared with another cat instance. What we're doing is that we need to return a boolean saying whether they're equal or not. And you can see I'm just comparing. Oh, I'm just comparing the name, which is our name, with the other instance's name. All right. Now, when you do that, as you saw, then we get a problem here, which is kind of like a warning that tells you that, okay, now that you've overwritten this operator, you also need to override the hash code. All right. Now, to be honest with you, I don't think like hash code is such an important thing to talk about right now, but just know that hash code is a special number that you assign to your, or a special identifier that you assign to your instance of classes that is then used inside collections. For instance, if you put your instance of cat inside a dictionary, then, or sorry, or inside a map as it is called in Dart, which we talked about, I believe, in chapter 4. Yes, in chapter 4. So if you didn't watch chapter 4, I strongly suggest that you do that. So if you put instances of your cat class inside a set or inside a map, then the way Dart knows that the keys inside its map or the values inside the set are actually unique is using this hash value. All right. So if you see, if I go here and say command dot to get a suggestion how to fix this, it says create method hash code. That is what is required to fix this warning. So you can see that it's an override, which means that this hash code getter was defined on the object class. So if we go to object and look for that, you can see that it is actually defined there, and we're overriding its value. And here it says, I'm going to go to super and get that value. Super is our object, super class that sits above us. All right. But if you want to override that, in this case, you can just say, okay, don't get the super's hash code, just get the name hash code. And to be honest with you, this is just very technical stuff, which I don't think belongs right in this chapter 6. But just know that here we're creating an identifier for our cat class, which allows Dart to understand that if this cat class's instances are placed inside collections such as a map or a set, then it will know if they're unique or not. Okay. All right. So now that we've done all of this, we can rerun the code, and you will now see that it says they are equal. That's all we wanted. That's really all we wanted. But there was a lot of code. Actually, I don't know. It's like 4 lines of code. This is not even considered a line of code. It's kind of like is a hint to the analyzer. But so you could just say it's pretty much just 2 lines of code. But it is quite a lot of new things, to be honest with you, for you to grasp. So I leave this here so you can have a look at it. And I think for this chapter, to be honest with you, we've talked a lot now in this chapter about enumeration, switch statements, classes, objects, constructors, factory constructors, abstract classes, inheritance. It's a lot. So it was quite a heavy chapter, this chapter 6, but I suggest that you go and read also the official documentation for Dart, because as I said, we don't have the possibility to talk about everything. Otherwise, this course will just be enormously big, and that's not what I want to do. So please go and read the documentation about the things that we talked about, especially object-oriented programming in Dart. So, and with that said, in the next chapter, we're going to talk about some advanced features in Dart, such as future, async operations, streams, and generators. So please have a look at the documentation, and I will see you in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chapter 7 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about advanced Dart concepts, things such as extensions, features, streams, async await generators, and generics as well. So I'm kind of assuming that you've already set up the project that we've talked about in the previous chapter, so I'm not going to go through that again. And then I'm assuming that we have like some sort of an iPhone simulator, so, or an Android emulator, or any device that you may be able to test your project on. So I'm gonna bring up my project here. So I'm gonna place it right there. This is how we left the project in the previous chapter. And then I'm going to do Command Shift P on Mac, or Control Shift P in Linux and Windows in order to select the device. And I'm just going to say iPhone 13 Pro, which is a simulator that I have here, right there. And then I'm just going to go and say run without debugging. Okay. So this is going to take its time. And I just thought to then use this time to explain a little bit about extensions. As you can see here, extensions are the ability for a programmer in Dart in order to, they're the ability for the programmer to extend or add functionality to an existing class. In chapter 6, we talked about classes and objects. So I kind of would wish for everyone who is in this chapter to actually have followed that chapter as well. I'm actually going to go here and go to Do Not Disturb. Yeah, I am actually there. So let's have a look at a simple extension in Dart and how we can use it. I can see that a program is running. I'm going to delete the old code that we had, and I'm going to bring my face to the bottom right. And I'm just going to be a little bit aware of these captions that I'm displaying on the screen and that they're blocking the screen. So I'll just make sure that you can see the contents as we go on. So let's also remove all of that, and then let's just say that we have a simple cat class here who has a name, and we can go in here and say final meow is an instance of cat, and then I can say print meow. Actually, we have to provide a name, I can see here, and let's just say fluff first, and we say meow dot name. Okay, so we print that name, and I'm gonna say command S, just like that, and I'm perhaps gonna bring up Visual Studio Code so you can actually see the output. So command S, and you can see that where are we getting this? There are equals. Oh, that's an old command. So command S, and you can see fluffers is printed to the screen. So that's because we have the name here. Okay. So I'm also going to get rid of this caption right now, so you can see the entirety of the code. So like that, bring it down here. And I'm also going to get rid of my simulator and bring it to another screen. Okay. So now let's say that you want to add a functionality to this, or a function to this class, that allows a cat to run or allows a cat to jump. So one way to do that is to actually go to the cat class itself and create a function in there. But what you can also do is to go and say extension, for instance, run on cat. That's the syntax for creating an extension. What you're saying is that you're extending the class call cat with a new functionality that is called run. Now, this is not the name of the function itself. It's just the name of your extension. And you don't have to really know about the name right now so much. It's just when you then go and become more advanced in Dart, and you, for instance, create libraries for yourself, then you create extensions on different classes, for instance, in your library. And then people or programmers who use your library, then they can basically include specific extensions that you've included in your library in their code, or they can exclude them. So just know that it's just a name on the extension, so it doesn't mean so much right now. Okay, so then you can just create a function that has no return value called run, and then you can say print cat name is running. And you know this syntax from the previous chapters, that this is how you format a string. And then in here, you're basically doing string interpolation, I think it's called. And you're including that name inside your own string. So the result is going to be cat space, the name of this cat instance space is running. Okay. So using that, then you can, every cat instance in your project is going to get that function called run. So you can just say meow run, and then command S, and you can see that it says cat fluffers is running. So just know that extensions are they're a great tool for you to use if you believe that there is a functionality that you're adding to an existing class which it doesn't really belong in that class itself, but it may, for instance, belong in the current source file that you're working with. So extensions are very, very useful, but I also believe that they need to kind of be used with care, kind of like sparsely. So when you really need an extension, you could just go and create an extension. And they have limitations. And as you get more used to programming in Dart, you will understand their limitations a little bit better. So just know that they're there and can be used. Another example of an extension is, for instance, if you had a class person, and say first name property, okay? So this is an instance property, and then you would say last name, and then you say command dot in Visual Studio Code on Mac or control dot in Linux and Windows, and you create a constructor for your person class, okay? So that's how you create an instance of your person class. Then you can go in here and you say final foo is person, whose first name is foo, and whose last name is bar, okay? And in here, let's say you want to be able to calculate a person's full name, all right? So what you could do is you could say extension, full name, on person. And in here, you could just say, I want to calculate the full name, so that the result type is going to be string. And then you want to create a getter. Now, we haven't talked about getter so much, but just know that it's kind of like a property. It's a property that can only be read from, but it cannot be written to. So you just say get, and then you say full name as the name of the property, and you would say that is equal to dollar first name space dollar last name. Okay. So what you're saying here is that I have a getter whose return type is string and whose name is full name, and it returns the first name and the last name, all right, with a space in between. And then in here you could just say print foo full name, all right. And command S, then I'll remove the caption so you can see that foo bar is printed to the screen. Okay. So that's for extensions. And I'm gonna note that here in my, I'm gonna mark it in my notes that we've talked about extensions, all right? Now, the next thing to talk about, the next topic is futures. And as you can see here, future is data to be returned in a future, as its name suggests. So, and that is part of something called asynchronous programming. If you haven't been doing programming before, you may not be so familiar with the terms synchronous or asynchronous. A synchronous task is a task that happens when you ask for it, and it returns with the data that you ask for immediately. For instance, if you say, what is 2 plus 2? Then we'll say, okay, it's 4. That's a synchronous task. But if you, for instance, say to your spouse or to your friend, go to the grocery store today, please, and get some milk, that is not going to happen in this instant. Even if the grocery store is right next to your house or your apartment, and your friend has to go get ready, put on shoes, go to the store, get the milk, and come back. So that is an asynchronous task. So an asynchronous task is basically a task that whose results are not returned immediately. Okay. So up until this point, we've looked at functions that I'm actually going to remove all of this code from here so that we don't have all of that. Now we only have the void test function in here. Okay. So all of the functions that we've written so far have been synchronous functions. In that, for instance, you would say string multiplied by 2, and then it gets an integer of a, and it just says a multiplied by 2. All right. Int. So it returns an integer. The function name is called multiplied by 2. It takes an integer as a parameter and just multiplies that integer by 2 and returns it. It's a synchronous operation. Okay. However, in Dart, if you want to work with asynchronous operations, that you have to use a class called future. So let's have a look at that. Let's say that you have a function multiplied by 2, which it may take some time in order to multiply a value. Okay, this is hypothetical because yeah, the multiplication is going to be done immediately, but we're just going to assume that yeah, this is a complicated multiplication and it will take some time. All right, so let's say future, and then you would say what is the actual future, what does it contain, what data type, then we say integer, and then we say heavy future. Okay, and it takes a value of int, a heavy future that multiplies by 2, something like that. Okay, so it says I return a future. Okay, now in here, then your responsibility is to create and package up an integer and return it inside a future. So if you, for instance, in here say, okay, return 10, okay, you see that it says, oh, 10 isn't compatible with a future of integer because 10 is a synchronous value. It's right there, it's present. So what do you do in here? Then you could say, okay, what I do return is a future. And then you could say, oh, I'm going to delay this future by a duration of 3 seconds. Okay. And then you will see there's a second parameter to this delayed function. You can see it. Let's see. If we have a look at delayed function in here, you see there is a second parameter called future or computation. So in here, what you need to do is just to say, okay, my second parameter is a function. I'm going to ignore its return value, but I'm just going to return the value of a. Okay, so let's actually see if we say future delayed duration seconds, and then we say the parameter is, let's say, e, and then I'm just going to say return a. What is this value going to be then? You know what? We could actually look at the documentation for future delayed, so I can also refresh my mind. So I'm going to go and open a new Safari window, and I'm going to say future delayed. And this is the type of stuff that usually happens anyways if you're programming with Dart. I'm also going to increase the size so that you can see it a little bit better. And let's have a look at a future delayed here. And here we can see how it's constructed, how to use future. Okay, so you can see here then there is a function that it doesn't basically take any value. So I think the problem was that I may have just created like a function that was expecting a parameter. So this is how you would do that. And I mean, it is a little bit strange. Like I'm actually going to clean it up a little bit as well. And then make this a constant. As you can see, it's suggested here, and then return. So I've written a lot of code. I haven't explained really what I've done here, but I will do that now. So let's see. We're saying that we're returning an integer in the future. So it's not going to be returned immediately. It's going to take some time for it to do its calculation. Okay. So, and in here, let's say a multiplied by 2 as we promised in the function signature. Okay. So that's future int. This is the name of the function, so nothing magical about that. And then it takes a parameter that says integer a. In the function body itself, we're saying, okay, we're returning a future, but we're delaying its return by the duration of 3 seconds. So duration, as you can see, is a class here. If you go in it, actually is a const duration, okay? And then there's a class on top probably somewhere. Let's see. Const duration, int, blah, blah, blah. Const duration operator. I believe this is, I mean, the duration Dart, it's probably just a class duration somewhere. If you look at here, class duration. So we're saying that we're creating a duration as the first parameter to the delayed function of the future. So we're saying that we're delaying this future's return value by 3 seconds. And then it says, okay, I'm going to wait 3 seconds, but then after I waited 3 seconds, I'm going to call this function. And this is kind of like a shorthand for creating an inline function. You could also do it like this. You say, okay, my function that I'm providing to this function. So it's like you're passing a function to the future delayed function. And then in here, you could just say, okay, I return a multiplied by 2 and then a semicolon. So this is probably a little bit easier to read. So now that we have that, we could actually use this function in our test function. So when you then, I mean, now that actually we've now talked a little bit about future, and in order to use a future, then you need to know something about async and await in Dart. Now, async and await are very related to each other, but quite different in their meaning. And um, I just want to now explain actually first async. Async is a keyword in Dart that marks a function as asynchronous, in that, remember, synchronous is something that returns immediately, and asynchronous is something that does not return immediately. It takes some time. However, to mark a function async in here, it means that this function internally can execute commands that do not return immediately. Okay, so async, marking a function as async, it it means that this function internally calls other functions that do asynchronous work. So let's now say final result is heavy future, and we say 10. Okay, now that we've done that, let me just print the result, and you'd be surprised to actually see the result. When we do that, and you'll see that it is not what you think. It's not going to be 20. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this caption so that you can see the result, and I'm going to clear the results in the console and Command S, and you'll see that what got printed to the screen is actually the future. Is not what you think. It's not the value 20, which should be a multiplied by 2, which should be 20. So what happened here is that when you call a function that returns a future, you're actually getting the future back. You're not getting its data back. So how do you get that data back? Well, by prefixing the function with the keyword await. So as its name indicates, this keyword is just going to wait for the result of this function to be calculated, and then it's going to go to the next line. Okay, so these two are very related to each other, and you'll see that if I remove async, then I will get an error saying that, well, you said this function called test is a synchronous function. It just returns void. Basically means it doesn't return anything. And it's asynchronously does its work and doesn't have to wait for anything. So but then inside the function, you're saying await, which means, yeah, I have to wait some time for something, and that's not okay. So what you need to do then is you mark your functions with async if internally in that function you're using await. All right. And await itself then is used for waiting for the result of a future. Okay. So if you remove this async and then you remove this await, everything will just work. But it's just synchronously getting the future of the heavy future that multiplies by 2 and printing it. So it's not doing any asynchronous work in here. You can see it's just getting that instance. So now that we're calling that, let's Command S, and you'll see it's waiting 3 seconds and then printed the result 20 to the screen. Okay, so that for us was async and an await, and we're going to use async and an await quite a lot in this course. So it would be really good if you could have, with this information that I give you, if you could just have a little bit of a read about future, like documentation on the web. So if you just search future Dart and maybe async await and read a little bit about them, because they're so important in doing asynchronous work in Dart that we just can't jump over them. Okay. All right. So now we've talked about future and we've talked about async and await. So I'm just going to mark them as done in my notes. The next topic to talk about, it would be streams. So as you saw here, a future in Dart is a class that controls the computation of an asynchronous value in order to be returned in some point in the future. However, quite often in your client work or even server work, you need to do work that is asynchronous. However, it is continuous work. For instance, if like I have the time displayed on top of my screen on the right hand corner, that is a stream of strings. It is a stream because it doesn't have an end really. It's a continuous pipe of information. Every minute that little ticker up on top, right, it's gonna increase and it's gonna go to 0650, 0651. So it is continuously calculating the current time and like sending it down at this pipe. Now in asynchronous programming and in reactive programming, which you may also get into if you're following with this course, or if you're following some other course, you may actually be interested in learning more about streams and reactive streams. A stream is just a pipe of data that either completes or it never completes. Actually, it completes successfully, or it never completes, or it errors out and dies. Okay, so a stream of time up there, you can see it's now 0650 in the morning. It is a stream of data that never completes, because time is just continuously going forward. Okay, so when we talk about streams, we just mean a pipe of data, a future that sends data down this pipe that never ends. As you saw in the case of a future ends, it calculates its data and it returns and it says, I'm done. But a stream in Dart is a future that just continues working. Okay, so it calculates some data in the future and it also sends it down the stream and it says, oh, well, I'm not done. Here's another data. Here's another data. Okay, so let's have a look at this stream and see how we can work with streams. Okay, so let's go and create a stream of, let's say, string. And then we say get name. Okay. Now in here, your job is to create a string. So if you say return hello, see that hello is not compatible with the return type that you promised. It's going to be a string. So this is very similar to how we worked with the future of integer. You couldn't return an integer in that future, but you had to create a future of integer, and inside the function return the actual integer, which was the computation. If I go back, you will see that code here, right? The future delayed, and inside this function, you're actually doing the computation. All right. So how do we create a stream? Then you could just say stream, and then you could say, okay, periodic, for instance, or a value. Okay. If you say we return a stream of value, and then you could say foo, this is accepted. What this means is that you have a pipe of data, but the only value that it contains is the value of foo. That's it. All right. So let's now go into this test function and try to consume this stream. If you just said final value is get name, and you just print this value, and then I'm going to clear the logs here and say Command S, you'll see that just like future, it just says instance of controller stream. Okay, so it is not the actual value inside the stream. So the question is, how do you wait for values inside a stream? You could just say, okay, await. And it says, okay, actually, we could read this, await applied to string, which is not a future. So Dart is understanding that, okay, you're awaiting on a stream, but this is not just like a future that you could await for. There's nothing to await, like there's not a single value is a stream. So the syntax to do that is await for. Okay, so this is a syntax for awaiting for values inside a stream. Then you could say await for final value in get name. Okay, and then you could just print the value. So this is a little bit of a strange syntax, but if you read it in English, it makes perfect sense. You're waiting for values in get name. If you just ignore the final in here, okay? But read it in English from left to right. Wait for values in get name. That's it. And then at the end, I'm gonna say print stream finished working. Okay. Clear the console, Command S. And you'll see it immediately said foo and then stream finish working. I'm gonna clear it, Command S, foo, stream finish working. Okay, so this is an interesting concept, but it's still not a stream really. I mean, we're packaging the foo string inside the stream, but it's only one value. We could have done that with a future. So let's take advantage of stream's actual functionality of sending down data in its pipe continuously. So what we could do in here is say stream periodic. It means periodically produce values. And in here, you can see the first parameter is a duration. So let's say constant duration of seconds. Every second Okay. And then there is a second parameter in here that you'll have to provide. If I move my mouse over periodic, you'll see that the second parameter is this string function int. Okay. So it means that give me a function that accepts an integer and then it returns a string. All right. And it understands that it needs to return a string because you're saying that your stream is a string. If you change this to an int and then went here to the documentation, and the documentation will actually, or the method signature will change to say that you're supposed to take an integer in this function that you provide to me, and then you need to return an integer. Okay, so that string, I just wanted to show you that string that was shown in the function signature there, it's because we promised to return a string in our function. Okay, so let's go in here. Basically, the function signature said that you need to accept an integer, so I'm just gonna say value, and then let's go in here. I'm just gonna say return foo. Okay. So we basically conform to that function signature. We said we take some value, and you see the value is an integer, and then we're returning a string. Okay. So now we can consume that. So if I clear this log and I say Command S, you see that every second the value of foo is going to get printed to the screen, and that's actually, I need to remove this caption. I can see you can't see it. You see that 10 times, 11 times, 12, 13, 14. So, all right. I'm sorry about that. The caption was blocking the screen. I wasn't aware of that. Or actually, I was aware of that, but I forgot that that was the case in this as I was talking. So you can see that every second the stream is sending a value. All right. Now, that's basically the gist of using streams. I'm wondering actually if we're gonna use the streams in this course. I believe at some point we are. I need to probably look at my notes. Yes, I can see that we're actually using streams in this course. So don't worry about if you don't fully understand streams at the moment, because we're gonna talk about streams and because we're going to actually talk about streams and stream controllers later in this course. So just know for now that a stream is like a feature, but it continuously or periodically can return values, and then you can wait for those values using the await for syntax in Dart. Okay. Now, the next topic to talk about in this chapter is generators. So generators are very, very interesting in Dart. Some other languages also support generators, but not all modern languages do that. So a generator in Dart is a function that returns, I don't want to say iterable, but it returns a list of things, but it internally calculates that data in a very simple way. That's the best explanation I could come up with, to be honest with you. Let's have a look here. I think the best way to do that is actually write a function that does creates a generator. Okay. I'm going to clear this. And then we have a test function here. Let's mark with async. Okay. Let's now go create a generator. And let's say we want to create a function that returns the values 1, 2, 3. So a way to do that would be to say, I want a list of integers. Okay. And my function, or get 1, 2, 3, like this. And you could say return 1, 2, 3, like that. Okay, so that's completely valid. Another way of doing that is to use something called iterable. And iterables, I mean, you need to understand what iterables actually are in Dart. They're kind of like lazy collections. And when you get used to doing more software engineering, you will understand more why we use lazy collections. For now, just know that an iterable is a prepared and packaged up list of things, but it is not completely calculated when it first begins. It's kind of like It's kind of like how a restaurant works. In a typical night, a restaurant might have, for instance, 50 customers. And when that shift begins during the night, not all food is ready. I mean, it can't possibly be like when the first customer comes in, we can't say that the food for the 50th customer is already ready in the kitchen. That's how a restaurant works. It listens to orders of its customers and then it generates the food based on the orders. That's how an iterable works. Okay. However, a list in Dart is an already packaged list. It means that it's as if like you go to a supermarket and then you buy ready to go food that's already packaged, 30 packs of that. That is a list. That is 30 readily packaged food items, and then you take away. That's how a list works. But an iterable is more like it's a list of like things that gets calculated on the go, on the fly. All right. So um, just know that for now. So we just said iterable, and as you can see, Dart understood that. Okay, a list is also an iterable, so I don't have to worry about that. So it didn't give you an error. So let's go and actually, instead of doing 1, 2, 3, let's go and mark our function as a generator. And you do that with either sync or async. Okay. So, and this would be a stream. Like now, the difference between sync with an asterisk and an async with an asterisk is a sync function is it is a generator function that returns a list of things, but it calculates that list of things synchronously. And as you can guess, the async equivalent of the sync asterisk, it does the exact same thing, but it returns a stream, and which means it's asynchronously calculating its result. Okay, so when you mark a function as sync, you don't then go and return like this, because you can see that it says you're creating a generator function. So you have to kind of calculate your results now. You can't just return a bunch of things to me. Okay, so to do that, you would use a keyword in Dart called yield. Now, yield is a very interesting keyword that you would use only in generator functions, as far as I know. And in here, you're telling Dart that, okay, the first value that I'm outputting in my iterable is the value of 1. So if in here we went and said, I don't, or say we say for value in get 1, 2, 3, and then you could just say print value. You can see it only prints the value of 1. I'm actually going to get rid of this caption. You can see the output. It only prints the value of 1 just because we yielded the value of 1. Okay, so you could just then say yield 1, yield 2, and yield 3. Then you'd see the values 1, 2, 3. So in this function internally, then you could do a lot of other important things, maybe some other synchronous calculations. And every time you have a value to output, then you would basically you would do a yield. And you could also print the entire return value like this. You don't have to do a for loop. So you could just say print it, and then it will say 1, 2, 3. Okay. But if you do a for loop, then you're actually taking advantage of that lazy capabilities of an iterable. So you could break out the loop at any time. You could just say print value if value is 2, then you could break. Okay, so let's clear the logs and Command S. You'll see only the value of 1 and 2 gets printed, and then as soon as you're at the value of 2, then you're breaking. And that means that this yield was basically never calculated. So that's like the beauty of generator functions. So you could also create asynchronous generator functions, as I mentioned, and that means that you're kind of like creating a stream of iterables. To be honest with you, asynchronous generators, I've maybe used them once or twice in the many years I've used Dart. So I don't think you're going to use them a lot, but just know that they're there, and you could use them by prefixing your iterable with a stream, saying that basically you're returning a stream of iterables, and then suffixing your function with async, just like that. All right. So, and then here it says, okay, you said that you're returning a stream of iterable integers, but you're returning only one value in here. Then you would just say, okay, 1, 2. Okay. But then you would say, yeah, then you have the ability to do whatever you want here, like return an actual iterable. Okay. So I'm not going to talk about asynchronous generators, to be honest with you, in this course, because they're kind of like outside the scope. So just know that they exist and you can use them. Okay, I'm going to mark in my notes that we've talked about generators. So the next topic to talk about are generics. And I'm going to bring up a caption here. So generics in programming languages that do support it are there so that you avoid writing the same code over and over again, okay? So let's say that this is a very typical example. I know it's a little bit cliche, but I think it's cliche for a reason, and that's because it's such a good example. Let's say you have a class that stores a pair of data. Let's just say class pair, okay? And then in here, you could say, okay, what pair of data do I want to store? Okay, I want to store value 1 as a string, and I want to also store value 2 as a string, and then you create the constructor for it, okay? All right, that's great. It's a pair of strings, but how do you then pair an integer, like 2 integers? Then you would say, okay, I have to have another pair class, and this one is an integer. But then you have this problem because pair is already defined as a class up there on line 7. So you cannot reuse that. You cannot have the same name. Then you would say, okay, pair of integers. And then here you would say pair of strings. And you make sure that the constructor name is also correct. Now, you may have also, in this point, at this point, we don't have logic at all in these two classes. You may have actually quite a lot of logic in your classes, but as I mentioned, I think during one of these chapters, I think it was chapter 1 or 2, one of the main characteristics of software engineers is that we all dislike writing the same piece of code over and over again. So we try to, as much as possible, avoid repeating ourselves. So that's where generics come in. So what you could do is, instead of doing this pair of, let me bring this here. Let's go and create a class that is generic, and you would say pair. And then a format for creating a generic class is to, right after the name of the class, just do a less than and greater than sign, okay? And then open your square brackets. Now, in here, then you define your generic names, like the data types, usually with single characters. Let's say that what you want is a pair of any data type. Let's call the first data type A and the second data type B, because there's 2 values. So let's call this one A and this one B. Okay. You would just write them as we just say. We say A and B. Okay. So then in here, you would say final A value 1. So you're telling the compiler that, okay, whatever pair I'm creating, the first data type that I accept is A, and that should be placed here. And then we say, okay, then the B is the second one. And then we create a constructor for this, okay? So how you would use this then is you would say final names is pair, then you would say foo and var, okay? And then this is just like a simple, it's very similar then to pair of strings that we wrote up there. You see, it works as well. But now in this case, Dart is smart enough to understand that names is a pair of string and string, meaning that the 2 values that you pass to this pair generic class were actually then placed for you magically inside the A and B templates that you provided up here, okay? So if in this case, then you said, okay, I have foo, and then I have the value of 20, then Dart's smart enough to understand that, oh, now it's a pair of string and integer. So that's how you would use generics, basically. So, there is so much to talk about generics and how you can basically utilize them in order to create very simple classes so that they're reusing as much capability or as much code as possible without duplicating that code. So, and talking about generics, to be honest with you, it could be its own entire course. We could go on and on, 4, 5, 6 hours. I could talk about generics. So just know that generics are created like this. You say class pair, and then you would say your generic data types, which then then in turn get placed inside the definitions inside the class itself. So okay. All right, now that we've talked about generics, I believe that we could kind of like wrap up this chapter where we talked a little bit more about advanced topics in Dart, extensions, futures, async await, streams, await for stream, generators, and generics. Okay. Now, I'm actually really happy that we went through chapter number 7, which is this chapter, because up until this point, we've kind of been like preparing ourselves for launch. It's now time that we put everything that we've learned into practice and actually start building our project. So I'm actually getting goosebumps because it's such an important part of this course that we've actually gone through the basics. We've talked about Dart. We've talked about like some of the basics of setting up the simulator, etc., etc. That it's with great pleasure that I can say, okay, we've gone through that now, and all you need to do right now is just to practice. And what better way to practice than to put what you've learned into application by writing the Flutter project that we've been aiming to do from the beginning. So without further ado, let's then prepare for the next chapter, which is chapter 8. And in chapter 8, we're going to talk about project setup, and then we're actually going to add some dependencies to our project, which we're going to use later. Okay, so let's then aim for that, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Hello, and welcome to chapter number 8 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about our basic project setup. In the previous chapters, up until this point, to be honest with you, we've been just working with Dart and kind of like laying the foundation for learning the programming language that actually it fuels Flutter. So it's a programming language that you're going to need to be quite comfortable with in order to be able to write your Flutter applications. So you're going to learn more and more about Dart as we go on in this course, but it is very, very good if you can look at the intro chapter and then just kind of like follow along on the chapters up until this point so that you get the general idea of what Dart is all about and then how you can use it at a very shallow level. I mean, I know there's lots of material that I put out on that, but we really didn't like go so deep in every topic. So I just wanted to give you like a flavor and taste of the different available options in Dart. So if you haven't watched those chapters, please just go ahead and skim over them, even if you're comfortable already with Dart. So in this chapter, we're going to talk about the project setup, and this is the like one of the absolute most important parts of setting up an application for Flutter. So if you're thinking of maybe skipping over this chapter, that's also okay if you know what you're doing. But if this is the first time that you're setting up a Flutter project, then I think it's really good if you can follow along with this chapter. So I'm gonna go now into let's do some setup here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to bring my face to the bottom right here so that you can see the entirety of the screen. And then I'm going to bring up the caption for the next item that we're going to talk about. And in here, well, we have a, as you can see, there's a command that you can issue in the terminal to create a new Flutter project. So every Flutter project has different properties. It has, for instance, a name, which is the entire, like the name of the entire project. And also one of the main properties of a Flutter project is this identifier. Now, the identifier wouldn't be so important had it not been that Flutter can actually deploy to iOS and Android. And an identifier for an iOS app and an Android app is actually what defines that application as unique on the App Store, where iOS users and iPadOS users can download applications, and on the Play Store where Android users can download Android apps. So these identifiers are, as I mentioned in one of the previous chapters, are kind of like reverse domain identifiers. So it's kind of like if your website is foobar.com and your application is called Baz, then your reverse domain identifier for your application will be com.foobar.baz. So it's kind of like you take your domain name and reverse it. So if foobar.com becomes com.foobar, and then you put dot after that, and then you put your actual application name. So these identifiers need to be unique. And by that, I mean, like, if a developer on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store has already gone and registered the reverse, basically that identifier com.foobar.baz for any of their applications. So they said, okay, here's my application called Image Gallery, but it has a completely random identifier of com.foobar.baz. Then you, as a new developer, even if you want to do the same funky deployment to the App Store, you can't register that name anymore because it is already taken. So think of the identifier of your project as what is going to carry on from the start of where you create your project all the way through to the app stores. Okay, so it is quite important that you actually choose it wisely, because if you don't do that wisely from the absolute start, unfortunately you will have to do some fiddling around in the future to go and update that yourself. So so I would really suggest and recommend here that you take a little bit of time to think about what that identifier is going to be, what you prefer that identifier to be, and what you're comfortable with. And what, for instance, if you have a domain name as a developer for the App Store and for Google Play Store. So if you have a domain name already registered on your name, I suggest strongly then that you use that. And if you have domain names personally and domain names selected as like a for your company, then you need to now know whether you're going to release this application under your name personally, or if you're going to release it under your company's name. So these all play a role, but without further ado, let's just go and create our project here. And to be honest with you, I personally haven't really thought about whether I want to release this application as a private person or if I want to create it under my company. And I think since my developer account is at Apple and at Google is under my company's name, which is Pixality AB in Sweden, then I'm actually going to use that company's domain name, which is pixality.se, because SE is like the Swedish domain name, just as co.uk is the British one, for instance. So I think I will do that. So let's go to and open a new terminal. Let's go to terminal. You don't see my screen right now, but I'm just going to bring up a new terminal window here and bring it up so that you can also see it. And I'm going to increase the size of the text so it is clear what I'm typing. Okay. So let me go ahead and create a project. So I'm going to go to my development folder where I have all my projects. Then I'm going to go to projects, Flutter. Okay. The command, as you can see, is Flutter create and then --org as an organization. And then I'm going to say se.pixality. As I said, my domain name is called pixality.se, but your org needs to be the reverse of that. Okay, so remember, reverse identifier. So reverse domain identifier. So then if your, for instance, organization is hello.com, then here you would have to write com.hello. All right. So I'm going to say SE Pixality, but you shouldn't do this. So if you're following along with this course, please just choose an identifier for your domain that it makes sense to you. And if you don't have a domain, if you're not bothered by all of that, if you're not going to release your application to the App Store, you don't even have to care about this. Just put anything in here. You could just say, come making stuff up, if that's what you want. So it's not a big deal, to be honest with you. So just go ahead and pick an identifier. So I'm going to say SE Pixology because that's my reverse domain name. And then in here, you have to write your application name. So, what should we call this application? To be honest with you, I mean, I personally haven't really made up my mind what this application should be called. Maybe we should call it my personal notes, or my notes, something like that, or private notes. Okay, yeah, call it private notes or notes list. I don't know, my notes. That would work. SE Pixel my notes. Yeah, why not? And let's just call it my notes then. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. Flutter create. And I can see, I mean, actually, I'm very grateful that we got that little notification on top. So let this do its work. And it did its work and it's done. And it called something, and it created a folder you can see called My Notes. And on top of this window, if you saw, then there was a little message printed. A new version of Flutter is available. To update to the latest version, just run Flutter upgrade. So that was not a part of this course. I didn't mean for this to happen, but I can't control it either because Flutter is a tool that is being developed by Google. It's an open source tool. When there's a new version, when you run any of these Flutter commands, and it's going to check with the version repository to see is there any new version available. And if there is, then it's going to give me this Flutter upgrade message here. So as I mentioned in the introduction of the course, I've planned this course quite a lot, but I can't plan it 100%. So things will happen that I hadn't planned for, and then we just have to roll with the punches. And I'm actually glad that this thing happened right here, so you can see how to upgrade Flutter as well. So as you can see, it's very easy. Just copy, just say Flutter upgrade. Okay, so I'm going to go at the bottom of the terminal. I'm just going to say Flutter upgrade. Right? So this is going to actually take some time depending on how big the upgrade is, because Flutter is divided into different kind of engines. As you know, Flutter can output binaries or applications for iOS. It can output it for Android. It can do it for Mac OS. It can do it for Windows. Basically desktop, so if you say Mac, Windows, Linux, and then you will have web as well. So there's quite a lot of things involved in Flutter. As you can see here, it's like downloading everything necessary in order for you to be able to create Android applications. So after that is done, you see it goes to the iOS tool. So it's downloading, but it's also, I believe after it's done downloading stuff, it also needs to make sure that it can build those tool sets. So this is a process that might take some time. And in order to avoid us having to wait for that entire process, as you can see, it's now going to Web SDK and blah, blah. So we don't have to necessarily wait for this. So I'm just going to create a new, oh, it actually finished. So that was quite fast. All right. So it finishes work. We don't have to do anything special here. So that's how you upgrade Flutter. So just run this command as suggested by the Flutter tools itself, Flutter upgrade, and then you're good to go. Okay, so we've done that step now. So we've set up our project. I'm just gonna move to my notes here, and I'm gonna make sure that that topic is ticked. And for the next item, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna talk about, we're gonna basically have a quick look around the environment set up by Flutter when you run Flutter create, because Flutter create doesn't just like create an empty directory. It actually creates the skeleton or the scaffold of your Flutter project with pretty much everything necessary for you to be able to run that project. Okay. So in this application, I mean, in this step of chapter 8, we're not actually going to run the application on any device. That's for chapter 9 and for chapter 10. But what we are going to do is to have a quick look around the project structure. So let me go to my notes here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this code, Visual Studio Code extension, which is provided in the path. So I can just say code dot, which opens up Visual Studio Code in the current folder. Okay. So Then once that is done, I'm going to bring up Visual Studio Code here. I'm just going to take a little bit of care to ensure that you can see the important parts of the screen. Okay, and I'm going to increase the size quite dramatically so it's visible for you as well. It is very big on my screen, but I think it's like a nice size on the actual output video. All right, so as you can see, here is the folder created by Flutter Create, and there are quite a lot of bits and pieces in here, and I'm just going to tell you a bit about a few of these folders and what they represent. So one thing that you need to understand about Flutter is that it actually is not like it's not really like React Native. If you're familiar with that, Flutter on iOS, for instance, it for those who have done iOS development, Flutter it outputs a native binary on your phone, a native fat binary basically for your iOS application, and it just puts one view on the screen, and then it graphically renders all its contents using Metal. Okay, so if you're not an iOS developer, that probably doesn't make so much sense to you, but this part that I'm going to mention now should make sense for everybody. But when you create a Flutter application, the Flutter create command basically spits out different parts that may be necessary for your application to run on different platforms. One of those platforms, one of the key platforms that Flutter runs on is iOS. So that is the folder that contains the native bits and pieces necessary for Flutter to be able to run in an iOS simulator or on an iOS device, such as an iPhone or an iPad. Okay, so this is like, as you can see, is the project or the workspace, and the workspace, because for those of you who are iOS developers, you will know that there's a thing called CocoaPods, and Flutter internally actually uses CocoaPods for iOS. If you're not an iOS developer, just know that every iOS or Android or web application can bring with itself dependencies. And a dependency is a way for your application to bring in code from other people in order to be able to achieve special functionalities. So there are various tools available for iOS developers, Android developers, web developers to be able to bring in dependencies for web. For instance, if you're writing a Node application, you would just use npm, which is the Node package manager. If you're using Swift, you will probably just bring in, for instance, SPM, I think, Swift package manager, or CocoaPods. And there's a third one, which I've kind of forgotten the name of, which I may remember later. If you're using Android, you're probably familiar with Gradle, and that you can like use for bringing in external dependencies. So if this is a platform of Android and this is a platform of iOS, and here's web and here's desktop, for instance, Flutter sits on top of these, so it can control all the small bits and pieces for these platforms to be able to be packaged inside one Flutter application, which sits on top here. And all these different platforms down here, excuse me, they can have their own dependency management. So the dependency management is kind of sit under one layer under. So Flutter then talks with these dependency managers and says, okay, you need to install this dependency for me to be able to work. So the reason I mention all of that is that is the reason you can see a workspace here and an Xcode project. And that's because Flutter internally is using a dependency manager system called CocoaPods, which in turn creates a workspace that links together the main project and all its dependencies. If you're not an iOS developer, if you're not interested in all of this, just know that this iOS folder is just so that your application can run on an iOS device. So that's that. The next part, which is important, is the test folder, which we're actually going to use in this course. The test folder is where you create your tests. If you're not familiar with software development from before, if you don't have a background in software engineering, testing is the ability for programmers in order to be able to make certain assertions about their code, and in order to make sure that they can automatically run a series of tests against their own code to make sure that everything's functioning as the programmer intended that to. If you are coming from a software engineering background, that know that we're going to put our integration tests, we're going to put our widget tests and unit tests inside this test folder. Okay, so I hope that covered everybody that may be watching this course. Then you also have a folder called Android, and this is, as you would expect, it is putting all the necessary files and folders that is required for your Android project to be hosting your Flutter application. So just know that Flutter kind of is a series of tools, is like a mobile kind of, is like a beautiful SDK that gets injected into these native applications and natively also renders its content. So and just like we had a host iOS application, here you will also have an Android folder which contains all the bits and pieces required for your application to be run natively on Android phones and on Android tablets. So this is, as you can, if you're an Android developer, you're probably like already familiar with this. Like you have your app and build Gradle inside the app folder. So there's nothing like fancy going on here. It's a simple Android application, which you can actually, if you have Android Studio installed on your computer, if you want to, you can open that folder and actually have a look around and even run that application as a native Android app on your phone. Okay. So that is our Android folder. And as you would guess, then we have a web folder, because I think I mentioned this before, but Flutter supports deployment of Flutter applications to the web as well. So you can actually create web applications with Flutter. It's nothing that we're going to discuss in this course particularly, but if you're interested in writing web applications with Flutter, you can also Google that. So have a look at that if you're interested in web applications, because though web applications in Flutter are relatively new, but Flutter has actually come really far with that. So people are creating all sorts of websites with Flutter already. Sorry about that. Okay, then we have a little file here called analysis options. And as you can see, it says this file configures the analyzer. So if you are not coming from a software engineering background, then you may not know what analysis actually means, but think of analysis as a way for Flutter to be able to have a look at the code that you write and correct you where it sees fit. So where it sees that, oh, you've made a mistake in writing something that could be written in a better way, then it consults this analysis options YAML file. And then it says, okay, what are the rules that I have to adhere to? Like, do you want me to be very strict about certain rules, or do you want me to be like less strict about other rules, or do you want me to completely ignore certain mistakes that you're making? So the analysis options YAML file, as it is pronounced, it allows you to basically define the rules that make sense for your project. In this course, we're not going to talk about so much analysis options, to be honest with you, but just know that it's there. So let me bring up the project structure here again. And the next thing that we need to have a look at, which is very, very important, is this file, popspec.yaml. Now, this is a file that, one of the things that you'll need to know about Flutter and the basic structure that it creates for you is that there are tons of documentations. And documentations are like so well done, in my opinion, in the Flutter world, where I personally come from, like the backend development background, like of doing Django or where I'm doing iOS development. Sometimes documentation can, for instance, on the iOS native world, be very kind of lacking. So Flutter has gone like well above the line of what is required from a developer's perspective in terms of documentation, and they provide a lot of documentations. And if you're not coming from a software development background, the documentation is pretty much like information provided by the developers who created the tool for you in order to help you get better at that tool. Okay, as you can see here, there's a file created for you, popspec.yaml, and you can see there's lots of gray lines here prefixed with this hashtag. If you remove them, you'll see that they become normal sentences, but if you put them back, they become something called a documentation. And a documentation, if you're not from software engineering background, it means just piece of text provided as an information block to you, which is not code anymore. So the program is not going to turn this into any sort of a code. It's just going to ignore that. This is just for you to learn, okay? So let's go back to this pubspec YAML and talk about what it actually is. Pubspec YAML is such an important part of Flutter that I think that you need to actually ignore. I mean, don't ignore the comments. Go and spend some time and read the comments just to understand what they mean. So what I'm going to talk about here is a little bit about what this pubspec YAML actually is. It is, if you're, for instance, coming from a web background, and if you've worked with Node.js, then we will have some sort of a config JSON file. Or if you're coming from Django, you'll have settings.py file. If you're coming from native iOS world, what would be the equivalent of the config? It kind of will be kind of like your info plist file. So I mean, it is kind of like a control panel of what your project should actually be looking like. Its icons, the version number, its name, all your dependencies. So these things will be all placed inside this file. And when you change this file, if you're already running your application, then Flutter automatically understands changes to this file and then reconfigures itself, if it can, on the fly with your new configurations. If it can't, then you may have to restart your application. Like if you make drastic changes, for instance, if you bring in a completely new dependency into your project, then the project cannot be like rerun immediately. It needs to actually recompile and link against that dependency. It's just like humanly impossible or computerly impossible for it to do. So let's have a little look around in this pubspec YAML file. As you can see, there's a tag here called name, and its value is my notes. And if you remember from the terminal, if I bring back the terminal, bring up the text a little bit, this is what we created, right? This is the project. This is how we created the project. So we said Flutter creates an organization of se.pixology and then my notes. All right. That is what the my notes is for. This is your project name, my notes. All right. And this is just a little description of what this application is all about. Now, you may be curious about where this actually went, se.pixology, or whatever you created your project organization under. Now you can see I searched for it. I said Command F in Visual Studio Code in Mac or Control F in Linux and Windows in Visual Studio Code, and I don't know actually what the shortcut for that find is in Android Studio. I just know Android Studio is a little bit peculiar about its key mappings, so it may not be Command F on Mac or Control F on Linux and Windows. So I search here now for SE Pixology, and you can see that there are no results. So this particular thing that I stressed so much in the beginning, that it's very important that you choose wisely, is not actually something that Flutter itself needs, as I mentioned. It is something that the different platforms that you'll deploy to need. So if I now actually say Command-Shift-F in Visual Studio Code, which searches in the entire project, say se.pixology, you will see that it is found in different places inside this project. For iOS, for instance, you can see here is in the project PBXproj, and for Android as well in our build Gradle. So you'll see the application ID became SE Pixology My Notes. And for iOS, if you look around here as well, you'll see that it is SE Pixology My Notes. Okay. So that was just a side note. So the other thing that you'll need to know about the pubspec YAML is this version number here. And this is if you're not from a software development background, if you haven't done software development before, versioning is a way for you to tell various places that you publish your application on, such as iOS App Store or Google Play Store, what if you have something new in your application. So for instance, if you, and this is how software is actually labeled. Like a software has different properties. What you're deploying or you're developing here is a Flutter application, but from the point of a store such as the App Store, it's just a package of stuff with some properties like its name, identifier, and it's a version. Now, this version is very important because it is a number, usually 3 digits, or I know that Google Play Store actually supports also 4 digits, separated by a dot. And these numbers actually mean something special. If you begin from the left and then you go to the middle and then to the right, the left number is something called a major number. The middle number is called a minor number, and the right one and the rightmost number is usually called the build number. In normal software development, the process is kind of like this: that you begin with an idea. You say, okay, my idea is to create a notes application. That's the first idea. That's idea number one. Then you put one as the major number. Then you begin by 0 and 0. Okay, so that's how a version number is kind of like birthed. So you say 1 0 0. That's version 1, usually called. Okay, then you release that application. You say, okay, I'm fine with that, version 1. And then you're in the kitchen cooking some food, and then you say, okay, it would be great if I could put like if I could add the ability for users to be able to delete their notes. It's not a huge functionality. It's just a little bit improvement on what I already have in the store. Then you will go and say, okay, is that a major idea or a minor idea? It's not a major idea. A major idea would be like a total rewrite of the application, adding massive number of features, fixing massive number of bugs, etc. So it's not a major idea. Then you go to the minor idea, and that minor idea corresponds to this minor version here. So you say, okay, the previous one was 0. This one is how big of a difference? It's just a small feature, so let's just say 1. If it was a huge, like minor idea, not major enough to be a major idea, but minor, but quite a big minor idea, then you would probably like go from 0 to maybe 2 or 3. It's not so popular to do that. Usually would go chronologically in that order, like 1 2 3 4, but you're also welcome to jump versions in special cases. So let's say then you say, okay, I fixed that, and I'll now make a build and send it to Apple and Google. Just remember that your previous build was build 0. Now, depending on how your project is structured, like you may decide that, okay, every build that I make, I'm going to actually increase this build number. So the previous one was 0, now it's going to be 1, then it's going to be 2 3 4 5 6, blah. So every time you make a build and send it out to your consumers, even if they're a group of testers or people who are your only consumers, may actually just be people who are downloading your application directly from the App Store or Google Play Store, or from the web. They may be interacting with your application as well. Then you may say, okay, every time I make a new build and send it out, that's when I actually increase this build number. Or depending on your project setup, you may come into an agreement with your teammates to say, okay, we don't increase the builds chronologically, but every time we change the major or the minor, we actually reset the build back to 0, and then we go up chronologically. So I don't want to go, to be honest with you, too much into detail about the version, but if you're interested in software development, and I think if you're watching this course, that kind of means that you're interested in software development, you'll need to know about this. So just know that version is your way of labeling your software and its features and what's new in it with numbers. Okay, so just remember major, minor, build. All right, but you don't have to play with this so much, to be honest with you. So I think in this entire course, we're actually not going to play with it. So, all right. The next bit of information in the PubSpec YAML is the environment. As you can see there, it says SDK. Now, when you see SDK, just think of software development kit. And this SDK is referring to the Flutter SDK. So it means that if you share your source code with some other developer who's sitting maybe on the other side of the planet, if they get your source code and they want to, for instance, be able to test this application on a simulator or an emulator on a real device, then they're required to have Flutter SDK version this or less than this. All right. So you can actually get your Flutter version by, I believe, if you run Flutter -- version, it will tell you that I'm Flutter 281. And that, as you can see here, it says, yeah, the SDK required in order to run this application is 2150. more than or equal to that, at least to 150. Okay. So that's your SDK, the Flutter SDK. The other part that you'll need to know about is this section in the PubSpec YAML, and that is called the dependencies. And this is what we're going to talk about actually right now. And dependencies, as I mentioned before, are ways for you as a software developer to bring in code that other people have written in order to make your application function better or function in a completely new way, for instance. You need to kind of be careful with dependencies, just because depending on what dependencies or libraries you bring into your project, it can actually make your life better or worse. Dependencies are basically, when you bring it in a dependency, they're usually code written by somebody else or other people that may be working on a library. So if you're not coming from software development background, then you will need to know this, and I'm just going to warn you from now so that you've heard it at least from somebody. Dependencies, when you're picking dependencies, just be a little bit careful in that it may be that they initially make your software better, but since dependencies are code written by other people and other people's priorities change, their lives may change so that they don't have enough time to continue working on those dependencies. So I have personally run into the issue that we brought in a dependency into a project, and then after a while we just realized that, oh, the developer isn't actively working on this, and maybe even the developer made that library deprecated. And deprecated is a word that you'll get to know when you work more with software development. And deprecated kind of means that the library is not supported anymore. The library is not actively being worked on anymore, and the developers are encouraging you to move away from them. So when you bring in dependencies, what I'd like you to do is just to have a look at who is behind the dependency and prioritize your picking and cherry picking based on a few factors. If the dependency is written by a single person, be a little bit careful about that, just because single person's priorities may change, and they may not be able to continuously work on even if it's an open source project, they may not be able to continuously work on that. If a dependency is written by an organization, especially an organization that you have a lot of faith in, then prioritize it a little bit higher. At least that's my opinion. If a dependency is written by a bunch of independent people under an organization, prioritize that also higher than a single person who has a library under their private name. Okay. That doesn't necessarily always mean that a dependency created by an organization is actually better quality. It just means that the chances of it being deprecated are a little bit less than chances of the same library being deprecated had it been written by a single person under their private name. So these may actually, to be honest with you, sound a little bit high level at the moment. And you may think, okay, why do I have to need all this? It's just that it is very easy for newcomers to Flutter to get dependent on dependencies, in that it's so easy to bring in a dependency and just work with it that people forget that, oh, this is actually code written by a single person sitting in their room, just like me sitting here and telling you not to listen to people who are sitting in their rooms. But I believe it is very important to try to steer your thoughts towards a little bit more constructive dependencies that are good for your project in the long run. But if you're writing an application and just want to release it and don't care about it anymore after you've released it, maybe it's okay to bring in a dependency from just a dependency that you don't even care about. But I would even challenge that idea of releasing an application which you may not care about after the first release, because that's usually not a good idea. Okay, a lot of talk about dependencies, but I think that had to be said. So we're talking about dependency, and I'm just going to bring in a caption. So Now here you can also see there is a dependency here by default brought into you by Flutter itself called Cupertino icons. And Cupertino icons is a dependency that I believe that the Flutter team itself is actually behind. So you may be thinking, okay, what are these dependencies? Like, where do they come from? They actually come from normal people and companies. So I'm going to bring up a website here for you. It is called pop.dev. I'll bring it up so that you can actually see it here. And you can see that in this website, pop.dev, you can search for dependencies. So I'm actually going to copy this Cupertino icons from here, and I'm going to paste it right there. Cupertino icon, just enter, and I'm going to press on it, and you'll see that it is published by the Flutter team themselves. Okay, so pub.dev is the website where you will search for dependencies. So you just search for a package, and then it will bring up results here for you. So this is how you'll search for dependencies. Okay, then now that we've talked about that, let's also talk about something called dev dependencies. Dev dependencies are dependencies that you'll bring into your project, which are useful only under development. So if you're familiar with software engineering, normal dependencies will get linked to your project, and then they will be shipped with your application. Whereas dev dependencies, they're only dependencies that you under the development time will use in order to make your software better. And as you can see here, one of the dependencies, for instance, is Flutter test, or Flutter lins in this case as well. Excuse me. Okay, so there are lots and lots of things to talk about here. And as you can see here in the future, actually, we'll work with this, that you can bring in assets and images and bringing them into your project. Okay, so this is a quick look around at the PubSpec YAML, and I'm going to let this be here. I'm just going to tick in my notes here that PubSpec YAML, we've talked about it. Now to the important part. We actually, in our application, we're going to need some dependencies in order to be able to continue working with the application. Now, we haven't talked so much about Firebase before, but just know that Firebase is a tool that allows you to kind of go serverless, but also have a server. Now, serverless is just a funky word that is being used nowadays to describe a server written by somebody else. So a server that you don't personally have to write. If you don't come from a software development background, for instance, if you're a product owner or a designer, a server is where your data sits in the cloud, kind of. So you, as a developer sitting in front of your computer right now, you're writing a Flutter application, and your Flutter application is going to be installed on iOS and Android devices, and that is the client. The client is the consumer of the data sent by the server. Okay, so the server is where the logic sits on a computer in the cloud. Okay, and Firebase is a computer in the cloud. Just think of that is written by Google. So you control it with simple commands on your computer, but it controls your data. So your client, your Flutter application, can connect to it and grab the data and read the data and manipulate the data on the client side. So now, in order to talk to Firebase, we actually need some dependencies. And Firebase, I'll bring up my Safari window here. Now let's have a look at Firebase core, and I'm going to search for it. Click on it. Firebase core, as you can see, is written by the publisher is firebase.google.com. And just remember that Flutter is actually a tool created by Google as well. So I personally think that anything related to Firebase is completely okay to bring into your Flutter application as a dependency. All right. So I'm going to go here and then say we need 4 dependencies for this particular project. Okay, so if you're in Visual Studio Code, you can bring the terminal up. I actually forgot the command for bringing the terminal. I think on my Mac is Control backtick, but I believe you can also always bring up terminal by going to terminal and new terminal. Okay, now I can see there are 2 terminal windows here. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of the Explorer on the left-hand side so you can see the data a little bit better here. There are 4 dependencies that we need to bring into our project, all right? And I want you to follow along with this exactly as I'm doing. Previously, what we had to do in order to, previously in the previous versions of Flutter, if you wanted to bring in a dependency, then you'd have to go and say, go to your pop spec and then add your dependencies manually with special versions. And then you would have to go to those dependencies pub dev websites to see the current version, all that. But with the latest versions of Flutter, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is just to say Flutter pop add. And I'm going to do that right now. So that's how you bring in a dependency, all right? The first dependency that we need is Firebase core. So just enter this command. It'll take some time, perhaps. Okay. Then say the same command, but say Firebase auth. I'm going to have a look at my notes basically here to make sure that I'm entering the correct dependencies. And I'm not going to talk so much right now about what these dependencies actually are, because that is going to take a lot of time as well. So let's just bring the dependencies in. There are 4 dependencies. So the next dependency that we have to bring in is Cloud Firestore. And let's go to the next one. And we say that Cloud Firestore is the 3rd dependency. And then we say Firebase Analytics. So that is the 4th dependency. So we've brought in 4 dependencies at the moment. If you look here, there is Firebase core, which is like the kernel, the main important parts of Firebase, which again is what we're going to use as our server, where all the nodes for all our users are going to sit. The next one is Firebase auth. Auth is the short form. Let me see, where did it go? Here, Firebase auth. That is for authentication. And I haven't yet shown how our application is actually going to look like, but auth is for authentication, is where our users will be able to register, log into our application and log out, and also get email confirmations to send to their emails in order to be able to verify the account. So auth is for authentication, and that's what we're going to use it for in order to make sure that people who are interacting with our application, they're actually logged in, okay? The next part is Cloud Firestore, and this dependency is used for when we actually store a logged in user's notes in the Firebase backend. All right, it's just funky names, to be honest with you. They're just names decided by developers, just like me and you. So, and the next part is Firebase Analytics, and that is for if you use Firebase Analytics, when you basically set up your Firebase backend, you will get some free analytics in, for instance, which screen did the user go to, which button did they press, and you can have a look at these analytics when you then look at your Firebase console, which we're going to talk about later. I know all of these are quite maybe high level. If you're not familiar with Firebase, you may be like, what the hell did we just do? And that is okay. You don't have to know all of this. Just know that these 4 dependencies are stuff we need in order to make our application function. All right. So now that we've added these dependencies, you can actually go back to your PubSpec YAML file and kind of have a look here at the dependencies that we added. And you can see all of them were added here automatically for you with their latest versions, okay? So previously, in previous versions of Flutter, we had to do this manually, but now you can just say Flutter pub add, and it will add the dependencies for you directly to PubSpec YAML. All right. So great. A lot of things we discussed here. It almost took 50 minutes to go through all of these basics, but I believe actually basics should take more time to explain than the more advanced stuff, because the more advanced you get, the less explanation you need. So that is why all these basic things basically take time to explain. Okay, I'm just going to take in my notes that we've talked about all of these topics. And I think this is actually a wrap for chapter number 8. So chapter number 8, we talked about how to set up our project. We've actually set up our project now. We've set up our dependencies, how to look around the default Flutter template, and we also talked about PubSpec YAML. So that's great stuff. In chapter number 9, we're going to talk about my favorite, which is the iOS app setup. And in this chapter, actually, we're going to go through a lot of things: profiles, certificates. We're going to talk about app IDs, a lot I can see here in the list. So I'm really excited actually for chapter number 9. So go grab a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Hello and welcome to chapter 9 of this course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the setup of our iOS app. And as I mentioned it, I think it was in the introduction chapter in the absolute first. Actually, it's not a chapter, it's just an introduction to this whole course. We talked a little bit about what we're planning to do with this application that we're developing here. And two of the things that we're going to do is to actually release the app in the App Store and in the Play Store. Now, if you're not planning to actually do that, you could potentially skip over this chapter. But I still believe that if you're planning on becoming a Flutter developer, you need to know how these things work, because being a Flutter developer, depending on what kind of Flutter developer that you actually want to become, with me assuming that you want to become an actual Flutter developer where you can, for instance, work on different applications and release them personally, or you can work in like a team concept and in the context of a team where you work with other developers inside a company, for instance, in order to work on their applications and release them then in the app stores. So if you fall into any of those categories that you actually want to release your application, then I strongly believe that you should know how to do that yourself. So although you may be a part of a team of a huge organization where the release process is its own like process that you basically hand over your source code to them and then they basically build it and prepare it and release it. But if you want to become like a full-fledged Flutter developer or a mobile developer for that matter, you'd need to know how to actually release your applications. Okay. So in this chapter, we're going to talk about releasing your app, or actually we're going to talk about preparing your application for releasing in App Store later. So what you need to know is how do you set up your Flutter application so that you can actually build it later and release it in the iOS App Store. Okay. And if I bring up the next caption here, you'll see that in order for you to be able to build your application and then deploy it in the App Store, you need an iOS developer account. And I talked about this previously, what a developer account is and that you'd have to apply for it. I think it was in chapter 1 we talked about this. But if you've jumped over that chapter, you'd need to know that you have to apply for a developer account at Apple. And once granted that developer account, then you're going to be able to get access to a portal called the App Store Connect. App Store Connect is your portal for managing your applications and uploading into the App Store, downloading some debug information, etc., which I'm not going to go into so much detail right now. And it also has a side note: as a developer, you will get access something called, I think, the developer portal or something like that. I think it's called. I believe so. I think we just call it developer portal or developer site. So you'll get access to that and you'll be able to manage things such as certificates and profiles. Okay. So which we're going to talk about soon, actually. So let's say that you have your developer account, and if you don't have your developer account, then please just go and search online for register developer account, or just watch the first chapter. I have to look at my notes actually here and see if that's what we talked about in chapter 1. Actually, yeah, I can see here. Chapter 1 was titled Developer Accounts. And in that chapter, we talked about how to register for an iOS developer account in depth. So please go and watch chapter 1 if you haven't done that, and if you are planning to actually release your application in the iOS App Store. So sorry about that. So now you know that you need a developer account, and it costs a little bit of money. I think it's about $99. So in Sweden, it's about 990 Swedish crowns, something like that, or 1,000 Swedish crowns almost. So now that we've talked about the developer account, let's talk about the certificates and profiles, because this is the thing that trips up a lot of mobile developers when they come to iOS development. Um, I mean, I've been doing iOS development since late 2007, when there was pretty much no iOS SDK as such. It was like just a set of tools, very little library support, because originally iOS apps, by Steve Jobs' definition, were supposed to be web applications. And then Apple just transitioned to this belief that, yeah, we actually have to have native applications. So they released some tools, and Xcode was there. So you could build some simple applications with iOS. OpenGL ES was there. So you could build some games as well. But how it started was that Apple wanted to make sure that the applications that are developed can only be distributed through the App Store. So they said that, okay, if I give Van Dot, for instance, a developer account, he shouldn't be able to create his own app store, because it's just a. I'm not going into the details of why they're doing that. There's a whole topic and what we could discuss, like a few days. We could talk about that, whether it's a monopoly or not. I don't know. So I'm not going to go into the detail about that. But what you need to know that is there is an app store. The basically just called App Store, but you could call it iOS App Store, Mac App Store, whatever you want. And Apple has control over that. So it's Apple who sits there and like controls and makes sure that apps that are published on the App Store, they're of a good quality, for instance. Okay. So Apple themselves have a certificate. Now, a certificate is like a piece of paper. Just imagine a piece of paper certificate that they hold on to, and they said, okay, whatever we publish on the App Store, it comes from us. Okay. So every app on the iOS App Store comes actually from Apple. I don't mean that the Apple has written the app. I mean that Apple has signed the app using their certificate, that piece of paper. Okay. So, and then when the app gets downloaded to your iPhone actually checks, is this a trusted application? Where does it come from? So iOS as an operating system, it can contain, and you can install many different types of applications that come from many different types of sources, such as the iOS App Store, or you could actually download an application that comes directly from a specific developer. Now, all these applications need to be signed. They need to be signed with a certificate that is just to identify where they come from. So certificate is a piece of paper that you as a developer hold, and every application, excuse me, every application that you develop will be signed using that certificate. Okay. So that certificate is your identity as a developer, and it gets kind of carried around with your application to the destination. So if you develop this notes application that we're doing in this course and you sign it with your certificate, then your application is going to have that certificate signature inside it. So when I send it to Apple, then Apple is like, that's this developer who created this app. Okay. And then when Apple then says, okay, your application is fine, you can release it to the App Store, then Apple re-signs your application with their own certificate. That is just to make sure that your application, after it's been signed with Apple's certificate, can be distributed into the iOS App Store and downloaded by millions of users around the world. So it's just know that certificate is your identity as a developer. Okay. Now that we talked about certificates, let's talk about profiles, because that also is a tripping point for some developers, especially if they don't come from like a native iOS development background, which I do. Profiles, you see, a certificate identifies you. In short, profiles identify your app. So that's like the very short way of saying it. So you as a developer might have 10, 20, 30 applications that you're developing, or you have developed. Each of these applications will have their own identity, and that identity at the end is tied to you as a developer. So you say, here's my certificate, here's who I am. But when you then create an application, then that application also needs to identify itself. It will be like, here I am an application signed with this profile using this certificate. So just know that a profile is kind of like an identity for your application and different flavors of that application. And a certificate is an identity of you as the person who developed that application. All right. So, and if you notice, I just said different flavors of your application. And by that, I mean that if you're not coming from a development background, if you're, for instance, coming from a design background and you have a Figma file or Visio file that you're designing your wireframes in, whatever, if you're coming from a ownership background, then you're probably may have like working with Jira or Excel sheets or whatever, wherever you put your requirements, you may not be familiar with different flavors of an application. But if you've worked a little bit close with an app team, then you'll know that there are different flavors of every application. And those flavors are usually, there are usually two flavors. One is a development flavor and the other one is a production flavor. A development flavor is the application. You see, if you sit with developers, with software engineers that are working on your application on a daily basis, they're coding, they're fixing things, they're fixing bugs, they're adding new features, and then they will provide the product to you as a software, as a product owner, for instance, or a designer. And you will download that flavor on your application and be like, okay, this looks fine, great. Now, all of a sudden you press a button and that button crashes the application. So the application just disappears. You're like, oh, it crashed. Well, at that point, if the developers were doing their job correctly, then they had to put some crash analytics into the application that as soon as the application crashes or something bad happens to the application of that flavor of the application that you installed on your iPhone or Android phone or tablet or whatever, and they will get something called a crash report. A crash report is, as its name indicates, it's just a report where the crash information is completely visible and they probably even know which button you tapped at what time and what was the information that your app was carrying at the point that it crashed. So it helps them debug and fix that problem. Now, these flavors of the application that you install on your phone on a daily basis, where working with mobile developers, are usually called debug applications. And a debug application is just a way of saying that the developers who created it, they created the application, have the opportunity then to fix any bugs that may arise with more information than they would usually have had they released this application to the store for millions of others to download. So that is a flavor. It's a debug flavor or is a development flavor, okay? And it just means that it's a daily, it's kind of like a updating regularly application that only very close circle of people close to the project can download. So that's a flavor, okay? Another flavor of an application that gets released by developers could be the production flavor. And the production flavor is the same as a debug flavor, but a little bit like some stuff may be removed from it, some sensitive information that may be logged otherwise may be removed from it. It's just like a stripped down version for security purposes, not stripped down version of like features or anything. It's just they make it tighter. They make it so that it is a little bit more secure, like some extra stuff may be removed from it, extra stuff that otherwise developers only may need. So when it then gets packaged into this beautiful little beautiful little package, basically, then it will also be a new flavor called a production flavor. So now you have two flavors. One is like for a close circle of people sitting next to the product in the same product room, or now that everyone's working remotely, maybe people are sitting at home, etc. And that is like the product team closely, developers, testers, product owners, designers, UXers, everyone. That is the close circle. They get the development builds usually. And then when you get to sending your application to Apple, for instance, or to Google for review, then you would get the production flavor, okay? The reason I'm talking about flavors is that these different flavors on iOS, at least, are basically signed with their own specific profiles. So then you'd have a development profile and you would have a production profile. And these profiles dictate to your application what it can and it can't do. For instance, one of the capabilities of a development profile in the iOS world is that your application can actually be installed on a telephone, hooked with a cable or even without a cable, and debugged remotely. So this is one of the cool things you can do with iOS, in that you can actually, like if I'm a developer sitting here, I can get the designer's telephone and say, oh yeah, you want the application? Like, do you want to actually see what I'm working on? Yeah, she or he would say. You would connect their phone to your computer and enable something called remote debugging, and then you would disconnect it and then give the phone back to them. And whenever they want the application running live on their phone as you're developing it, you could actually run the application with your Xcode live on their iPhone or iPad. So that is its own flavor, and the profile, which is the development profile, dictates to that application that you can be debugged. But if you then want to sign your application with a production profile and send it to Apple, that profile dictates that this application is not allowed to be debugged. And when you create your application and send it to Apple, you need to make sure of two things, among many other things, but certificate and profile wise, you need to make sure of two things. The application is signed with your production certificate, and the application is signed also with the production profile, which is hooked to the production certificate. So first, the certificate should be there. Using the certificate, you create the profile. With the profile, you sign your application, and then you send this application to Apple. Apple then looks, oh, everything is in order. The profile used was a production profile, and the certificate linked to the profile was also correct, a production certificate identifying you as a developer. So that was almost 16 minutes of information about profiles and certificates for iOS, but I think they're so paramount it's so important to understand that you shouldn't really jump over these concepts as if you want to become a mobile developer. It's so important. So now, enough with concepts. Now let's talk a little bit about the developer account. And here I actually have a link, which I'm going to open in a separate window. And then I'm going to bring it to the foreground so you can actually see. So here is the developer account, as you can see on Apple's website. And I'm going to bring my face a little bit to the right, bottom right. So zoom into the window here. And this is actually on developer.apple.com/ then you would go into accounts. Okay, so after you've registered an account, then you will be able to go in here and sign in with your account. And I'm going to sign in with my company's Apple ID. There we go. And then it says, okay, we sent you a verification code, and I have my Apple Watch here. So I'm just going to say, I didn't get a code, and text me the code. All right. So in a short while, I should be able to get a verification code here. And it is important that you don't show this verification code to other people. It's just, you shouldn't do that. So I'm going to remove the screen from where you can see it, and I'm going to enter the code that was sent to me. It is 6 digits, and it is just basically digits. And I'll bring the browser up now, and I say trust this browser. Okay. So here you will see that license agreement has been updated. Okay, so we should be able to review that later. So I'm going to increase the space that this screen is taking at the moment so you can see it in its entirety. And you can see that now that you've logged into this account, you should be able to see things such as overview, membership, people, certificates, IDs, and profiles. Okay. So, and then what I talked about earlier, which is your App Store Connect. Okay. So, and what happens here basically is that in the membership, people, certificates, IDs, and profiles is where you will manage your certificates and all your profiles, as I mentioned before. So here it is very important that you basically set up a good ground for your certificates, create the dev certificate, the production certificate, and then you create your profiles after that, which we're going to talk actually about in this chapter. So here are the missing pieces for us in order to be able to carry on. So we need as I mentioned before, certificates, profiles, and app IDs. App ID is something that I didn't mention before, so I think it's just important that I mention what an app ID is. An app ID is additional to the profile that you create. An app ID is an identifier that Apple and you use in order to know which application you are talking with, both you yourself and also if you, for instance, in the future are going to enable features such as push notifications. Now, if you're not familiar with what push notifications are, they're basically remote notifications, remote information that you can send from a cloud somewhere on the internet to a user's phone. So when they get their phone, they will see, oh, here is a message from this application. You could think of it as remote messages, just as if someone sends you an SMS or an iMessage. Or for instance, if you're using WhatsApp or Telegram, someone writing a message in a chat and then you're getting a notification on your phone, that is called a push notification. So an app ID is used mainly in order to be able, in order for you as a developer to be able to specify different capabilities of your application. For instance, that it can receive push notifications, that it can, for instance, store secure information on the phone, etc., etc. So when I previously mentioned that you need a certificate and profile in order to sign your application, you also need an app ID in order to identify your application and its capabilities. Okay, so we're going to talk about that soon, actually. So now, what we need to do here before we actually get started creating a certificate is to talk about the keychain. Now, if you have a developer account here and you are planning on releasing your application, I kind of can basically assume that you have a Macintosh, so that you have registered for an account and that you want to be able to sign your application with a certificate and profile. However, you may be in a group of people who doesn't have a Macintosh and Xcode, etc., but you still want to be able to release your application to the App Store. So you may want to, for instance, create your certificate profiles and app ID, and then later send that information to some sort of a cloud hosting service for them to sign your application and then send it back to you. Something like that. I have never done that myself, but you may be in that group. And for the sake of being inclusive, I think it's important to talk about that. Now, let's talk about what I've put up here as the caption, and that is like the certificates in the keychain. You see, every certificate gets created by you as a developer sending a request to Apple. Now, this request is you basically creating a digital signature on your computer, which your computer holds onto. Then your request, you will send it to Apple. Apple says, oh, you're asking for a certificate. Okay, here's the certificate. And then you download that certificate. And then when you double click on the certificate, it gets installed and hooked to your original request. Okay, so here's the certificate and here's the private key. So the private key is just a piece of information that your computer stores digitally on only your computer, so that later the downloaded certificate can actually be hooked to it, creating a chain. Okay, so your application, when it gets signed with your certificate that you then download from Apple, it actually contains some information about the certificate and the private key. And then you send the application that was signed using these two pieces of information to Apple. So it's a lot of information, I know, but I think it's important for every mobile developer who wants to release something for iOS App Store to know this. Now, this private key and the certificate, they both get stored inside a program on your computer called Keychain, if you have Macintosh. And I can bring up Keychain, actually. Let me see which, I have 3 screens here, so I don't know which one's going to get open on. So I will bring up Keychain here, and I will show you how it looks like. So here is an example of Keychain, and you can see here there's a distribution certificate and a development certificate. Okay, and these certificates, I didn't create them, I downloaded them, but the things under them, this is the chain I was talking about, this is the key that I created. Okay, So when you request a certificate from Apple, you actually create this thing on your computer and you upload this thing to Apple for them to create a certificate hooked to that, kind of. Not, you don't actually upload exactly this, but something that is related to this, okay? So for us, in order to be able to continue, I think it's important that I actually delete these existing certificates from my computer. So I'm just going to go like this, and I'm going to be like, delete 2 items. All right. And delete them just like that. Okay. So now they're gone. Now what we need to do is here, let me put up the caption so you can see. So that was the certificates. And now we also need to talk about actually deleting the profiles. Now, this is an interesting part. If you already have like profiles installed on your computer, you may not want to do this, but I'm just going to show you this step so that we start with a clean slate. Okay, so you're not supposed to do this if you exactly know what you're doing with your certificates. But if this is the first time you're doing this and there may already be some certificates on your computer for some reason, then this is the way to actually get rid of them. So I'm going to open up Finder. Let me open up Finder here, and I'm going to bring it up here. What we need to do is to go into a folder called, I believe it's called library, and then mobile device, and then something called provision profiles, okay? And you can see here, and I will show you this path again. So it's my user, library, mobile device, and then provision profiles, okay? So after I've gone into that folder, I'm going to delete these profiles that are here, okay? So you don't have to do this if you don't want to and you know exactly what you're doing, but I'm just doing it to show you that profiles are always stored in that location for your user, okay? And what you can also do, which I really like, is to, if you say add columns here, and kind of like drag it into your favorites so you don't have to type that path every time. So let's just put it here, okay? So that every time I want to install a profile, I can just click here and put my profile there, all right? All right. Now that we've done that, the next step, as the caption shows here, is to delete our existing certificates and profiles from Apple's development account. So let's go to certificates, IDs, and profiles here on the left-hand side. And you'll see here, I have quite a lot of things stored right here, okay? You see distribution, development, blah, blah. So what we can do here is to go ahead and delete these certificates on the left-hand side. You see it says certificates. So there are quite a few of them. So what I'm going to do is just to tap on this one and just say revoke, tap on the next one and just revoke them one by one. So, and again, if you're new to iOS development and you've just gotten your development account, you don't even have any certificates. So this screen is going to be empty for you. So revoke. So your screen is kind of look like this, all right? So now that we don't have certificates, I'm also going to go into profiles and delete these profiles. So if I just go in here and kind of like say all my profiles and then just delete, this is going to be fine as well. So it's not a problem. All right. So now I've deleted all my profiles and certificates. And that was the goal of this part of the chapter 9, I believe. So yeah, I've now deleted the existing development and production certs. And then that is done with the profiles as well. They're also gone. So what we need to do now is to create something called a development certificate. And just to recap, a development certificate is a certificate that will allow you as a developer to run and test your application while you're developing it on real iPhone or iPad. All right. So it's not necessary for releasing the application, but I personally, after many years of experience developing mobile applications, I've come to the conclusion that I prefer actually running my application and testing my applications on real devices as I develop, because you also have emulators and you also have simulators that simulate and emulate the capabilities of iPhone and Android phones or tablets. But I've come to the conclusion that it's actually, for me at least, better to test my application on real phones or tablets. So in order to be able to do that, and if you have, for instance, an iPhone connected to your computer, and you want to test your Flutter application on that iPhone, then the first thing you need to do is to create a development certificate. So you need to identify yourself as a developer to Apple. So let's go to the certificate section and then just say create a certificate and then choose Apple development. iOS app development. This is interesting. It says, yeah, so it says Apple. That's very interesting. So you can basically use something called Apple development, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to say iOS app development at the moment. Okay. So let's do that. Just choose iOS app development and just press continue. And then here it says create a new certificate. And create a new certificate it's waiting for you to tell it that you're asking for a development certificate and you need to choose a file. Now, this is the magic part. You need to now go back to Keychain. So let me see if I can bring up Keychain again. And in here, just go to Keychain Access menu and then say Certificate Assistant and then say request a certificate from a certificate authority. Okay. So I'm going to press that and I'm going to put my company's email here. And the common name, I'm just going to leave it as my name. All right. And then I'm just going to say save to disk. All right. So that's what we're doing now. Then I'm going to say continue. And then it says, okay, I'm going to write a file on your desktop or wherever you want with that request. So save it somewhere that you know where it is actually saved. So I'm going to save that and then say done. All right. Now you see that certificate request in itself didn't create a certificate. It's just a certificate request. But what it did is that it created a private key. And you can actually go to your keys here and you'll see that there was a, if I say kind, private key. So one of these keys is the one that was just created right now. Okay. I don't exactly know which one because it doesn't have a date, but it's just one of these. So every request for creating a certificate, it creates with itself a private key. Okay. So keep that in mind. Let's go back to my certificates. Now that that file has been saved on your desktop, just say choose file and then go to your desktop and pick that certificate request. Okay. And it's, you see here, certificate request, cert sign request, and just say continue. And then it says, okay, it expires in a year. And you need to keep that in mind because development certificates do always expire in a year and you need to basically renew them. Okay. So, but for now, you don't have to worry about that because we're not going to take a year to develop this application. So let's just say download, and it got downloaded to my downloads folder. So I'm going to bring up my downloads folder and actually just going to show you here like this. So here is the file that got downloaded. You see, it's a cert file. All right. Now this certification in itself, it doesn't contain your private key. Remember, the private key is in the keychain. So what you need to do is just, you need to double click on this. All right. So double clicking on it, you see it will then create a certificate in your keychain on the My Certificates and Login keychain that is linked with your private key. You see, so this is what you downloaded from Apple. This is what you created on your computer by requesting a certificate. And when you double click on the downloaded certificate, these two get hooked together. Okay, so that's it. That is what you have to do to create a development certificate and the key related to it. All right. Now let's go to the production certificate, and we need to kind of do the same thing, same process in order to create our production certificate. So let's go back to all certificates, and I'm just going to say plus certificate, and I'm going to say iOS distribution, App Store, and ad hoc. Okay, so choose that option, please. And sorry, I'm just going to note also in my notes here that we talked about the dev certificate. So let's go ahead and press continue here, and you'll have to do the exact same process as you did for the development certificate and create a new certificate request. So let's do the same thing, just basically kind of copy and paste the same process. Go to Keychain Access, Certificate Assistant, request a certificate from a certificate authority, and just be careful a little bit with this because I've understood from what I've seen is that depending on what you've chosen here, this menu actually changes. So it could be that you kind of like need to make sure in your keychain that you're not selecting anything. So just make sure that nothing is selected, and then go to then go to certificate assistant and request a certificate from certificate authority. Put your company's or your developer account's email there. I'm just going to Pixology AB, and then save to disk, and then say continue, and then save it to desktop. And since there's a file already there with the same name from the previous step, it's going to say, are you sure you want to replace it? Yes, replace it. And it got saved. Then I'm going to go here and then choose the same exact file, but it's actually is a new file which got rewritten. And then say continue, and you'll see now there's a download. So I'm going to download that, and if I go to my downloads folder here, I'll bring it up so you can see as well. Let's see. I'm going to bring it here. You will see that there is a new file called iOS distribution. That is your production certificate. Okay. So double click on that. Keychain gets open again. And you'll see now you have two certificates here, iPhone distribution and then iPhone developer. So these are your certificates, and keep hold of them, kind of like try to save them. And even if you don't save them, it's okay because they're now placed here. So you can always export them. Okay. But it's also good practice just to keep hold of them. Great. Now, sorry about that. Now we've created a developer and a production or distribution certificate. Let's talk about the next step, and that is required for us to be able to release or test our application on phones. So let's go back here and to identifiers, and in here is where you create your application identifiers, and you can see that they're actually tied to a specific organization and identifier, which we talked about in which chapter was it that we talked about? I think it was actually in chapter 8. Yes. If you don't know what an identifier is, please go back to chapter number 8 where I discussed that. So let's press the plus button here and say that you want to create a new app ID. Okay. Press continue, and then you will choose app here, not an app clip. And then you will be presented with this screen here. So I'm going to explain to you what all of this is. So in here, the description, we're just going to print some information here that describes our application. And to be honest with you, I don't remember what we actually called our application when we created in the previous. I can see it was called My Notes. So I'm just going to say My Notes Flutter application, something like, or Flutter app. All right. Here, the bundle identifier is very important that you actually specify it correctly as we created it in our in chapter 8. So I'm going to bring up the My Notes application here. I'm going to increase the font size so you can see. If you remember where we created the application with this command, you see we said se.pixology and then My Notes, meaning that the application identifier from this point on is going to be se.pixology.mynotes. Okay, with a dot in between. All right. So if I search for that in our project and say se.pixology.mynotes, you will see there are some results here. You see. So depending on how you created your Flutter application, depending on what organization you specified, this identifier may be different for you. But since my identifier in this case is se.pixology.mynotes, I'm just going to copy that. And I'm going to bring it here, make sure explicit is selected, and just paste that bundle ID in there. Okay, so that is chosen. Now, if you remember what I said before, an app identifier is not just the identifier, the bundle ID itself, but it's also like a list of capabilities that your application can have. Now, if you, for instance, want to have push notifications, you will also need to enable that in here. Now, push notifications is not something that we're going to do in this course, so you don't have to do that. But all you need to do here, after you've entered your app ID prefix, your app bundle identifier and a description, just press continue. And you can see that it says, okay, are you sure everything's fine? Yeah. Explicit. Yeah, great. And then I say register. Now that identifier got created. All right. So you don't really have to do anything with that identifier right now. It's just that you have now registered that identifier, so no one else can basically take that app from you. So I'm going to actually tick these items in my notes so that we know we've talked about it. All right. Now, the next step is to prepare your application so that it can actually be installed and debugged or tested on real phone. Now, you can't see my entire setup, but here I have an iPhone 12 Pro, which is just right here. It's a little bit dirty screen, but that doesn't matter. It's just my test telephone. And this phone is connected, as you can see, with a cable to my computer. And it is available for my computer to see. So I'm just going to unlock this phone right now with my passcode. And if I then bring up my Finder, so here, you can see that it is available here, right here. Okay, so it's my telephone and it has a special identifier. And if you want to get your device identifier, which is what we need to do here, as you can see, in order to debug on a real device, we need a UUID to register for our profile. So when you, I mean, this is a kind of like a big thing to talk about because it takes a lot of time. But what I'm going to say here is that when you created that the development certificate, the next step is for you to basically register your device with Apple so that Apple knows on which devices you actually want to test your application. All right. And those devices, they're stored in here under the devices tab. And there are ways to get your device identifier, such as going to Finder, as I just showed here, and just tapping on your device. Now, I'm kind of going to do it off screen so you don't see the entirety of what is here. So let me see if there's any way for you to actually get your device identifier. Yes, and it is. I can actually see here there's a way to get that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bring Finder up here so you see what happens. I just tapped on my phone. Now, you need to register your device identifier under this Devices tab before you create your profile, okay? I'm not going to do that because my phone is already registered, but you need to do this on your own. And the way to do that is to connect your phone or your tablet, which you want to test your Flutter application on, to your computer, then go into Finder and tap on your phone, and then just click on this section. Now, I'm not going to do that here. And the reason behind that is that every device says identifier really identifies that device. So you could go and register my device under your account. So, and it's just not a good idea to show your device identifier to others. So I'm not going to be able to do that, unfortunately, in this course. But the steps you have to take is to click here on this label, and it will show you a section called UUID. Copy that UUID and go into Devices section of the Certificates, Identifiers, and Profiles section of Apple Developer Account, and add that UUID with a name to your account. Okay, so I'm just going to assume you've done that. And if you need some time to go ahead and do that, please pause this video and do that. So the key is just to get the identifier from here. Okay, there's a way also get your identifier, your device identifier, from Xcode. And that works exactly the same. You just have to open Xcode, then go to, I believe, go into menu and then pick devices. And from there, you pick your device and you'll see its identifier right there. So that was a lot of talk. Let's say that you've already done that. So what we need to do now is to go and create a development profile. All right. So I'm just going to tick these items in my notes as well. So this is the exciting part. Now we're going to go to the profile section and create a new development profile. So click on generate a profile, and I'm going to say iOS app development and then say continue. Then it says, okay, choose an app ID. You see now your profile is going to be linked with your app. So do this drop down here and you can see, I'm just going to say my notes, and this is the app that I created. And for you, this ID may be a little bit different. The description may be a little different, but just choose the app ID that you created in the previous steps. So I'm going to choose that. I'm just going to say continue. Now it's going to say, okay, which certificate is this profile connected to? Do you remember I said that a profile is linked to a certificate? This is what that actually means. So granted that you've created your development certificate in, as I talked about in this chapter, just select your certificate. So, and then say continue. Now, here it asks you that which devices do you want this profile, which devices do you want your application, which is signed with this profile and certificate, to be able to run on? Now, all these devices come from the devices section. I've registered many devices. So even some of my coworkers' devices, which allow us to basically debug an application on their devices as well. So granted that you've done that, if you go back here, then you will see those see those devices in this list, right? So I'm just going to say select all. Just make sure my application can be run on all those devices that I've registered, okay? Then say continue, and then you will give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name of my notes dev profile, or just my notes dev, okay? And I'm just going to say generate, and you will get some information about when it expires, etc. It also expires in a year. So, and then you'll have to say download. And we're going to do the exact same thing now for a distribution profile. A distribution profile is kind of like the same dev profile, but you cannot debug your application with it. All you can pretty much do with it is to sign your application with that profile and send it to Apple so that you can deploy your application in the App Store. Okay. So press plus profile, and this time go to distribution and say App Store. You see distribution subsection and App Store. So press the continue button, then go here and then choose your application. So that was the development profile. Sorry, now we have to go to the production. So I'm going to bring the window a little bit up so that you can see it in its entirety. So then I'm going to choose my notes. All right. And then I'm just going to press the continue button here. And I'm going to take it in my notes. So we've talked about the dev profile. Okay. So now that you've done that, choose your certificate. And you see it says, okay, now you're creating a certificate, a profile for a distribution. Then it should be hooked with some sort of a distribution certificate. And since iOS distribution certificate is the only one that we created, if you remember, I deleted all my other certificates. So that's the only one left here. Just pick that and press continue. Now give it a name. I'm going to say my notes prod production. And then I'm just going to say generate. It says, okay, there you go. And you can download it. All right. Now that you've done that, you need to bring up your downloads folder where your profiles got downloaded. Now, you see, these are the two profiles I got downloaded with their extension of mobile provision. You need to install these somehow on your computer so that you can sign your applications or your iOS application with these. So what you need to do now is to copy these two files. I'm going to copy them like this, Command C, and then bring them into your provision profiles folder. I'm just going to cut and paste them there. Okay. So they're not in the downloads folder anymore. So there they are. There are other ways of installing these profiles. Some people rather drag it into Xcode. Some people double click on them, and those are all fine. But there's a little bit of a problem by doing those methods compared with the method I showed you here. If you double click these profiles, macOS knows how to install them, but macOS just messes up their naming. So they will be installed under very random names. So if you come back to your provisioning profiles folder, they may be under some sort of a cryptic name that you don't recognize anymore. So in this way, they basically keep their original name, which is very descriptive of what they actually are. Okay, that was that. So now we've created a dev profile and a prod profile. Exciting stuff. So what we need to do now is actually we can say that we're done with this screen here. So I'm going to close that. What I'm going to do here then is what we need to talk about now is to set up our project in Xcode so that Xcode understands that our application needs to be signed with the correct profiles and certificates. So what I need you to do is to go to the iOS folder in your Flutter project and just right click on it and say reveal in Finder. Okay. After you do reveal in Finder, double click on the workspace in order to open your Flutter Xcode workspace in Xcode. And what you'll need to do now is to basically make sure that your signing of your iOS application is done correctly. So choose this icon on top left in your, I think it's Project Explorer or something, Project Navigator. Then on the targets, choose your targets and then go to signing and capabilities and just remove automatic signing. Okay. For this course, we're not going to use automatic signing. I'm just going to take it here in my notes that I've talked about, removing automatic signing. So The next step is for us to be able to tell Xcode that for debug purposes, in order for us to be able to run our application on a real phone and debug that application, which profile and which certificate it needs to use. So what I'm going to do here is to go into this section here, as you can see, debug under signing and capabilities. And then I can see that actually it's already using the automatic signing for debug, and I'm going to remove that as well. Okay. So what you need to do here is actually pick the right profile here. And it says my notes dev and my notes profile, prod, and you can see it says ineligible. And that is because we don't have a development team yet. And I'll explain that soon. But for now, just go to your provisioning profile and say, for debug purposes, we're going to use the my notes dev. And then go to your release and then say, I'm going to use my notes prod. Okay. And here's a little error here. You see it says provisioning profile my notes prod doesn't include signing certificate, Apple development, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's fine. Don't worry about that. So what we need to do now is to actually tell it. So I'm going to actually pick here profile insert, setup release, profile insert. Okay. So what you need to do here is to go to your build settings and make sure that your development team here is actually selected. You see Pixology is for me, and then for you, it may be something else. So now what I'm going to do, I mean, sometimes, and I can see signing certificate here is actually not really selected. Sometimes it can be that Xcode kind of goes crazy when we play with certificates and signing. So I'm going to close Xcode. Going to do the same thing here. Go to Reveal in Finder, and Finder open up in another window here. So I'm going to open up the workspace again. Okay, I can see we're still getting the problem provisioning profile my notes dev doesn't include signing certificate Apple development. And let's open up our keychain again and have a look a little bit here. And I can see, unfortunately, there is a profile. You can see previously we had two profiles, and it is very unfortunate because so in here you can see this development certificate was created by us. You see, they're very tightly close to each other. These two we created, but this is something that Xcode has created, and that is because Xcode tries to do automatic signing. As you saw, it was saying automatically managed signing. So by doing that, it created a certificate for me on my behalf, which I don't want. So the error that we're seeing here is that Xcode is now saying that this profile that you have here is not linked to this thing, which Xcode created itself. No one asked it to do that. I didn't ask Xcode to do that. So when you're working with iOS development, just know that Xcode tries to do a lot of magic for you. And if you want to actually do things manually, it may get in the way. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete this development certificate because I didn't ask for it. Okay. So I'm going to say, I believe actually that's the right one. Yeah. So I'm going to say delete. And now you can see that error went away simply because Xcode was like, ooh, now I understand which one you're talking about. And then the provision profile of the prod also is hooked correctly. So now what I'm going to do is, as you can see here, I've opened the project here, and then I have my actual iPhone selected here to be able to make sure that your application can actually run on this phone now after all of this hard work. Is just to press the play button here. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to let it do its thing. And if everything works correctly, it's going to basically then allow us to run the application. All right. So now it says, now, and this is a dialog that you're probably also going to get. What's happening here is that it's trying to sign the application and all its libraries using that profile, development profile. And since that development profile is linked to a development certificate in the keychain, and that keychain is password protected, you see the login keychain, it says, I can't access that certificate. Give me the password for the login keychain. So I'm going to type that. And then I'm going to say always allow. So let it do its thing.
And this may, depending on the machine that you're running this process on, it may take some time. I can see it's saying now building. So, okay, then I got an actual failure here. It says Cloud Firestore wasn't found. And this is very interesting. I'm actually, I mean, I didn't plan for this to happen, but it did happen. I'm kind of glad that it happened. This happens usually when you add new dependencies to your project, such as these big dependencies, but they're not really linked to your project yet. So the way to fix that is I'm gonna let Xcode be here. Okay, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna bring a terminal. What I'm going to say here is Flutter clean iOS, or clear iOS, I think, clean. So this is basically going to clean up how the iOS project was set up and all its dependencies. All right, and I'm going to close actually Xcode as well. Then what I'm going to say is to say Flutter pop get. And Flutter pop get, what it does is that it sets up all our dependencies from the beginning. And just to make sure, I'm going to go into the iOS folder, and I'm going to say pod install. And could not be compatible version. Okay, pod install -- update repo. Pod install. Let's see if we can do an update repo. I'm just gonna do that without like explaining it right now so much, and see if that fixes our problem. I'm gonna bring up a new Safari window and say pod install update repo. Let's see what the command was, but because I've forgotten that. Pod update we have. Yeah. Let's pod install. I believe there is a variant of repo update, it's called. Okay, pod install repo update. Let's see if this fixes our problem. And it says code could not find compatible version for pod cloud firestore from blah blah. Specs satisfying the from dependencies were found, but they require higher minimum deployment target. And that's very interesting. So what is happening here is, you see, the deployment target that we have for our application, what it means is that when we created the project with Flutter, Flutter said that what it does internally, it says this Flutter application should be run on these iOS versions and these Android versions. And what we're seeing here is that we are using Cloud Firestore, and Cloud Firestore as a dependency is expecting our application to have a minimum deployment version. It means that Cloud Firestore cannot be used in applications that, for instance, are trying to run on iOS 7, for instance. Okay, so what we need to do here in your Flutter project, just say Command P in Visual Studio Code and open up a file called pod file. All right, go in there and let's see. Here we have some stuff set up. Let's go in here and just say platform iOS. And what we're going to do is just to say platform iOS 13, just for now. I mean, 13 is really good because right now is iOS 15 is available. So you could just say you're supporting 15, 14, and 13. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to run pod install again. And this time I can see that things are going a lot better and it's installing all our dependencies without a problem. So what you need to know now, what I did here was something that you probably would need to do if you're comfortable with iOS development. So you need to fix these problems by hand. But before I explain what I actually did, you need to know about something called pod. And I explained this in the previous chapters about in chapter 8, when we talked about dependencies. Flutter can create iOS applications. iOS applications dependencies are basically using CocoaPods. So CocoaPods is a dependency management system for iOS applications. And you need to just know that you need to, in order to be able to do the trick that I just did, you need to install CocoaPods. And there is a good website for that. I mean, you can, I'll bring up and I say install CocoaPods.
And then I go here and you just say CocoaPods, and then there's a command that you need to issue in your computer in order to install CocoaPods, okay? So after you've installed CocoaPods, then you can go into your iOS project and like ask it to reinstall your dependencies. So the key here though was for me to uncomment this platform line in the pod file where my dependencies are managed. So I'm just going to say now I'm supporting iOS 13 at the minimum. All right. And then I manually ask the project to be recreated, the iOS project to be recreated using pod install repo update. So after you've done that, your dependencies are generated. And then I'm going to right click on iOS again. And I'm going to say, oh, I can say open in Xcode. That's interesting. Will that work? I don't dare, to be honest with you, do that. Revealing Finder. And then I'm going to do that and open a project. So I'm going to go now do command. Do I do command B? Maybe not. Let's just run it directly. So I'm going to then bring up Xcode and press run again. And let's see if it can then find those dependencies that it couldn't find previously. Okay. So we're going to let it do its thing. And it may take some time, as you can see, because there's lots of dependencies we dragged in. I think there were Firebase Auth, we had Firebase Core, we had Cloud Firestore, and also Firebase Analytics. So these dependencies themselves can bring with them a lot of other dependencies. So it is important that then to know that, as I mentioned in the previous chapter, in chapter 8, bringing dependencies is not just all butterflies and balloons in the sky. It is actually a serious process. You need to consider what bringing in a dependency means to you and your team and your application. So in this case, we've only brought dependencies that were officially done by Google, and Google is behind Flutter. So I think then you can basically trust anything that has to do with Firebase, at least. So if it's released by the Google team that work on Firebase, of course. So we're going to let it do its thing. I'm going to just tap here and I can see that it's building quite a lot of files. If everything goes according to our plan, then the result is going to be that application run on this phone. So it would be very exciting actually to see if this will work as we intend to. And as I mentioned, depending on the computer that you're using, this process may take, in the beginning at least, quite a lot of time. So if you have a powerful computer, it may take less time. And if you have a little bit less powerful computer, it may take some more time. And now that we're waiting, I should also probably mention that this process of waiting is only initially something you need to do. Once the build has been done once, it kind of like its artifacts will be cached inside your computer so that you don't have to rebuild the entire project from the beginning. Okay. So I'm going to let it do its thing. And while we're waiting, actually, we could talk a little bit about QuickTime, which is a caption I brought here. If you're like me and you like to debug your applications on real phones, then you may want to see or show that your phone's screen on your computer. So for instance, if you're sharing your computer's screen with a coworker and he or she wants to also see your application running on your phone, you will need to use something called a QuickTime or QuickTime. So we're going to talk about that now. But before we do that, let me just show you that here is now our Flutter application run on this telephone. So there we go. Our app is now running. Now that we've done that, all of this is done. You don't need Xcode anymore. So I'm just going to press stop here. And what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to run our application from Visual Studio Code, our Flutter application on that iPhone. All right. So Command Shift B or Control Shift B, depending on which platform you're using, and say select device. I'm going to choose my iPhone 12 Pro. Then I'm going to go to run and say run without debugging. You don't have any extensions. Oh, not this file. Open up your main Dart file. Okay. And then say run without debugging. And you'll see it says launching
So this is going to actually consult Xcode and say that, hey, Xcode, here's the Flutter application, run it on this telephone. So, and to be honest with you, I actually didn't like this, that it's using automatic signing. What may have happened is that when we did Flutter clean, it may have messed up our profiles, to be honest with you. And this is not a good sign. It could be that when I did Flutter clean, it actually messed up the profile. So I'm going to open up Xcode again and bring up our application again. And let's have a look at our profiles. And I can see debug. No, it's fine. It's not automatic signing. So you don't have to worry about this message that was printed to the screen by Flutter. So I don't think this is something that we need to worry about. So now that you've set that up, then you could actually run your application directly from Visual Studio Code or Android Studio, depending on which environment you're running your Flutter applications or debugging your applications from. Okay, now let's say that that is done. Then what you need to do, if you want to mirror your application screen on your computer, then you can bring up something called QuickTime Player on your Macintosh, and then go to File, and then say Movie Recording. Now, this is probably going to hijack my... no, it didn't hijack anything. Then I'm going to go to iPhone 12 Pro and see if it can mirror that phone for me. Is it not able to do that? Is it because I'm recording my screen or something? I'm going to actually wait for this debug process to continue. Let it do its thing first. I think I'm probably trying to do too many things at the same time. So iProxy, I don't really know what iProxy is. So connecting to the VM server is taking longer than expected. And that could be because my Macintosh is actually blocking something that Flutter needs. So I'm going to go to privacy here, which is security and privacy, and just let iProxy to run, allow anyway. So that may help Flutter then get its process working. Yeah, that could be it, because maybe my Macintosh just blocked that iProxy. So I'm going to stop this process, and I'm just going to say run without debugging again. Let's see if it can do its work this time. Launching. And this time, since it's actually built the application previously, it shouldn't take long this time before it can run the app. So it has already built the app once, so it shouldn't really take as long this time. So I can now see it says installing and launching. So let's see if we can get that to work. Xcode build done in 8 seconds. And to be honest with you, this is taking longer than expected. It shouldn't take this long to run the application. And I can see nothing was blocked this time. macOS cannot verify the developer of iProxy. And I'm just going to say open. I think there is something wrong with the latest versions of macOS and how it tries to, for instance, verify various tools that Flutter is using internally. But everything went fine. At the end, I could actually launch the application from Visual Studio Code, and now it's running inside my iPhone. Now, I'm going to stop this. So now the app, as soon as I say stop, the app is going to stop working there. What I'm going to do then is to go to QuickTime and see if we can get QuickTime to actually mirror this iPhone. I'm going to unplug it, the phone, and then plug it again and see if it understands that it has to mirror that phone. I can see my QuickTime is also giving me some trouble. And it crashed. I mean, this is live recording of this session, so you can see all the problems a developer will have to fix, and this is me. So let's go to and see if we can get it to, let's see if I can get it to recognize this phone. And to be honest with you, I mean, I'm actually doing this on a separate screen, so you don't have to see my face so much. But I can see that my Macintosh, for some reason, is not recognizing this telephone, so I cannot record it basically on this screen right now. But if you're doing this at home, it's probably going to work for you. So connect your phone with a cable to your computer, and then go to QuickTime Player. And then with QuickTime Player, say new movie recording, and from movie recording, just from the drop down, choose your uh, phone, and you'll be able to mirror your screen. So um, now that that is done, I mean, we actually got to a lot of hurdles that I hadn't planned for. We saw the iProxy thing happening here. Grateful that it happened. We saw the error with the pod installation, which is the dependency of our project, because there was no minimum version set up for our Flutter project. We fixed that. We saw a problem with the profile not being picked up automatically because Xcode had created the certificate automatically. We fixed that. So I mean, I could, for instance, now go and filter these out from the video, and kind of like when I actually output the final course for you, then everything will just work perfectly. So you don't have to see any of that hiccup. But I don't want to do that, to be honest with you, because I think it's so important for you to see what issues you will get as you develop your Flutter applications. It is important. I don't want to polish this. Course so much that you think everything's perfect from the absolute beginning. And if you're making mistakes, then something is wrong with the way you're developing things. But these things happen. You need to understand why they happen. Then you need to learn how to fix them. So with that said, I think then we're good to go for iOS. We've explained everything we needed to explain. Everything worked except for the QuickTime thing, and I think that is because I have a lot of software open here. I am playing in stuff, recording stuff. So it may be because of that is a little bit confused. And who knows, maybe my computer needs a restart. So with that said, let's prepare ourselves for the next chapter. And that is to do the exact same thing we did for iOS, hopefully with less explanation, now that we've gone through the basics for Android. So grab a cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever you want, and I'll see you in the next chapter.
Hello and welcome to chapter 10 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, we're going to look at setting up our Android phone or any Android device that you may have at hand in order for us to be able to run our Flutter code on it. And now in chapter 9, we looked at how we can run the application, basically run our Flutter application on an iOS device. And we set up the provisioning profiles, we set up the certificates. What else do we set up? The app ID at App Store on Apple's developer website. I mean, there is a lot of work to do, and you know that chapter took about an hour to explain everything. But when it then comes to the Android side, things are a lot easier. So I thought in this chapter we're going to have a look at how we can have an Android phone. For instance, in my case here, I have a OnePlus Pro 7 Pro that is connected with a USB cable to my computer. So there's nothing special about it. It's just an Android phone. And I prefer to actually, as I mentioned in the previous chapter, in chapter 9, that I prefer personally when I'm developing applications to developing Flutter applications to run my applications on a real phone or a real device as I'm testing now. You may not know this if you're coming from like a design background or a background that's not really related to mobile development previously, but if you're developing applications for only iOS, then you have something called an iOS simulator. An iOS simulator is a program that runs on your Macintosh that comes with Xcode and the iOS SDK that allows you to simulate how iOS internally works. And it allows you to install your applications from Xcode directly or from Flutter directly into the simulator and simulate basically how your application will be perceived by your actual users. If you're developing applications for Android, then there is something called an Android emulator. Now, an emulator is quite different from a simulator in that an emulator, as its name indicates, it actually tries to emulate everything about the operating system and the device. So for instance, an Android emulator for an old device, for instance, that you may get a hold of, a device that's 5-6 years old, it will actually work slower than an Android emulator for a very modern device. But had you done the same thing for an iOS simulator and simulated an iOS device that's 5 years old, it would still perform at today's, like at your computer's speed, because it is simulating iOS. It's not actually emulating it the way it really works on a phone. So when it comes to Android, you have this possibility to run your application on an emulator, which is a lot closer to the actual device that your user will be using. So it is not the exact perfect copy in most cases. So it's not going to be like working exactly as a real physical phone, but it's a lot closer to the actual physical device than an iOS simulator. So given that background, I still prefer to run my Flutter applications on a real phone. And in this chapter, if you're interested in that, if you have an Android phone and you want to, for instance, deploy your Flutter application on an Android phone and test it while you're programming it, then this chapter is for you. Now, I also have to say that, I mean, you don't have to do this, but for the entirety of this course, I'm actually going to be, as we're developing the application, the Notes application, I'm personally going to be using my Android phone, so that so as we basically do hot reloads and then we write some code and we want to test it, I'm not going to show any emulator, I'm not going to show any simulator, I'm actually going to show my real Android phone working. Now, I'm not going to show it with just like, I'm not going to install the application here and just show you like this, because this is not going to work. It's not a good way of showing things to someone watching this course. So what we're going to do is, as the first task in this chapter, we are going to install an application on our computer called SCRCPY. Okay. Now, SCRCPY is an open source project that is on GitHub with many thousand stars, and it is not like a dependency. It's not something that you're going to build into your Flutter application, but it's actually a utility you're going to install on your computer. Okay, so your computer will then be able to mirror your Android phone or your Android tablet on your computer screen. So, and this SCRCPY is absolutely beautiful. It's one of my absolute favorite utilities to have when doing mobile development. And the reason behind that is that, unlike the solution that I showed in the previous chapter, which is QuickTime Player, where you mirror your iOS telephone on your computer, but you cannot interact with that mirrored image. You still have to bring up your telephone and interact with the telephone and see the interactions either on the phone itself or on your screen. Unlike that, SCRCPY allows you to actually interact with your phone or your tablet, or your Android phone or tablet, from your computer screen. So you can actually take your mouse and then go to that screen and tap on a button, and it will actually tap on that button on your Android telephone. So it is magical, it's beautiful, it's open source and free. So if you have an Android tablet or an Android phone and you're following along with this course, I highly recommend that we install SCRCPY together, actually, as we're going to do in this course. So I'm just going to take in my notes here that I've explained that. So before actually we go about installing SCRCPY, we need to install ADB. And this ADB is like, I believe it actually stands for Android Debugger or something. Let's see what actually ADB stands for. I'm going to bring up a Safari window here. As you can see, ADB stands for Android Debug Bridge. And ADB is a great tool if you want to, for instance, be able to talk with your Android telephone all from the command line. So you can send it a message and say, hey, take a screenshot. Hey, do this, or click here, or close this application, whatever. So you basically send commands to your Android telephone or your tablet through your terminal. It's fantastic. And with ADB, I mean, having ADB installed on your computer, then you can actually install strcpy, which uses ADB in order to talk to your telephone and send commands to it and receive images from it, etc. So with that said, we need to install ADB. So I'm going to close this window here, and I'm going to bring up terminal. I'm going to increase the size of this terminal window so you see what I'm doing. Okay. So in here, then I'm going to say brew install cask Android platform tools. Okay. So this will then allow you to install, if I can, using Android platform tools, then you will be able to grab ADB from that. So Android platform tools installation actually includes ADB. All right. So I can see that, I mean, for me, you can see that I've already installed Android platform tools. So I get this message here saying that, well, you've already installed it. But if you have not installed Android platform tools before, you will, running this command will actually install it for you. Now, I don't want to reinstall it, so I'm just not going to do this suggested command here. But just know that before you install strcpy, you will need to get ADB up and running. Okay. And that comes in Android platform tools. All right. So let me just go into my notes and say that we've talked about ADB. So after you've done ADB, we need to go and I'm going to bring up Safari again. Let's see if I can bring up the window here so you can see what I'm doing as well. Then I'm going to say strcpy. Okay, and then you will see that the first suggested website is on GitHub, and this is exactly where you need to go. So go to strcpy here, and you will see information about how you can actually install strcpy. And it says on Linux, you can do apt install strcpy. On Windows, you can do a download here. And on Mac OS, then you can do brew install strcpy. So I've already done that. So I've already actually installed strcpy, so I don't have to do anything special. And you can see it actually tells you here. I'm going to increase the size of this window so you can see a little bit better. And it will tell you here that you need ADB accessible from your path. If you don't have it yet, then do that command that I mentioned to you, okay? So after you've done the installation on your computer, then you should be able to bring up a terminal. So I'm going to bring up terminal here. And as you can see here, I have my Android telephone, and the screen looks like this right now. So it's just on the home screen, nothing special. Then I want to bring up strcpy. But before you do that, if this is the first time you're doing this process, you will probably need to enable something called USB debugging on your Android telephone. And depending on how what your Android phone looks like or what it is, the USB debugging, when you plug your Android telephone, it will kind of show you a screen like this. So I'm going to enlarge this a little bit so you can see better. So this dialog will pop up on your Android telephone saying that, oh, do you want to allow this computer to do debugging on this telephone? And what you need to do is just to say always allow from this computer and then press the OK button. This is only so that you will be, first of all, able to install and debug your Flutter applications, all from Visual Studio Code or from Android Studio right on your Android telephone or tablet. And also it will allow you to run strcpy, which in turn uses ADB in order to communicate with your device. Okay, so that is for USB debugging. All right. So what we need to do is actually bring up strcpy. So in terminal, I'm just going to say strcpy. And as you can see here, it's going to talk to my Android telephone, and it brought up a window which I'm going to slowly bring here to this screen so you can see. So I'm going to leave the terminal here because the terminal is actually fueling this thing. So if I close my terminal, this is also going to be closed. So just keep this terminal open, or if you're using iTerm, for instance, like I'm using, then you can bring up a new tab and continue working with another command line. Otherwise, you can just close it, or you can just minimize this if you're bothered by it. So as you can see now, I have my Android phone here mirrored on my screen. I'm actually going to do this so you can see it a little bit better. And I'm going to bring it right here in between. So this is my actual Android phone. So if I click here with my mouse, it actually interacts with my phone. So I can bring up my phone here. So you kind of see them side by side. And if on the strcpy screen here, I press the back button, you will see that my Android screen changes. One more time, click on Google. So it's really interacting with my Android telephone here. Okay. So I highly suggest that you actually install strcpy. To be honest with you, it's a great tool if you're into mobile development or if you want to become a mobile developer. So, and regarding what I said earlier about devices, I think you will get really far with the iOS simulator and the Android emulator. However, I personally should suggest that you spend and invest some money into getting devices for yourself. They don't have to be top of the line, latest devices, but one Android telephone and one iOS telephone, or even tablets will do, but preferably telephones. You don't even have to have SIM cards in them, just the telephone device physically itself. So, and I mean, if you're getting into mobile development, you will kind of, after many years, kind of have a lot of telephones anyways, because you will get like this year's new telephone, and then 2 years later, you get another telephone. So you kind of pile them up. And you could use those old telephones then as test telephones, as we call them. All right. So that's that part. Now, what we need to do next is now that our Android phone is connected here, what we need to do is to go to Visual Studio Code into our project and choose that. So choose our, let me see, bring up Visual Studio Code here. If I can, Visual Studio Code, I have so many screens here, so it's a little bit of a challenge to actually line them up all here. So what I'll do here is I will get rid of the side window, all right? And I will bring up then strcpy on the right-hand side and then just resize the screen a little bit here and then like this. So this is like my usual setup. So I have Visual Studio Code here on the left, and then I have my Android phone mirrored on the right-hand side, okay? So what then you'll need to do after you've done all of this work is in Visual Studio Code, just say Command-Shift-P on Mac or Control-Shift-P on Linux and Windows. And if you're using Android Studio, to be honest with you, know the commands there to select a device in Flutter. They may be like a drop down or something, so please do that. So here I'm just going to say Command-Shift-P and I'm going to say Flutter select device, okay? And in select device, I'm actually going to choose my Android telephone, which is the one being mirrored here. Choose the Android phone, and then I'm going to say run without debugging, okay? So let's then see that you can see here, it says launching Dart on GM19, blah, blah, in debug mode. So since it's an Android application now, all of a sudden we just switch from iOS to Android. Previously, our application was being like our source code was being compiled by Xcode. And now since we're trying to deploy to an Android telephone, it's Gradle basically that's taking care of the build process. So if you're an Android developer, then you know that basically Gradle is your build system, and yeah, it is working. It is basically doing the build in the background. So I'm actually so glad that we got this error right now. So I'm going to tick here in my notes that we've talked about in VS Code, select Android, and then show Android phone mirroring working. Okay. So you see here, we got some errors actually when we talked about in what chapter are we on? We are on chapter 10. In chapter 9, when we talked about running our application on iOS, we actually got something similar. There was an error saying that, oh, your dependencies, Firebase, they need this version, but you're on that version. And the code that actually solved it, if you remember, we went to our pod file and just put this platform here saying iOS 13, because you see, we have 4 dependencies at the moment. We have Firebase Auth, we have Firebase Core, Analytics, and something else, which I don't remember. Let me have a look at the notes here. There were Core, Auth, Cloud Firestore, and Firebase Analytics. These 4 dependencies, they have their own requirements. So they say that we as dependencies cannot be installed on an application that, for instance, supports a very old Android OS or a very old iOS version. So these dependencies are putting requirements on your project. So, and we fixed that, yes, in chapter 9, we fixed that by going into the pod file and commenting out this, basically removing the comment from this line and changing it from 9 to 13. So we fixed it like that for iOS. But how do we do it for Android? Now, we get a lot of great information here, and it says that you kind of need to find this default config and min SDK version. Okay, so let's look for default config. So I'm going to copy that text, and I'm going to then Command Shift F in Visual Studio Code and search for it. And as you can see here, we have a little Flutter version name and then Flutter version code to integer. And I can see here there is information about Flutter versions, like if you go to our build Gradle, and there is a Flutter version code to integer. That is the, and there, where's the min SDK here? Min SDK version. Okay, so I'm going to search for min SDK version, and here I can see it is 19. Here it is 19, and Android min SDK version 19. So there's actually quite a lot of places where 19 is mentioned. All right, and the error itself, let's read it. Requires a higher Android SDK version. Fix this by adding the following to the file build Gradle. Android default config min SDK version. Okay, so if we look at the default config here, it's talking about this thing, min SDK version. I can see that previously this used to be a number, and recently it has been changed to Flutter min SDK version. So I'm going to bring up a Safari window, and I'm going to say change Flutter min SDK version. So let's see what people are actually suggesting. Is there a good command that allows us to do this? You see, people are still saying that we need to do it like that by changing it to a specific version, but I believe there should be a better way of doing this instead of hard coding it. With the new Flutter project, with the Flutter style, you're enabled to change the min SDK version and local properties. Great. Okay, so if we go to a file called local.properties, that's what they're saying here. So I'm going to try to find local properties, and I can see here there's an SDK set here, but there is no min SDK version. So we probably need to just go and fix that up. So I'm going to copy paste, and I'm just going to say flutter.min SDK version 19. Okay, save that file. Then I'm going to go back to the main Dart and then say run without debugging. Let's see what happens this time. And if it accepts that local properties change that we just made. And it's still saying that it won't be able to users running. So what we could do in here, to be honest with you, is just troubleshooting. So let's just say go back to the root folder of your application and say Flutter clean Android. Why is it doing the Xcode workspace? And then say Flutter pop get. So if this works properly, then it should have cleaned the Android code for us and like put the version 19 in our build Gradle. Like this should actually resolve to 19. So let's go to main Dart and just give it one more try. If this solution doesn't work, then we unfortunately have to go into our build Gradle file and do what was recommended and put the min SDK version there as a constant value of 19 just to get the code compiling. So let's have a look here at what our Gradle build is going to do. So I don't really know what happened with it. It doesn't seem to really be doing anything. So one more try, run without debugging and see what happens. Launching. I'm going to have a look at my Android phone here as well, running Gradle task assemble debug. And for me, it's not running anything at the moment on this phone. So what we're going to do is let's go to, this solution didn't work. So I'm going to remove that and I'm going to go to build Gradle and put the target SDK version. I think that was the min SDK version, sorry. And here we're just going to say 19 instead, okay? Like that, like it was actually suggested to us. So let's then go to main Dart and then say run without debugging one more time. And if this solution doesn't work, I may actually have to like restart the Visual Studio Code if it's gotten confused for some reason. Because usually when you say Gradle, like when you start the build process, it actually gives you some feedback. It either says that something failed or that, it then ran successfully. And in this case, I can see it's not running. So I'm just going to say quit Visual Studio Code. Okay. And then I'm going to bring up Visual Studio Code. So I have a lot of projects usually. So I'm going to minimize all of these things. And I'm going to only open our My Notes application. So let's go in there to our My Notes application and let's give this a try one more time. I'm going to go to run without debugging and let's see what happens. Oh, now it's choosing iPhone 13 Pro in debug mode. So that's because I restarted Visual Studio Code and it doesn't know which device to run on. So I'm going to say select device and then choose my Android phone again. Run without debugging. And hopefully, crossing my fingers here, that since we've changed the version number, then it's going to work. And I can see here, I see. So now it's complaining about multi-dex. So, this is great stuff. I'm so glad that we're seeing all of these errors because usually we don't have the possible. Usually you see in tutorials that, yeah, everything's working fine. He clicked there and everything worked. But here we're actually getting to the point where you see every issue that could arise and then we're going to fix it together. And this is like a day in the life of a software developer. Things go wrong, but then you'll have to fix it. So, this multi-dex is something that you will have to configure. We're going to say use multi-dex flag. So I'm going to go to Safari and I'm going to paste it here. And then there is a solution, hopefully somewhere in our default config. You see it says multi-dex enabled. So let's go to your to the build Gradle in app, which is right here. You see Android app build Gradle. In your default config, as it says here, multi-dex enabled, just bring it here, paste it there, and then go to your dependencies at the bottom of this file right here and bring implementation multi-dex right there. Okay, so I'm just going to paste it right there. Go back to my main Dart file here and then say run without debugging. So let's see what happens. And there are some warnings here. They're printed in red. You don't have to worry about them so much right now. They're warnings as their name suggests. So you don't have to worry so much, to be honest with you, as I mentioned. So there we go. Here is our Flutter application now working and running on the actual phone. So I'm going to bring then the phone here. And you can see it is showing the exact same thing. So if I, with my mouse, go over, you can't see that because you're actually seeing my face. So, and then you will see the value 3 printed here as well. So that's great stuff. Then I don't know why this screen is rotated. I rotated back. Oh, it's because my phone is actually rotated. So I'm gonna rotate it back so it's not rotated in the wrong orientation. Great. So we got a lot of problems, to be honest with you there, but that's okay. That's usually what happens when we're working with mobile development, at least in the beginning when you're doing the setup. So I'm actually grateful that we're getting these errors so you see them, so you don't just think everything is going to work from the absolute beginning. So Even though, as I said in the introduction, I haven't planned all of this, that these errors come up. I don't want things to be perfect. So even though that is happening, but I'm still quite grateful that they are happening. So what we need to talk about now is something called screen sleeping. And as you're developing your application on your Android telephone or tablet, you'll notice that you will run your application on the phone or the tablet, and then after a short while, your screen will go to sleep, which means the screen will be locked. And then when you try to then rerun your application or refresh your application, then you will get an error from Flutter saying that it cannot deploy the application because the device is locked. So that is quite annoying that the telephone does it, but it is for a good reason. The telephones, like for security purposes, they have to lock the screen so that if you leave it somewhere on a bench or something in a park and you just forget it and you go away, then it is locked. So no one's going to get access to your telephone's data. With that said, what we need to do is disable it while you're developing your applications, because what you want is a telephone that's always there, is available. The screen doesn't lock, so you can always deploy a newer version of our application to it, or as long as you don't lock it yourself manually. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring up the phone here, so you see what I'm doing. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to the settings screen here, and you will probably need to, in order for you to actually even be able to run your application and do funky things with your application on your telephone, you need to enable something called developer mode. So developer mode on Android and on iOS is a series of development tools that the phone provides only to developers. And in order to get those tools, you need to perform a series of actions like a monkey or something on your telephone. And I'm not going to provide instructions exactly how to do that for all different phones, because depending on the manufacturer of your telephone, especially if it's an Android, then developer mode is brought into life in a different way. So what you need to do is to find out the manufacturer of your telephone and the model of your telephone. Here is a OnePlus Pro 7, I believe. Then Google that and say OnePlus Pro 7 developer options or developer mode. Then you'll get some information about how to enable that. I've already done that. So if I go to, I believe it's utilities, or sorry, I think it's system, then you can see then I have an option called developer options. Okay. So in order to disable screen sleeping, you have to go to developer option and say stay awake. And that is by default disabled. All right. So we've now then talked about developer tools, and we've talked about that you can interact with your telephone using strcpy. So to be honest with you, I think that's all you need to know for the Android setup. There is not much more to talk about. The rest is just developing our application as usual, and then running it on the Android phone, and then mirroring the screen using a strcpy. So that's what I'm going to do for the entirety of this course. I'm going to primarily run our application that we're going to develop in this course on this telephone and mirror the screen using a strcpy. But you may choose to use an iOS simulator or an Android emulator or an iOS phone or a tablet, whatever. So I can't provide descriptions about how to do all of those things because that is a complete course of its own. But at least now you have the tools, the necessary information in order to understand how you can actually deploy to an iPhone and an Android phone. All right. So with that said, now we can say that we're actually good to go on Android. And in the next chapter, which is chapter 11, we're going to get to some juicy stuff, which is setting up our project on Firebase. And if you remember from the introduction, we're going to use Firebase for our backend. So then you know what's coming in the next chapter, and now you have the tools necessary in order to get the app running. So with that said, then let's go and configure our Firebase project in chapter 11. Hello everyone, and welcome to chapter 11 of this course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about our backend setup, which is with Firebase. And as I've said it before, I kind of assume that you've gone through the chapters of this course chronologically. So you started from the absolute beginning, introduction, and then you're following along. So there's lots and lots of information. As you can see, it's about 8 hours of information before this chapter. So I feel like since I've explained everything so thoroughly in all those chapters, I'm not going to go through all that again. So I will jump over stuff that I've already explained. So if you haven't watched those chapters, I really suggest that you at least skim over them a little bit so you get the gist of it. Now I'm looking at my notes and I can see that in this chapter, as the caption shows here, we're gonna set up our backend. Our backend is using Firebase, and while developing this course, I contemplated creating as a part of this course, have a custom backend as well that we do with Django. I personally do Django development for backend and websites, so like REST APIs, and also for simple websites as well. But to be honest with you, if I then go and create a simple backend with Django and then show you how to integrate with that using Flutter, it really has nothing to do with Flutter. Like the backend part has nothing to do with Flutter itself. So having that issue in the beginning of this course, I was faced with a challenge of, do I go into the rabbit hole of creating a custom backend for this course and walk you through also creating a custom backend, which has nothing to do with Flutter? And Flutter is the reason you're watching this course. So I was faced with that challenge of whether I should do that or just use Firebase. And I chose Firebase simply because it is a product by Google. It is kind of like serverless. So it is a server without you actually having to write code as such. So I picked Firebase for its simplicity so that we can get the backend working up and running without so much work. And I hope that you understand that that is the reason that we're not doing a custom backend. But Firebase is a very reliable backend created by Google, and it has all Google's financial backing for further developments and for support. So you don't have to worry if you're picking Firebase and if you're thinking, oh, is it going to continue being supported? The quick answer is yes, it is going to be supported. It is so big, everyone's using it, and it's too big even to fail, I would say, right now, at least for the upcoming next few years, I would say. I can't predict the future for 10, 20 years in the future, but for now, you don't have to worry about that. So that's what we are going to do in this chapter. I'm just going to take it in my notes. Now, previously, when Flutter came out, like year 2020, or even the beginning of 2021, if you want to integrate with Firebase, you had to do a lot of custom work. Now, in the recent versions of Flutter, there is a command that you can issue from your terminal. It is called Flutterfire CLI. And this command is amazing because, like, the work that you had to previously do manually, a lot of custom work, dragging files and plists and JSONs, configurations, app IDs, etc., etc. It was such a big undertaking that a lot of developers would make a lot of mistakes during that process, and it was just not good. So there is now a command that you can issue from your terminal, which allows you to do all that custom work, but it does it for you, so you don't have to do that manually. So as I provided here, there is a link. I'm going to open that link if I can somewhere. Let's see if I can bring up Safari. It opens in a wrong screen. I'll bring that screen here so you'll see it as well. Enlarge that screen and also enlarge the font so it is more visible. So you can see it says Flutterfire Overview, and it says Get to Know Firebase for Flutter. We recommend starting with the Get to Know Firebase for Flutter Code Lab and video. Okay, so there's a video here if you want to watch it. And it says, okay, if you're migrating your existing project, then look at the migration guide. Migrating, if you're not familiar with that term, if you're not coming from a software engineer background, migrating kind of means that you have an existing thing and you want to make it newer, like put in new stuff in it. So you kind of migrate your information from the old project to the new one. So, but in this case, we don't have to worry about that because we've created a brand new project. So there's no existing Firebase installation in our application that we have to worry about, okay? There's a lot of information here. You can see it says using the CLI, etc., etc. And that is actually what we're going to do now. we are going to have a look at how we can install the Flutterfire CLI. And you can see here it says you should execute the Dart pub global activate Flutterfire CLI, and then you issue Flutterfire config. So let's start by copying this code from here. Copy it, and I'm going to bring up my terminal, and I'm going to increase the size of my terminal so you actually see what is happening here. Okay, so I'm going to paste that command in, and I'm going to let it do its thing. I've already done this installation before, so for me, it may actually go a little bit smoother or a little bit faster, but for you, it may take a little bit longer, depending on whether you've already installed Flutterfire CLI before or not. So now that that is installed, the next thing you will have to do is you will actually need to make sure, I mean, it is not provided in the documentation, but it's something that I'm providing for you because I know that I've personally run into this issue before. So this Flutterfire CLI, it will give you this command, as you can see here, Flutterfire, okay? And if I, in my terminal, say which Flutterfire, you can see that Flutterfire is installed in this folder. So it's under my personal folder on my computer /.popcache/bin, and then right there. So unfortunately, when you install Flutterfire CLI, it doesn't tell your terminal where it is installed. So if you then immediately after that say Flutterfire and then blah, 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 as it is mentioned here, Flutterfire configure, your terminal will most probably say that, what is Flutterfire? So it's not provided here in the documentation, but I'm telling you here, as you can see in the caption, that you need to tell your terminal where Flutterfire is actually installed, okay? So then what you'll need to do is as I've mentioned here, you can see I've said that you need to change your path and include your home folder /popcache/bin. So if I go to my terminal configuration, if I say vim zshrc, you can see at the top here somewhere, I should have there, you see, it says export path. And I say, okay, my new path is the old path plus, using this double colon here, or colon, this folder, as I've mentioned here in the captions at the bottom of the screen. So you will need to do this as well. So I'm going to quit Vim now. And then after you've done that, make sure that you source that configuration. So in my case, I would have to say source zshrc, and that will read the paths fresh. Otherwise, you could also take the high road and like close your terminal, completely terminate it, and then start it again, which in turn reads the configuration and brings Flutterfire path into existence. If you don't want to source, that's what I mean. So now we've talked about that. Now let's actually talk about what the Firebase CLI is. It is a, actually, let me make sure I tick all of these items that I talked about in right now. Let me just mark them as done in my notes. So so what you need to do now is what we need to do now is to talk about Firebase CLI. And as you can see here, is a CLI to help us interact with Firebase right from our terminal. Now this used to be done manually previously, in that you would have to go to Firebase and like create a whole separate project and then integrate that project into your Flutter application. So you don't have to do any of that anymore. So what you need to do now is, as the next step, is to install the Firebase CLI, which does all of that work for you. So I've provided here, as you can see, there is a command here that you can issue. And then you can go to a Firebase Google.com docs CLI install CLI Mac blah blah. So I'm actually going to go to that location in my web browser here, so you can see what I'm doing here. And you will see there's a lot of information provided here. I'm going to bring up the I'm going to make the size a little bit bigger. I'm going to bring my face maybe to the bottom right as well, so you can see more information on the screen. And you can see for Mac or Linux, then there is, yeah, let's go here. Mac, you can install the Firebase CLI for Mac or Linux using one of the following options. So standalone binary, blah, blah. So you need to have a look at this documentation on how you can install the Firebase CLI on your computer, whether you're using Mac or whether you're using Linux or Windows. Um, so after you've done that, after you've installed the Firebase CLI, you will actually need to log into your account using that Firebase CLI. So let's do that. Let me actually in here. Let's bring up our project in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to bring it up here and bring up the right caption as well, so you see what we're talking about. We're going to talk about Firebase login and logout. You see, when you want to integrate your Flutter application with Firebase, you need to create a Firebase project on something called the Firebase console. So this project is pretty much the configuration of your Firebase backend on Firebase's console on their website. So you need to configure a backend. So what we need to do here is now, before we can actually configure a backend, in your terminal, you need to tell Firebase what user you have, because I personally have many Google accounts, and any one of those Google accounts can potentially have many Firebase projects, because Firebase projects are linked to your Google accounts. Okay. Now, in order for our Firebase CLI to understand where it needs to create the project, you need to tell it to log in with an account. All right. So the way to do that is to bring up terminal. And as you can see, here is my terminal. And I'm going to clean this a little bit. I'm going to bring up the font as well, so it's quite ginormous, and that's okay. So what you need to do now is to tell it to log in. So I'm going to say Firebase log in. Okay. It's going to do its work, and it's telling me I'm already logged in with this account. If you haven't logged in with an account, then you're going to get a prompt telling you, okay, which email and password do you want to log in with? So now it may be actually worth it, to be honest with you, for me to log out right now so that you see the entire process. So I'm a bit hesitant to log out because I actually have protected my Google account with a security key. So I don't have the key right here, and I hope that I can find it. So for the sake of actually going through this process together with you, so you see how it works, I'm gonna log out. So let's log out here. So I'm saying Firebase logout, and it says there is a new version of a Firebase tool. So let's copy this here, and I'm gonna see if we can install. What did it say? npm install global. So let's copy that here. Global Firebase tools. Okay. Let's see if it can do its work then before we can continue. And npm is something called a node package manager, and it is kind of like if you're working with Node.js, if you're developing, for instance, node applications, which you don't have to know about. It's just a way. It's like a toolkit for creating applications. Remove the existing file and try again, or npm with force. Okay, npm install global with -- force, I think. Yeah. So it's like a dependency management for node applications, and Firebase tools is a node application. So that's all you need to know, really. I mean, there's there are courses available about Node and Node.js that you can actually have a look at how they work, etc. So I'm not going to go into details about that. So before I could have actually done a Firebase logout without all of this, but I just want to show you that things aren't planned. Like, I can't perfectly plan things here. And when I tried to log out, it said, oh, there's a new version of Node available, blah, blah. So now that there's a new version of Firebase tools available that you can install with npm. So I did that. So let's now say Firebase logout. Okay, so the logout actually was successful previously. So let's now say Firebase login. And it says allow Firebase to collect CLI usage and error reporting information. I'm going to say, as a developer, to be honest with you, You may be tended to say no, like here, but if you are a developer, you can put yourself in the shoes of another developer working at Google, working for Firebase, and they are trying to get some information about how you use the CLI and whether they can learn from your usage of the CLI in order to make the CLI better. So I usually say yes to these things, especially if there's a developer asking for permission. So, but you can say no to this if you want to. So I'm just going to say yes. And you can see here, then there's a screen provided here asking me to log in with one of my Google accounts. All right. And I'm going to pick my company's Google account because that's what I usually use. All right. So I'm going to choose that. And it says Firebase CLI wants to access your Google account. And it says, okay, what permissions it's going to use. You can have a look at this information if you want to, if it concerns you. So if you're concerned about any of these things, please go and read the links provided here. I'm just going to say allow. And once that is done, you will see that it says Firebase CLI login successful. And then you can pretty much just close this window safely. And now it says logged in as pixelityab@gmail.com. So I can say Firebase login again, and then that will be the prompt that you saw in the beginning of this video, that you are logged in. All right. Good. That was a lot of information. Now that you are logged in with the Firebase CLI, you actually need to configure a Firebase project. All right. And we do that with the Flutter Fire CLI, which we installed in the beginning of this chapter using this command, dart pop global activate. All right. So what you need to do now is to issue the Flutterfire configure command, as I've shown here down on the left-hand side. So I'm going to do that Flutterfire configure. So it will fetch all the projects that I've already created in my Google account, and it says, okay, these are the projects available: Flash Chat, Flutter Node Guessing, Chords, Random Project Testing, or you can create a new project. Now I'm going to choose create a new project here, okay? And it says, okay, enter a project ID for your new Firebase project. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to type my notes. All right. So as you can see, my notes is the name of our Flutter project as well. So my notes. Now I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to create the same project called my notes. Okay. I'm going to press enter here. And it says, yeah, I'm going to create it. And it's probably, I mean, you can see that we immediately got an error saying that this project already exists. And you can see command blah, blah, blah. Yeah, failed to create a project because there's already a project with ID mynotes. Please try again with a unique project ID. So this is basically telling us that, hey, someone else has created mynotes. And it wasn't one of the projects that we had created, because if you have a look at if you open your web browser and say Firebase console and go to your Firebase console and let me make sure that I'm logged in with my Pixelity account. Yes. And if I have a look, let's see, dismiss, let's see, get started, Firebase helps you, watch demo. Yeah, we are logged in with that account. So I can actually see maybe I don't have any projects set up here, which is a little bit weird because we actually saw that there were some projects set up under this account. So I don't understand why the Firebase console is not showing them. Firebase console, backed by Google, Firebase console Google. Yeah, there they are. Okay, so it is on console.firebase.google, okay? And I can see the My Notes application is not an application that I own. I haven't created that. So what it is saying is that globally, Firebase projects have an identifier. And now I've entered an identifier that is already taken. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to issue the same command, Flutterfire configure. And this time I'm going to give it a little bit more information about the project name so that it makes it a little bit more unique. So I'm going to choose create a new project. And then in here, in the name of the project, I'm going to say my notes Flutter project. Maybe someone has already taken this as well. I don't know. So it's doing its thing. It's doing its magic, basically. So let's have a look. And I mean, to be honest with you, this is okay that it's taking some time. It is doing a lot of work. It's setting up like the iOS project and Android project, etc. So this thing used to take a lot of time to do by hand, like maybe 10 folds amount of time that this CLI is taking. So I'm not so bothered by the fact that it's taking some time. So, and here it will actually tell you, okay, which platforms do you want to select? And as I said, like Flutter allows you to create web applications, Android applications, iOS applications, and also uh, desktop applications, so 4 platforms. And in here it says, okay, which ones do you want to create? For our project right now, you can just say Android and iOS. You don't have to worry about like um, Mac OS or Linux or Windows and web, but you have the ability to do that if you want to. So choose Android and iOS for now and press enter. So it's going to do its work. So let it do its magic. And now this is the amazing part that you had to do manually before. You had to previously go and register like your application with Apple, and then go and register bundle identifier, and then put the bundle identifier manually in Firebase, and then download some files, put those files in your iOS and Android project. Now you don't have to do that anymore. Here it just tells you which bundle identifier are you using for your project. And if you remember from before, when we created our Flutter project from the beginning, we said Flutter create and then an organization, which for me was se.pixology. Do you remember that command? It kind of looked like, I mean, if I bring up terminal, maybe I can even go back to it. Flutter create. Do you remember this command? I will zoom into it a little bit so you can see better. This is how we actually created our project. We said Flutter create org se pixology my notes. So the bundle identifier for this application will be sepixology.mynotes. However, since se pixology is the reverse domain name for me, this won't be the case for you. So go back to how you created that identifier for a project using your organization name, and now you have to paste that in here. So you will see, I'm going to say se pixology my notes. Okay, so enter that, and it's going to configure your iOS project for you. And that was it. So it has now set up everything necessary for your project to work. So I mean, you may just think, oh well, this was so little, and what did it actually do? But for me, who's been working with Firebase and Flutter for a very long time, this is all magical because it did a lot of work. It configured your application on the Firebase console. It actually registered an Android and an iOS project hooked into this Firebase project, downloaded the configuration files, placed them in the exact correct place in your application. So it did a lot of work, but you don't really have to know about that. So now, if you want to kind of see the result of it, if you see here, the output of this says that there is an identifier associated with your iOS app, and then there is an identifier associated with your Android app. So that's what we're going to do now. Let's now make sure that these identifiers are correct and that the bundle identifier that we provided to the CLI is also placed in the configuration file correctly. So copy this, for instance, iOS identifier that was created for you. So copy it and then search for it in your entire project. And then you'll find a little file here. Let me bring it down. It is called Firebase options.dart. So this is where iOS is configured. And let me bring this like that so you don't see it. And this is where the Android project is configured. You can see the app ID is right here, and the API key is right there. So don't worry about this. I mean, you should not show your API key and app ID to anybody. But since I'm developing this course for you, I have to show it. I can't just go and censor it. But don't worry about it. By the time you're seeing this video, by the time you're seeing this course, I've already deleted this project from Firebase. So there's not going to be any security risk involved. So that project isn't going to exist even if you know the API key and app ID. So don't worry about that. But if you are developing your own application, just kind of be careful who you share your API key and app ID with. All right. That was a lot of information, a lot. So And I'm going to actually tick here that we've talked about that, and create a new project. And yeah, that's all working as it should. So I'm also going to go here in the captions, and I can see that I have some information here about enabling multi-decks. And multi-decks was something that we've already enabled in the previous chapter, which was chapter 10 for the Android project. So now everything should be working as it did before, to be honest with you. So if you, in your Visual Studio Code or Android Studio, if you're developing your Flutter app with Android Studio, you can also go and select your device to run on. Now, in the previous chapter, you saw that for the entirety of this in this course, I'm going to use an Android phone to develop our application. So you may choose to use an iOS simulator, an Android emulator, or an Android phone or tablet, or iOS phone or tablet. So, but I'm going to use a real Android phone. And as you saw, we have the ability to bring up SCR CPY to mirror the Android screen. So I'm going to bring it right here. Change the size of Visual Studio Code's window a little bit so you can see the Android telephone right there as well. Then what I'm going to do, just to make sure that the project runs after all of this work that we've done, so that we haven't broken anything really, let's then go and debug the application. Sorry, run it without debugging. And this is what you will see. This is the result of all the work that we've done. Pretty much nothing. This is like, I mean, it sounds funny to say it because we did a lot of work with the Firebase project, but there is nothing that you can see on the screen. And that's the reality of doing software development. You may be putting a lot of work sometimes in doing something, and this result isn't immediately visible. All right. So, but what you have done in this chapter was that you actually set up your backend with just a few commands. You installed two CLIs, the Flutterfire CLI and the Firebase CLI. You logged in with Firebase CLI, and then you set up your backend with the Flutterfire CLI. All right. Now, just to make sure everything is set up properly, also, you can bring up your web browser. I'm going to bring it up here, and I'm going to say console.firebase. And let me make sure that we have our Notes app here. You can see My Notes Flutter project. And you can click on it and you can see how it is set up for you. You can see there's an Android app set up and an iOS app set up. So you didn't have to really do anything. Now, there's lots of things you can do with Firebase, which we're going to actually play with throughout this course, but not right now. Just make sure that your Firebase project is created for you by logging into console.firebase.google.com. Many dots. All right, and we've talked about this now, running the application on an Android telephone. So that was already set up, so we don't have to talk about that now. Now that you've seen that, you've set up your backend, you're ready to go, and so I can say congratulations. So that's in order. Now, the Android setup is already done, so I can see that is set up. We don't have to talk about that either. However, what we do need to talk about is what we're going to discuss in the next chapter. So in the next chapter, we are, for the first time in this course, we are going to talk about the Flutter code, actual Flutter code. We're going to start writing a simple registration screen. So using this registration screen, our right now hypothetical users are going to look at the screen and say, okay, I don't have an account with this application. I'm going to register myself. So then you will they will be able to enter their email address, a password of their choosing, press some sort of a button, and we will then talk with Firebase and say, here's a new user, register that person. Okay. So that's all for the next chapter, which is chapter 12. So grab a cup of coffee, cup of tea, whatever you want to do. Get refreshed then, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Hello and welcome to chapter number 12 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, which I'm very excited about, we're going to talk about a basic register screen. Well, up until this point, we've been really configuring if we go chronologically, we've had the introduction, we've gone through so many chapters to talk about Dart and its basics and even some more advanced topics such as generics. And then as soon as we did that, then we basically started learning about setting up our iPhone and Android application. And also after that, the iPhone and Android application together with certificates, profiles, and got SCRCPY working. So there's been a lot of information up on this till this point, so many hours of information that you can go back and watch. And I strongly suggest that you actually do that, because I've explained everything in such extensive detail that I feel like explaining all those things again and again will be a waste of time, both for you and me. And in this chapter, we are going to use all that information that we've learned in the previous chapters and start actually creating a registration screen, a simple registration screen in our Flutter application source code that talks with Firebase. And Firebase we set up in the previous chapter, if I'm not mistaken. So have a look at that chapter if you haven't set up your Firebase app, backend, or at least, I mean, we haven't really set up anything. We've just actually set up. Yeah, we could say set up, but we haven't really configured in such great details. It's just like we've set it up. So have a look at that chapter, please, if you want to, before you continue with this chapter. So I'm going to go to my captions here and just ensure that I can show you the correct captions. Now, what we need to do in this chapter is to start working on our registration screen. And what I'm going to do here is bring up a caption for you so that you know what we're going to do. The first thing you need to do is to bring your Visual Studio Code or your editor of choice on the screen. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to bring my Android phone mirrored on the screen with SCRCPY. And then I'll see if I can bring my face to the right so you can see a little bit of a bigger screen. And what we need to do here now is to go in this main Dart file and remove everything that is a comment. Now, if you're coming from like a design background or a product owner or whatever background that is not software development related, if you're coming from those backgrounds, then you may not know what a comment is. However, I'll tell you now, a comment is a piece of information, piece of text that is written inside a source file, such as this main Dart file, that doesn't translate to an actual code. So it's information placed there, usually for other developers or whoever is looking at the code so that they understand the code a little bit better, okay? Comments in Dart can be created in different ways. However, the most usual way of doing it is with double forward slashes, as you can see here, and a space and then some text, all right? So I'm going to need you now to go into your main Dart file, and we're going to remove all these comments right now because they are basically creating a lot of noise for us right now, okay? So let's go ahead and remove all those gray lines or whatever color they're displayed on your screen. They may be green, depending on your theme. I have Tokyo Night, as I mentioned before, in Visual Studio Code. So comments are displayed in gray. Gonna remove all that comment there, okay? And that's it. So, and I think this as well. And I don't know. Yeah, and this seems also like so yeah, I think now we've removed all the comments. So if I do Command S, that does a hot reload. And I'm actually going to talk about what a hot reload is. But if you've done this, then you're good to go. I'm going to take that in my notes so we've talked about it. Now, the next topic to talk about here is hot reload versus hot restart. Now, these two are so important for you to understand that I think you should get this before you continue with the rest of the course. And I'm going to do my best to explain what hot reload and hot restart are. If you're, for instance, coming from a design background where you have, for instance, Figma, you design your stuff, you're putting some vectors on the screen, you're dragging images, and I can go in your Figma design and literally observe you as you're doing that. So I'm actually looking at your changes. You don't have to press any publish button, nothing like that. Even if you're in your drafts, I can still follow you and watch you as you're designing. Now, that feature is very, very much possible in Flutter as well. However, the cost of doing that, the same thing that Figma does, is quite heavy, because as I'm changing my code, I'm not going to be able to see my changes unless I tell Flutter that, okay, I've made some changes, show me them on the screen. That is hot reload, okay? For instance, if I go in here and I say Flutter demo homepage and remove the demo homepage from here, and press Command S. That's going to save my file, which in turn is going to do a hot reload. Okay, so Command S. You can see this title now was changed from here. So it says now Flutter demo. I'm going to change it back. Command S, hot reload, and it's going to say homepage. Now you can also avoid, for instance, doing Command S and just go in here in your Visual Studio Code or Android Studio and just say hot reload. So, and I can see now that didn't actually do it. That was great because I can see a little like blob here. You see the circle on this file. This in Visual Studio Code is an indicator of a file that has not been saved. So if I save it, in it itself is going to do a hot reload. So I don't have to actually manually press the hot reload button. So save, and then you can see the changes immediately applied there. However, some changes to your code are going to be so big that Flutter is not able to resolve the delta from the previous state of the application to the new state. And we will come to those changes. Very difficult to explain them right now, but just know that hot reload is usually works in 99 something percent. Like, I'm making up statistics here. In most cases, hot reload works in that it can show you your latest changes. However, sometimes your changes may be so drastic and so big, and the calculation of the delta from the previous state to the new state may be so big that Flutter isn't able to do that. So then you will have to do hot reload, and then hot reload is here. Sorry, hot restart. You'll have to do a hot restart. Sorry about that. So there's more differences between them, like internally about the state, like the state of your application and whether one keeps your state and the other one loses your state. So I'm not going to talk about that right now because we haven't even talked about states in Flutter. So I don't think it makes so much sense to talk about that right now. Just know that in most cases, hot reload displays your latest changes, and it's sufficient if you just do a Command S and save your files. But hot restart, it will basically kind of like rebuild your application with new states. Okay. So I think to be honest with you, that's sufficient for now. So what we need to do now is to have a look a little bit about at restructuring the code that is created for us by default. And as you can see here, I mean, we don't really know how these things work right now. You don't even know, like in the caption, I say material app inside run app and homepage widget. What does this mean? Well, you don't know that, and that's okay. I'm not going to like confuse us right now with too much detail, but what you'll need to know right now is that let's go in here, and I'm going to bring the logs up. What I'm going to do in here in this build function of my app, just go and type print building. Okay. And Command S, and then you'll see that printed to the screen. So every time I'm pressing Command S, this entire application is being built again. And there is a little bit of like a resource hog because as you can see here, material application is the entire kind of like a scaffolding entire frame of your application, including the bar on top, including this white view here, and including that badge up there on the top right. It's like you are pretty much building things that you don't need to build every time you save this file. So it's a little bit of like a problem of performance, whether you want to do that or not. But in this course, I'm gonna give you some advice on how to make your application also run a little bit faster. So to do that, what we need to do is just to tell Flutter that, hey, look, we don't want to build the entire app every time, or the app structure every time we're pressing Command S to hot reload. So your challenge here now is to, if I get rid of this, what we need to do now is, you can see here in the main function, which is the root function that Flutter calls when it actually runs your application, it says, okay, I'm running an app called my app. And if you look at my app, the only thing it does, it actually creates a material app. That's all it does. So what you need to do now is to grab this material app. So I'm just going to say Command X on Mac, or Control X, I think, on Windows and Linux. Grab that, and instead of this const my app, paste that in there. Okay. And then kill your my app. Boom. like that. Okay, and then do Command S. And just to make sure everything's working correctly, I'm just going to do a hot restart. And you can see everything is working as it should. So what we did here really was, actually, let's see my homepage. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so what we have now is just the main function and something called my homepage stateful widget. All right, so get your code also to this state. I'm gonna take in my notes that I've talked about that. All right. So the next thing we need to talk about is stateless versus stateful. Now, state, I mean, for me, it feels like for me to be able to explain this, I need to first explain what a state is. Uh, let's say in here, I press this button 5 times, okay? And then I go and I say, oh, I want to change the title of this little label there. And I'm going to say you've instead of you have. Or yeah, let's convert this to double quotes because we're putting a single quote in there. I'm going to say you've pushed the button this many times. And I'm going to say Command S or Control S in Windows and Linux to hot reload. Hot reload. Yeah, Command S. Okay. And you can see it said you've pushed the button this many times, but it kept the number 5. So if it rebuilt this application or this widget, or this thing that you can see on the screen, how did it keep the state? Well, that is because hot reload is able to sometimes, as I mentioned before, keep your state, and state is just data. Data usually mutated and created either by the application or the user or both. And in this case, this is a state that the user is controlling. So by pressing the button, he or she is increasing this number. Now it's 10, okay? A stateful widget, it can keep that information. So you see, it has something called a counter. It's an integer, and it keeps hold of that number. So, and upon this number being changed, it can kind of redraw itself. So stateful widget is something that is on the screen, usually something that you can visibly see, such as this screen, the white screen you can see here, stateful, and it can contain data upon whose changing it can redraw itself. So had we had the same widget, as you can see in my homepage, and it was stateless widget, which is available as well, you see, stateless widget, it wouldn't necessarily be able to redraw itself or contain any mutable data. I mean, even stateless widgets, for those who are a bit more familiar with Flutter, you'll have like value notifier and builders. So even stateless widgets can be redrawn depending on what you're trying to do, but they cannot contain mutable variables. So that is kind of like the difference between stateful and stateless. So you can see here, this is a variable that is not read-only. Otherwise, it would be final. So if I make this final, you can see it says, oh, you can't reassign this value to something else. So just know that if you see stateful widget, then it is a widget that contains information that can be changed as the user interacts with the widget, or as time goes by, or as the widget sees fit. However, stateless widget is a widget who doesn't contain any mutable pieces of information and doesn't manage any mutable pieces of information internally. Okay, that's a lot of just a lot of talk. I know if you're not comfortable with, like, if you haven't done software development before, you may not, this may not make any sense to you. And I promise you, as we go on in the course, you're going to learn more about it. So don't worry about it if you didn't get this on the get-go. So you can see now, let's see. Let's talk a little bit about, I'm going to actually tick this in the in my notes. Okay, so I can see in my notes that I had that as part of what I was going to explain here, I was actually I had I can see in my notes, I had planned in one of the previous captions here as part of this caption, I was actually supposed to completely kill this my homepage widget. And I was supposed to actually create a widget just called homepage. So let's do that. Let's just go back into that caption. So kill this my homepage, and now go in here and change this to homepage. So what we need to do now is to create a very simple homepage. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this title from here as well. And you can see now we have an error telling us that, okay, I don't know what homepage is. Now, what we need to do is to create a, actually, let me see if I plan to create a stateless, yeah, stateless widget, okay? A great shortcut that you need to know in Visual Studio Code, and I think it may be available in Android Studio as well, is if you want to create a stateless widget, just type STL. And you can see it tells you that, okay, you want to create a stateless widget. Great. Okay, there it is. Then you give it the name of homepage. Okay, so now you have a homepage. Great. And I'm going to do a Command S. And now you can see this is one of the times that Flutter was like, okay, I don't understand what you're trying to do. You changed some stuff in this main function and I can't do hot reload. So you have to do hot restart. So now the screen's kind of going to be black. So now we have what I had planned in the course initially for this chapter. So great. Let's go now to the next point. So you can see the screen is black here, and that's because of this container. There is a little container. There is something on the screen that you can't really see because it's just black. So you could go in here and say there's a color, and you could say colors red and just Command S, and you can see now the screen is red. So just know that there's something on the screen, but you just can't see it because it's all black. So the way to get your application to a point that is actually like presentable to a user, you usually have to create something called a scaffold. Now, a scaffold, as its name indicates, is kind of just like the basic building structures of an application that kind of makes it presentable to a user, to an average user. So even though if you are creating like a graphically intensive application, this black background may be completely okay. But in most applications, when you run them, then you'll get like a bar on top that tells you like the name of the screen that you're on, kind of like the title of a web page. And you'll also get some like a status bar on top where, as you can see here, the status bar is kind of like black with all white icons on top, and it will give you like a white screen where you can interact with your content. So we don't have that, and in order to create that, you have to create something called a scaffold. So go to your container here and say scaffold. Okay, now I'm going to press Command S, and you'll see all of a sudden then we get this little white screen here, and then there's a little tint on our status bar as well, so it makes it a little bit more presentable. Okay, so what we need to do now, I'll basically see if I've planned to add some bar title in here, which I haven't. So let's do that right now. So for our scaffold, we're also going to add something called an app bar. So go to your scaffold and say app bar, and then say I create a new instance of the app bar class. All right. And in here, there's a property called title. And as the title, say text. Okay. And for the text, I'm going to get rid of all this documentation. There's just excessive amount of documentation here, which kind of blocks the screen. So, and for the text, just say register, for instance, and make it a constant. So, and put a comma here and a comma here as well. So you see, after you've done that, your screen has a beautiful blue bar here with the title of your application or the title of your homepage. And there is a white canvas here for the rest of your content to be displayed. So now there are a few things in here which I could jump over, but I kind of feel like they're so important to explain that I'm going to do that right now. So in Flutter, every time you have, for instance, here, there is a text, you see, there's an app bar. An app bar, if you go into the source code of an app bar, let's go a little bit higher, you can see it says I'm a stateful widget. All right, so app bar in itself is a widget. So what we're doing here is saying we have something called a scaffold. Let's go to scaffold. It itself is a stateful widget. So we're saying the main widget we're returning from our build function, as you can see, it should return a widget, is a scaffold, which is a stateful widget. In itself, it has a property called app bar. An app bar in itself is a stateful widget, which in turn has a property called title. Now the title, if you look at the documentation, it says title is also a widget. So Let me also make the screen a little bit bigger, like this, so you see it better. So now the title is a widget, and we're saying, oh, we're going to use a text widget. If you look at text, what it is a stateless widget. It means internally its state, or its state can change, and it doesn't have any mutable variables. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to change that. So if you see what we're doing here, when in Flutter, you're just creating widgets everywhere. In Flutter, almost everything is a widget, either stateful or stateless, and you need to kind of try to stick to stateless widgets as much as you can. All right, we're going to talk more about stateful and stateless. So now that we've added the scaffold and I've explained a little bit about these widgets that we've created, and we've done a command S here just to hot reload the application or this widget. What we need to do next is to create a login button. So let's go and create some sort of a login button. And you can see here, I've written the caption, button on homepage in the center to log in. Or more accurately, it could actually be register. So I'm going to change that. I'm going to say register button and button on the homepage in the center to register. Okay. Display the caption to you there. And I'm going to change my notes here just quickly. All right. So now your task is to create a button on the screen. How do you do that? Well, in scaffold, you see the scaffold at the moment, it's the owner of that bar on top, and it's the owner of this white content here. So what you need to do is to go and look at a property called body. And body is in itself, if I move my mouse over, it says, okay, give me a widget, you see. And of course I could say, well, I have no widgets. Null is also acceptable. But in this case, we're going to create a button called text button. So text button is a widget. If you go into the source code, you'll see it's a text button, button style button, and that is a stateful widget. All right. So you're basically saying that I'm creating a button and I want to allow the user to do something with it. All right. So what you need to do, as you can see, there is a little bit of an error here that says unpressed is a parameter that you haven't provided to me. So we need to tell this button that when this button is pressed, it needs to do something. And this is a requirement for the text button class, that it's telling you, well, I'm a button. What do you want me to do when I'm pressed? If you don't provide the unpressed parameter to me, I'm not even a button. I could just be a label. And that is what this error is all about, is saying that if you're creating a button, make sure that you handle what happens when the user presses on it. So in here, just type unpressed. And I'm just going to get Visual Studio to complete this code for me. You can see it says, okay, an empty function, a function with empty list of parameters, so no parameters. And then the code in itself is empty at the moment. Okay, so go after the creation of that function, and then you see that there's another error that you have to handle that says child. You see, text button, you would probably just assume that, oh, a text button should have some sort of a string parameter that says, what is my text? So if we write child here, the beauty of Flutter is that it says child is a widget. So text button doesn't make any assumptions about what content you want to display on that button. What it does is says, I need to display some widget. Anything. It could be an image, it could be an icon, it could be whatever, it could be a list of things, which is not a good idea to do, but you could still do that. So go and create a child widget, and now you've learned about the text widget. So I'm just going to say a constant text widget, and in here we're just going to say register. Okay, now Command S, and you'll see now all of a sudden you have a register button there. So another cool feature now I want to show you in Visual Studio Code, and I think it's available also in Android Studio, is that you can go and wrap your widgets with other widgets. So instead of, for instance, saying that I want the text button to be in the center, and then you go and create a center widget, which you know also exists, you could do command dot on Mac, or control dot in Windows and Linux in Visual Studio Code on the widget that you want to wrap in some other widget. And then you will get this beautiful menu that says you can wrap it with many different things. So I'm just going to for now say wrap with center. So as you can see, center is a widget that has a child property. all center does is that it tries to center horizontally and vertically its child inside the available space of the center widget itself. The entire available space in this case, as you can see, is this entire white background. So center has access to that entire white background right now because center is the root widget of our body, which is the only thing that our scaffold is showing at the moment. So center then is able to center align this text button. So let's Command S, and you can see the register button is centered horizontally and vertically in the available space. Now that I've talked about that, I'm going to take it here. And what we're going to do here is very, very important. So what we need to do is we now need to handle when the text button is pressed that we're going to register a user with Firebase. Okay. Now, we talked about this when I talked about like Dart in the previous chapters. We talked about synchronous and asynchronous, and I'm not going to go into details about that. Now, registration, I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk about that in details because we've talked about that in details before. So if you need to know about that, I think synchronous and asynchronous were probably explained in, I'll have a look at my notes. They were explained in chapter number 7. So if you haven't watched chapter number 7, I strongly suggest that you do that if you don't know what sync and async are. What we need to do now is to tell Firebase to register a user. Now, registering a user with Firebase is an asynchronous task, so it's not going to complete immediately. So what we need to do now is to tell Flutter that the button press is an asynchronous task. And all you need to do here is just to put the keyword async in there, okay? So that is that. Let's see in my notes. I've talked about it. Now, what we need to do is to have a look at this link that I've provided for you. I'm going to close this Safari window. Let me see if I can show you on this screen other sign-in methods. Great. You can see, as I'm displaying here, Firebase allows you to enable various sign-in methods for your users. So Firebase is not only limited to like Google services. It can, as you can see, it can allow you to enable Facebook sign-in for your users, or Apple sign-in, Twitter, or phone number sign-in. So there are various methods available for you to enable in your Flutter application. And in this application, we're going to use email and password sign-in. And there's like documentation about all of those in this link that I've provided to you. So I'm not going to go through the entire contents of this, to be honest with you, because there's just so much information and we're not interested in all of these. But still, I believe if you're interested in Firebase and Firebase authentication, which we are going to use in this course, it is great if you could just have a look at this link that I've provided for you here. So what we need to do now is also right. I've written here that I need to talk about a little bit about anonymous users. You see, Firebase, when you start your application and you kick Firebase, you basically start the whole process of Firebase. You say Firebase start. Firebase is amazing in that on the client side, it by default creates something called an anonymous user. So if you talk with Firebase with your Flutter application and say, who's the current user, even if you haven't done anything with Firebase before, if you haven't configured it, or actually you have to configure it, which we have already done. But if you haven't called any Firebase functions before in your application, you could just say, Firebase, who's the current user? And Firebase will just tell you, here's the current user. It's an anonymous user. So that user is pretty much never going to be empty. It's never going to be null or nil or whatever you like to call it. So, or if you're Python developer, you just call it none. So that user is almost never none. So just know that Firebase has a concept of anonymous users, okay? I'm just going to take that in my notes that we've talked about it. So what we need to do in the next step, I'm going to bring the caption up. So we have to kind of like speed things up a little bit here because there's so much to talk about. What we need to do here now is just to create two text fields now, one for the email and the other one for the password. And we are going to then put our button next to those two text fields. So text field 1, email, text field 2, password, and then the register button as the third component. Now, if you have components like this that you want to stack vertically, one on top of each other, and one after each other, then you need to use a widget called a column. All right. So what I'm going to do here is go here to the center and kind of like remove that. I'm just going to say command dot in Mac or control dot in Windows and Linux and just say remove this widget. Okay. I don't want a center anymore. Command F, see the results, register buttons on top left. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to command dot again and say wrap with column. Okay. Now, if you command S, you'll not see anything directly on the screen. No changes. All right. But what was created for you is a column widget with children property, which is a list of widgets that it can display. So the first thing we're going to do is to create two text fields. Okay. So let me have a look here and just make sure. Yeah. I'm just going to say a text field and another text field. Okay. Like that. If I save, you'll see two text fields display there. So I can actually go in there and start typing something. Okay. Like that. So now we've created two text fields with a column on the screen. I'm going to note that ticket in my notes. So we've talked about it. Now what we need to do is grab the text that is displayed in these text fields, and when you press the register button, pass that to Firebase. Okay. Now you see, I'm telling you that when you press the button, you need to grab the text inside these text fields. But inside this function of onPressed, you have no access to these text fields. Okay. So you kind of need to pass information from this text field and this text field to a text button. And the way to do that is using something called a text controller. So a text editing controller. A text editing controller is kind of like a proxy object that you pass to your text field, and the text field, it writes its current text all the time to that text editing controller. And in your text button here, then you can say controller text. Okay. So you can then, so it's kind of like if your text field is sitting here and your text button is sitting here, then you'll have something here in the middle that is your proxy, the text editing controller, that is grabbing the latest information from the text field, and then your text button can read that information. Okay, so just know that a text editing controller is kind of like a proxy. Now that we need to manage some state, we need to manage this proxy object, then we need to convert our homepage to a stateful widget. Okay, so go in here to your homepage, command dot, and say convert to stateful widget. So all of a sudden it's a stateful widget. All right, so now what we need to do is to go and create those two text editing controllers. So I'm going to go in here, go to your homepage state here, and say late final. What do we call them? Do I have any specific desire here? Let me see my notes. No. So there's no desire really for the naming. So let's just say late final text editing controller, and let's call it here email. Okay. And the other one, I'm just going to say password. Now, in the previous chapters, we haven't talked about late. What late is a keyword in Dart that tells your program that although this variable has no value right now, but I promise to assign a value to it before it is used. So it's kind of like it's a contract. So late literally means that I'm not ready right now. I will do it later. I'm not ready to assign a value to this. So what we need to do now is to create these values. Now, you need to also know something about stateful widgets. Now that our homepage state is a stateful widget, it will have two two great functions. One is called init state, I believe, and the other one called is disposed. Now, init state is a function that will be called by Flutter automatically when it creates your homepage. So it says, okay, now you have the ability to create all your variables or your late variables once. Now, whenever this homepage then dies and goes out of the memory, or it's trying to go out the memory, it will also get a function called dispose. So You've said that in the contract, I've written that I'm going to provide a value for these email and password text editing controllers. And the best way to do that is to go into this init state function here and assign those to proper values. So I'm just going to say email. Email is text editing controller, like that. Okay. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the password field. Now, you also need to understand that after you've created these two, you also need to dispose of them. All right. So go in and override your dispose function and then say email dispose and password. So a lot of developers forget to do these, especially like newcomers. So don't make that mistake. So you created the text editing controllers and you're also in charge of disposing them. Okay. Now, so we've done that already. After you've created your text editing controllers, you need to go to your text fields and assign those controllers to your text field. So in here, there's a parameter called controller and just say email. And for your text field on the second one, which is for your password, say controller, is password. So what is happening now is you hooked this proxy object that sat here, this one, which is your email or password text editing controller, to your text field that is sitting here. Okay. You still haven't hooked it to your text button, which is sitting here. So this link is kind of broken and we're going to fix that soon. Okay. Take it in the notes that we've talked about that. So what we need to do now at the moment, if I press Command S, you'll see no visible changes on the screen. However, there's a little bit of a problem with our text fields. As you can see, they don't have any hints. They don't tell the user what they expect the user to actually enter. So what we need to do now is to go and add something to these text fields called a hint. A hint is a piece of information provided to the user in usually kind of like very subtle color that tells a user about the information that this text field expects them to enter. And that hint will automatically be removed as soon as the user types at least one character on that text field, okay? So let's go to the first text field and say decoration, and I believe it's an input decoration, and then say input decoration, okay? And for the hint, there's so much information on the screen, we can't see anything. There is a hint text, as you can see, hint text, and it expects a string. So in here, say, please enter, or just say, enter your email here. And you can see it's suggesting this to be a constant. So I'm going to make it a constant. And a little bit of a comma there as well. And you can see now it says, enter your email here. And copy and paste this decoration as well and put it in the next text field. So say that, enter your password here. And so it's enter your email here, enter your password here. So let me also make sure that that is correct there and take it in the box. So then if you start typing in those fields, you can see that the hint disappears as soon as you type something. And if you remove that character, then the hint also disappears. And the same thing for the password. Okay. So we've now got the groundwork, like the base work done here, and we need to get to the authentication. So when you press this text button here, we need to do authentication, and that means we're just going to register for now. So what you need to do is you need to import Firebase. So Firebase was our dependency, and using the import statement, you can actually grab the content that it was created for Firebase and bring it into your source code. Okay. So as you can see here, we're going to bring package, Firebase auth, and Firebase auth Dart. Okay. On a Command S, you don't see any difference on the screen because an import statement doesn't really change the state of your application as such. And after the importing, we need to, I'm going to take it here as well, that we've talked about it. So what we need to do now is to, upon pressing this button, we're going to get your username and password from these text fields. So let's say final username, or sorry, email. And I'm going to say the email field text. I'm going to say final password is password text. Okay, so we're going to our email and password controllers and grabbing their text, which is the latest text that the user entered in those fields. Okay. So after we've done that, now you can go and say Firebase auth instance, um, and then you will say create user with email and password. You can see this is a function that allows you to register or create a user, as its name indicates, with Firebase. So I'm going to do that. So as you can see here as well, this thing returns a future. Okay, so um, this is not nothing that you can just like call and say, hey, do this now, without actually awaiting on it. Otherwise, it will just say, here, I'm a future. I'm something that I will calculate something in the future. And by not putting await before that call, you will only get the instance of future. You will not actually get the work that it's doing. You will get like a wrapper around the work saying that this is the kind of work I'm going to do. But if you await on it, it will actually perform the work, if that makes any sense. So I've explained await in that chapter. I think also chapter 7 or whatever it was when we talked about more advanced topics in Dart. So please have a look at that chapter as well. After doing that, you will see that the return of this is actually a future of a user credential. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say final user credential is this, and then I'm going to print it, user credential. Okay. So command S and just hot restart here just in case, because we did an import. So what I'm going to do in enter email here, I'm going to say pixelityab@gmail.com. And for the password, I'm just going to say foobar vaz. Okay. So let's bring our console up so we can see what our application prints to the screen. And I'm just going to say register, which we're going to get an error for right now. So, and you can see here, it says no Firebase app default has been created. Call Firebase initialize app. So this is really good that we're getting this, because I actually have planned for us to fix that. But before we go ahead and do that, I should probably explain what this is, why this is happening. You see, Firebase, there was, if you remember when we configured it, there was a file created here for us called Firebase options, and it has a lot of code in it. And then there's like a configuration here. Here you see Android. For iOS as well. Now, what Firebase is complaining about is saying that you've created this configuration, but you've never actually told me about it. So poor Firebase. So what we need to do now, before we actually do the configuration, is to fix something that you can immediately see on the screen, which is incorrect. You see, foobar baz is your password. It shouldn't be visible to the user. So when you're typing it, it should be a password field. And at the same time, this field here, you see, is an email field, but where's the @ sign? @ sign isn't immediately visible here. So you need to tell these text fields to be configured in a specific way so that they're actually suitable for email and password registration fields. So I'm going to get rid of this bar on the right, on the left. And what we need to do is to bring up the caption for the next thing, for the next topic to talk about. First, what we're going to do is to make this password text field secure. So what you need to do here in your decoration of the password field, go in here and say obscure. Actually, it's not in the decoration, it's right here, obscure text. Say that's true. And if you press S on that, you'll see that your text is now obscure. Also, you need to do enable suggestions, false, and then you will also do autocorrect, false. These are 3 important properties to provide here. Now you see, enable suggestions is usually like as you're typing in a text field, depending on your operating system, it will provide you suggestions like this. In a password field, you don't want to do that. You don't want to have any suggestions. So that's for enabled suggestions. Also, autocorrect is when you try to type something, and you all probably know what autocorrect is, so I'm not going to explain it. So you're disabling autocorrect based on your password field, which makes sense. So now let's go and bring these 2 properties also to our email field, which is here. Okay. And what we're also going to do is to tell it that it is an email, it needs an email keyboard. So let's go in here and say input or keyboard, I think, type, and it's called text input type, I think, and then dot email. Where's it? Email address. So save it. Now, if I then go here, you can see there's an @ sign. So I can, oh, sorry, you can't see it. So I'm going to do this so you can actually see the @ sign. So you can see their keyboard here, and then there's an @ sign right there. Okay. So that's for that. And then suggestions are also disabled. So as I type, there's no suggestions really for my text, because you don't want suggestions on email fields. Emails are usually like crazy text. So, or not usually, but sometimes. So you don't want any suggestions there. Okay. We've done that. I want to take all of these items as done in my notes. Now, the next thing we need to do is to fix that initialization of our Firebase app. So we're going to do it naively right now. So I'm going to go, because you see, we still have this error. So if I bring this up, clean the errors, and then say pixolityab@gmail.com, and I say foobar_baz, I say register, we will still get this error that says no Firebase app is configured. Okay. So what we need to do is to actually initialize Firebase before we do Firebase instance create user with email and password. So what we need to do then is to go here and say Firebase initialize Firebase app. Let's see what we have there. Firebase auth instance or initialize app. I've actually forgotten the syntax for that. So let's see if we actually can learn how to do that by going to our Firebase options, initialize. You can see it should be done like this. And what we need to do then is to import Firebase options as it's showing here, Firebase options, and then await Firebase.initialize app with this. Okay, so let's kind of grab that code and then go into our main Dart file and import Firebase options. So I'm going to go here and say import Firebase options. And right before we do the registration here, I'm going to do this code that was provided there for us. So I'm going to remove the comments, Command S, and I can still see that Firebase isn't imported. So we're going to import it by doing import library package Firebase core here. What I did here is that I basically took advantage of something that's built into Visual Studio Code in order for me to get the import statement automatically. So I'm going to do command dot on it, and it says, okay, import this Dart file. So I'm just going to take advantage of that. Why not? And you can see that it is imported here, Firebase core. So now that we've done that, I'm going to press Command S. My state is preserved in the in my phone here, and let me bring the logs here, clean them, and then I'm going to press the register button. Boom, here, and we got an error here, and it says device on log initializing all Firebase APIs and Firebase preparing to create, blah blah. And let's actually see what the error was. So it is on handle exception, request failed, and unreachable host. And that is probably because I actually don't have proper internet connection on my phone here. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go to settings. Actually, great that you're seeing these errors because these things do happen. So, and I'm going to turn Wi-Fi on. So make sure that it's going to connect to a valid Wi-Fi here. And it connected. I'm going to go back to the application, clear the logs. Oh my God, there are so many things displayed there. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat the same thing. I'm going to say register now. So now we got to the next state that I had prepared, that it says, you can see in the errors, it says configuration not found. Now, what is happening here, I'm going to take in my notes that we've talked about the other part of the code. What is happening here is that we haven't actually told Firebase that we are going to take advantage of email and password signing combination. As I told you before, there are various ways for Firebase to allow us to register a user. Apple login. You can do email and password combination. You can do Facebook. You can do Google. Maybe Twitter as well. Yeah, I think Twitter was there as well. So you need to tell Firebase that. We basically want to allow this combination. All right. So now that I've explained that, let's bring up Safari or your favorite browser, maybe Chrome, and let's go to console, Firebase, google.com. I'm going to bring my browser on the screen so you can also see it. And I'm going to then find our application, which was called My Notes Flutter project. Okay, so go to consolefirebase.google.com and find your project that you created in the previous chapter. Click on it. Then go to authentication as I show you here, and let's see. Authentication manager, get started. And in sign-in methods, what we need is this email and password combination. So go email and password combination and just allow it. All right. So, and then press save. And that's it. That's all you have to do. So I'm going to grab this screen, just kind of bring it to another monitor so you don't see it, clean the logs, and then say register. So you can see now, all of a sudden, you got user credentials back from Firebase. So you actually could now register your application, like register a real user with Firebase. Like that is actually magical. So I'm going to click on my notes that I've talked about that. So, however, you see, this is a little bit problematic in that by pressing the button, but we're actually initializing an application, and then we're doing the create user with email and password. What would happen if you had 2 or 3 buttons on the screen, all needing Firebase? You can't do Firebase initialize app in every single one of them. So the solution to this is kind of like initializing your Firebase application before you start with everything else on your screen and on your phone. So there is good documentation of how to do that, and I've actually linked to that. So I'm going to bring it here. So what we need to do is take advantage of something called widgets Flutter binding. And what happens, to be honest with you, here is that Firebase, it needs to kickstart its process before everything else is rendered on the screen. And in order for that to happen, it needs to have some sort of the core Flutter engine to be in place, and so that it can make its call to the core Flutter engine and say that I'm done with my work. So in order to do that, then you need something called widgets Flutter binding. So I'm gonna bring up the caption for that, and I can show you that this is the documentation that I'm showing you as of link there. So in your void function here, before we actually, you see, maybe I'm jumping over a little bit, but what we're trying to do is to try to fix this issue here that we're awaiting on initialize app on Firebase. Okay, so we don't want to do this on the press of a button. We actually want to do it somewhere else. And in order to be able to do that somewhere else, we have to first take care of this widget binding. Okay, so in your main function in here, then say, I think we need to say widgets Flutter binding dot ensure initialized, like that. Okay, and if you want to know more about that, I strongly suggest that you read this documentation that I've provided here. Okay. So now that that is in place, now that you've done that, do a hot restart. Okay, so you're gonna lose your state here after the hot restart, and that's okay. I'm gonna take that in my notes that I've talked about that. Now, as you know, this initialize app is a feature. You see, is a feature of Firebase app. Now, what you need to do is kind of like you want to tell Flutter to not build this column before it has finished doing that feature. And the way to do that is using Flutter's Future Builder widget. Future Builder, it takes a future,
it performs the future. And once this future has succeeded or it has failed doing its work, it will give you a callback. And in that callback, it asks you to actually produce a widget you want to display to the user depending on the state of that future's result. So it basically, instead of you having to do this initialization of Firebase every time a user presses the button, you say, I'm not going to do anything until that is done. Once that is done, or if it errors out, let me know. Then I will give you a widget to display to the user depending on the results. Okay. So what we're going to do is going to go to this body, which is a column right now, command dot, and then let's see, stream builder we have, but we don't have future builder. So I'm just going to say command dot wrap with widget, and I'm going to say future builder. Okay, so I'm going to build a future. As you can see, it says, okay, builder is required. So let's put a builder parameter here. And if you're like me and you forget these syntaxes, you can just control space in Visual Studio Code on Mac or command space in Linux and Windows to get help. And then you'll just use this syntax there. Okay, so bring your entire column here. You see this until the end of the column without the comma. Then you remove your child, bring that entire thing and put a return here and just place it there. Okay, like that. Now your future builder, it doesn't have an actual future to perform. So for its future, let's see. I'm gonna say that we've talked about the future builder. And what we need to do now is to grab this future from here. You see, await Firebase initialize app, and grab that future without the await, remove the await, and put it in the future builder's future parameter, like that. All right, Command S on a hot restart, and you can see nothing has really happened on the screen. So you didn't have any difference. You don't notice any difference, basically. So if everything really worked as it should, then what we need to do then is to, if everything is working as expected, then we should be able to register a user. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to provide the exact same user already registered and then say register. And you'll see now we get an error. Let's see if I can show you the error. And it says the error is Firebase auth email already in use. The email address is already in use by another account. And that is this part, which I'm going to bring the caption up for you. So we've also talked about that. All right. So the next topic that I want to talk about before we close off and round off for this chapter is connection states. You see, we told Future Builder to perform a future. The future was Firebase initialize app, okay, this thing. Now, if you look at the builder, what we're returning from it right now is a column, but we're completely ignoring the parameters that are coming in here. The second parameter that gets passed to your builder is something called a snapshot of data type async snapshot, as you can see there. An async snapshot of an object is the state of that object right now, okay? So, and that object itself is actually the result of your future, in this case, Firebase app. So it's just that it didn't understand that this snapshot is an async snapshot of your Firebase app. But that's okay. We don't actually need the Firebase app in the snapshot. However, one thing that you do need in this snapshot is its state. You see, a future has a start point, it has a line where it processes its information, and it has an endpoint. It either ends successfully or it fails. Now, the snapshot is your way of getting the results of your future, whether it has it started, is it processing, is it done, or did it fail? So what we need to do in here, as we're waiting for Firebase initialize app to do its work, we're gonna basically say we're loading. Just tell the user loading, and as soon as the snapshot is done, then we're gonna say that loading has finished. So let's do that. Let's go in here and say switch snapshot. I believe it's called connection state. All right. And then get help from Visual Studio Code to complete this. So I'm going to say add missing case clauses. And you can see there are so many different cases, right? Done, waiting, active, and done. All right. So for none, waiting, let's just say everything else except for done, we're going to return like a text that just says loading. So let's say in here, we'll remove all of these. Okay. In the done statement, we say return this entire column all the way here, right? And then we don't need the break because we said return. And then we're going to say default. Default is a special case, which is not actually inside that enumeration, but is a case that says everything else that I haven't handled. And in this case, we just say return text loading, something like this as a constant, okay? So I'm gonna hot restart. And to be honest with you, this is happening so fast that we're not actually seeing the loading, but at least we have handled the case that if, for instance, a user's connection is too slow or their device is too slow, when the feature has finished, they will see this column. I'm gonna actually fold it. And if this feature hasn't finished yet, it's not done, then they will see this text offloading. All right. And by the way, this is how you can actually fold and unfold things in Visual Studio Code. So fold like this, unfold. All right. It's a great way of seeing more of your code. So wow, a lot of information. This video took an hour, kind of like as I expected. So we now have a basic Firebase setup. We've done our initialization of the application of our Firebase. We talked about a lot of widgets, actually. We talked about column. We talked about text, feature builder, text field, container, app bar, so many things. So this is a lot of content. And if you didn't get all of it, that's okay. We're going to talk more about these in the upcoming chapters. But I strongly suggest that, if you're watching this course and if you're just watching it, and if you're an advanced developer and you're watching, that's completely fine. But if you're not a developer, or if you're a junior developer or someone who doesn't have so much experience with Flutter development and you're really trying to learn everything I'm saying here, please don't just watch this video. Go and do this yourself. Go and write this code. Pause the video as I'm talking. I know I talk a little bit fast, but that's just to save a little bit of time. Pause the video, write the code as I write it, test it as I tested, and see the results for yourself, because that's how you will learn, not just by watching. So great. We've talked a lot about widgets and Firebase configuration. And in the next chapter, we're going to talk about login screen and also email verification, and also clean up our registration screen. So without further ado, let's just prepare ourselves for the next chapter, and I'll see you there.
Hello, and welcome to chapter 13 of this Flutter course. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the login view. In chapter 12, as I can see here, sorry about that, we talked about the registration flow, and we actually talked about quite a lot of things, which after that, I thought maybe we need to kind of like go through them one more time, just every now and then talk about those little widgets that we talked about, like the feature builder, center, column, text button, and we talked also about text field, text editing controller. So there were lots of components that we talked about, but we got pretty much like a simple registration flow working. It wasn't really a flow, actually. It was just a simple registration screen. I'm saying that it wasn't a flow because it was just a simple screen that didn't lead anywhere. That's usually what is called a flow, if you have a screen that leads somewhere. Now, in this chapter, we're going to talk about login, the login view, and we're also going to divide the logic that we've created in our current homepage and put it into a registration view. So by the end of this chapter, we're going to have two views. One is for the registration. The other one is for the login. Okay. So as I've shown you here, we have those logic, the registration logic in place. Now we have to work on login, but we also work a little bit on cleaning up the code, because usually as you get more and more comfortable with software development, you'll know that you will have like these flows of ideas, and then you'll start coding and write your code, and then you test it, and then after a while you realize, oh, this got a little bit messy, I have to refactor the code. So that's what refactoring kind of means. Like, you take what is already there and you kind of make it better, make it cleaner, more presentable. So that's what we're also going to do in this chapter. So the first thing we need to do is to create a stateful register view widget. Okay. So as you can see here, this will be used as the base of our register view. So let me go and bring some stuff that we're going to need in this chapter. The first one is my strcpy. I'm going to bring it to the screen so you'll see it as well. And strcpy, we set it up in one of the previous chapters, so you should be comfortable with that already. Gonna go to our app here, which is the register view that we created. Gonna bring my face to the right so we'll see a bit more of the content on the screen. And then I'm also going to bring up Visual Studio Code, which is appearing on another screen right now, but I'll bring it up here so you'll see as well. I'm gonna increase the size a little bit as well so it becomes easier to see. So this is where we lift things. Let me bring up and do the screen like this. So this is where we lift things. We have a home page, which at the moment is the register view, okay? But we need to create a register view, like not just a home page, it's called a home page. So, and since we need a stateful widget, we're going to use a shortcut in Visual Studio Code to create a stateful widget for us, and that is with STF, as in stateful. So if you want to create a stateless widget, you'd say STL, okay? So STF, and in here, we're going to call it, what should we say? Register view, like that. All right. So this will be, as I've mentioned here, this will be the base of our, registration view. All the code for register will appear here. And I'm sorry that I'm looking here just to make sure that I'm basically going through my notes. I have very detailed notes here and just making sure that you get all the information that I plan for you to get. So if you see me looking here, it's just because I'm looking at the notes to ensure that. So now that we've created register view, at the moment it doesn't have anything, so it's just a container, and the default color for a container's background is black. So let's go to our register view here. Sorry, let's go to our main function here. And as you can see, at the moment, we're returning home page as the home. And what we're going to do here is just to say, instead of that, return register view. Okay. And as it's very possible we will get a problem here, and you can see nothing is changing because I'm changing something inside the main, and that isn't affected really by hot reload. So we have to hot restart. So I'm going to go hot restart here, and you can see now the screen is black. So that part is basically done. So what we'll have to do here now is to rename our home page to our login view, actually. So we have a new registration view, which we're going to write the code for, or actually place the code from the previous home page into register view. And we also need the home page to be renamed. So it's very simple. I mean, there's lots of renaming, putting things here and there, but we're just playing with some names basically here. So the next thing you need to do is to go to your homepage, which is here, and rename it. One way to do that in Visual Studio Code is to right click on it and just say rename symbol, or I believe it's also Command F2. Or actually, for me, it's F2. F2 does the renaming, but on a MacBook Pro, for instance, you can't just press F2 because F2 has another function. So what you'll need to do is to press function key on your keyboard and then press F2. That will bring up the rename dialog. Or you could just right click here and just say rename symbol, which does the same thing. So rename your homepage to login view. Okay. All right. So we have login view here now. I'm going to take it that we've done the rename. You see, right now, all we've been doing here is just to write our code, write everything in main Dart. But this is not a not the right way of doing things, especially as your projects get bigger. You need to make sure that you're taking the responsibility to also make sure that your code is readable and the structure of your project is understandable by others who may also be working on the same project. Now, chances are that if you're watching this course, that you will be the only person working on this source code, so you won't have anybody else looking at your code. Even though that you may be the only person looking at the code and working with it, you still will need to, from time and time, come back to the project, fix some stuff, add some stuff, remove some stuff. So even if you're the only person working with it, you will need a clean source code to look at. So if you come back to the source code after a month and you start to add more and more stuff to this main Dart file, after a while, it will just get out of control. So you'll need to also do refactoring on your code just to ensure that it is in a clean state. So what we're going to do is to bring up our project browser here. As you can see, we're inside lib, and then there's a file called main Dart. What we need to do here is to move our login view into its own file. And you can see here, I've written that we're going to move it into lib views login view. This file doesn't exist at the moment, so you'll need to create it. What you'll do here, I mean, in Visual Studio Code, there's a great trick that you can do, that it can create a file and all the intermediate folders as well. So instead of going here and saying new folder to create this views folder, and then inside there create a login view, what you'll need to do, just say new file, and then type the entire path in there. So just say views and then /login view.dart. And this will create the views folder for you. So it's great. So what we'll need to do here is to take our login views code, as you can see here, as we had here, class login view, and then bring all that code into this new login view file that we just created. Okay, so I'm gonna get this out of the way here and just paste it. All right, and that's okay. We're getting a lot of errors here, and the reason behind that is, I mean, we haven't talked about import statements so much before, but import statement is a way for you as a programmer to bring in code written by others, whether it is the Flutter team at Google or whether it is a third-party dependency, and tell your Flutter project where those pieces of code are. And at the moment, I mean, if you're not coming from a software engineering background, you're not familiar with imports, this is, I mean, the closest analogy that I can find is as if, for instance, in Figma, you've created, you're trying to create an instance of a design that you've already created, but Figma doesn't know where that instance is. So you'll say, oh, here's a copy of the button instance. And then Figma is like, oh, where can I find that button? You haven't even created it. So then you need to first go create that button or drag it in from another project and put it in your components page. And then you can create an instance of it. So if you're not into design and Figma, you may not understand what I just said, but what I'm trying to do is just to be as inclusive as possible in this course to make sure anybody who's following this course will try to at least understand bits and pieces of what I'm saying. So going back to import, what we need to do now is to tell Flutter where those pieces of highlighted code are. And one thing to do in Visual Studio Code, which can help you greatly if you're trying to go around this writing things by hand, is just to do Command on Mac or Control on Linux and Windows, hold down Command or Control, depending on your operating system, and press dot. Then you'll see suggestions here as where those components, those missing components may be placed. And what you'll need to do here is just to import package Flutter material, because that's where these components that we're using are actually placed. So, oops, I managed to click the wrong option there. So material, boom. All right, I think now almost everything has disappeared. Almost every error has disappeared except for these Firebase errors. So let's go and let's see. So let's go in there and say now Firebase core, import that. And also here we need to import MyNode's Firebase options. Okay. So I think everything basically has disappeared, except there's also Firebase auth. Import that as well. All right, so we're good to go now on this login view. However, remember, this login view's code really is not login view. I mean, if you remember the code that we've written in the previous chapter, this login view at the moment, it says login view, but all it does is register. Do you remember that? We had the text fields and even the button that says register. So what we need to do now is to drag the code, as you can see here, from the login view here. We need to kind of bring it into the register view, okay? And our register view at the moment is here, you see, there. So let's go and try to do that a little bit with care, okay? So grab all this code that is here in the login view, here, there. Get dispose in its state, and also grab your email and password member variables from here and cut them. So I'm going to go then in here in the register view state, then paste those right before the build function. So there we go. Okay. We'll go back to login view Dart, and you can see that there is a build function here. And I'm going to literally just grab that entire build function, including the override. And as I can see here, the build function ends right there. And I'm going to cut that also, okay? And I'm going to go here and replace this override on the what is it called, register view, and paste that one from before here, okay? So all we did here is we made sure that the register view, it is indeed the register view, and the login view is empty at the moment. So what you'll need to do, you see there's an error here that says that, okay, you have a stateful widget for login, but it doesn't have any build function. So you'll now need to create that build function. And of course you could do it by hand, but it's, I mean, is not really that good of an idea to write all that code by hand. Of course, in the beginning, you may say that, oh, well, I just want to learn. The best way to learn is to type, and I completely understand that. But there are some things, like there are limits. I also believe, like, once you've done it once or twice, you'll kind of get bored of doing that, or you'll get tired of doing that. So I actually suggest that for these functions that you're overriding, the best way is actually to get your editor, text editor or IDE, to complete these things for you. So I'm going to go on this error and just say command dot on Mac and control dot on Linux and Windows, and say create one missing override, okay? And in here, we just say return. Okay, so that's our login view. And you can see here, now we have a register view that is right here. And then we also have a login view, all right? So let's go then in our main Dart file here, I can see that there's a register, and let's just actually restart this. Hot restart. Okay. So we have a register and our login view is completely empty. So now what we need to do basically is kind of like work on our login view, because this is like the goal of this chapter. We need to have a login view, and up until this point, what we've been doing is kind of like create a register view with all the code in it and a separate login view, which was our previously created registry. So, I mean, this is all a lot of talk just to say that we have a register view, but we don't have a login view, and we need to work on login view. So, if you remember, you don't actually have to remember. You can look at it here. The register view has two fields: enter your email here, enter your password here, and the register view and login view are very similar to each other. What register view does differently is that it creates this, it basically does a call to Firebase that says create user with email and password. But if you think about it, everything else is very similar. Sorry about that. So you need to make sure in both of them that Firebase is initialized. You will have two text fields, email, password, and you will have a button, one for register and one for login. So what we could do, to be honest with you, is to now go and copy this code that we got from our login view. Okay, that happens. I actually forgot that. So let's go and copy this code again from here, literally grab everything from there and put it in our login view. like that, and change this register button to login. So now we have two copies of the same view. Basically, one says register, the other one says login. All right. So, and what we could do is now go to our main Dart file here. And instead of returning the register view, we could just return the login view, because we want to work on the login view now. Okay. We have a user registered, and now we need to work on login. And as a side note, if you followed the previous chapter, you'll know that we actually did register a valid user with Firebase. And what you could do is to go to your Firebase console, as we could do now, just an ad hoc. I hadn't planned for this, but what we could do, say console.firebasegoogle.com, ensure that you're logged in with your account. Then I'm going to go to this project that we created, My Notes Flutter project. Go in there and then go into authentication, and you can actually then see the user that you created using the Flutter application that you're actually working on. So when you call this function in your register view, this function, Firebase auth instance create user with email and password, that user was indeed created in the Firebase console. So here you have a user. You could also disable this user and do other things, but we're just going to leave it like that for now. Okay. So what you need to do now is, instead of register view, tell your homepage to render the login view. And you could just type login view. And if you just type a login view like that, you will get an error, of course, because login view isn't in scope. But I believe Visual Studio Code could actually help with that, because you see, we haven't imported login view at all. So this main Dart file doesn't know what login view is. Exactly the same thing happened here. Do you remember? If we didn't have these imports, we got lots of errors saying that I don't know where this class is. So the same thing is happening in this main Dart file. All right. So I believe in Visual Studio Code, now I'm kind of improvising, but I think if you set login view and just press enter, boom, it does an import automatically for you. Let's see where it is here, you see. But if you're not comfortable doing that, just type login view by hand and do the same thing I showed you before, just command dot on Mac or control dot on Windows and Linux and say import. Okay, so it's going to import it for you. Now we have the login view, and if I press Command S, or actually we have to do a hot restart, you see now there's a login button right here. Okay. So what we'll need to do is, as you can see in the caption, now that we're working on login view, go to your login view.dart and go here where the button is pressed. You see text button unpressed. What we'll need to do here is to call a new function on our Firebase auth instance. Instead of create user with email and password, we're going to say Firebase auth dot instance dot sign in with email and password. And you can see the function signature is very similar to create user with email and password, in that it takes two parameters, namely email and password, both of type string. And then what it does return, in fact, is user credential. And do you remember, create user with email and password also return user credential? So it's very simple to switch between login and register in that sense. So grab the sign in with email and password name. That's the only thing we're interested in, and just paste it here instead of create user. Okay, so just gonna save that. For some reason, my strcpy crashed, and I have no idea why. So that's okay. That wasn't planned. What we could do is to go to our, and I can see, you see it got an aborted. So what we could do is to go to our terminal, and I'm going to say strcpy. Okay. And I'm going to bring it to the screen here. So, and also if you noticed here, we have a login button, but the title here still says register. So let's go and fix that. Let's go into the app bar and just say login. All right. And actually, the problem is I can also see that my as strcpy crashed, also the running of this process, this application on that Android phone also crashed. So there is, I mean, the Flutter instance of this project isn't really running at the moment. So what I'll have to do is to go to main Dart and say run without debugging. So and it's now launching, doing a Gradle build. Gradle, remember from the previous chapters, is for Android. And if it's using Xcode, it is for iOS. All right. So it's doing the Gradle build. So if everything goes according to the plan, then we should get a login title up there. And while this is doing its work, I'm going to go to my notes and just ensure that I've talked about the things that I promise I'm going to talk about. All right, it's installing our application. Going to remove the widget inspector. And now you can see we have a login on top, and that is working as expected. All right, so as you can see here, after the login call here, sign in with email and password, we're doing a print. Now, what we could do here is to enter some information of a user that doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm just going to say my personal email, and I'm going to say foobarbath. And I'm then going to bring up the console here. As you'll see, the debug console, clear it. And I'm going to actually remove or do something like this so you can see the debug console a little bit better in its entirety. And I'm going to press the login button. All right. And then, sorry about that. So we have now the next thing that we need to handle. As you can see, I'll perhaps increase the size even more here so you'll see it better. When I press the login button, excuse me, using a user that doesn't exist, meaning that we haven't registered that user, then we got an error here that says Firebase auth user not found. And that makes sense actually completely, because we haven't actually done any registration for this user. Okay, so what we could do here is to go in here, and I'm gonna bring things back up kind of the way they were here. All right, so here we're recalling this function. Let me decrease the size because it's absolutely ginormous. In here, sign in with email and password. We need to handle a thing called an exception. And I don't think we talked about exceptions, to be honest with you, while I was teaching you about Dart. If you know about exceptions, you could just skim through this little bit of the video. But if you're not a software developer from before, or software engineer, then you may not know what an exception is. An exception is when things go wrong and you haven't kind of thought about those things from the beginning. So for instance, if you're working with, if you're a designer or a product owner, haven't done software development before, you may have also used other pieces of software, and sometimes a software crashes, just like strcpy just crashed a few minutes ago. That is probably an exception or an error that the software developers who created strcpy hadn't counted with. So they hadn't counted with that an error might occur in this scenario, for instance. So not having handled that, the application crashes. It means that an exception happens, an error happens that the developers of that program hadn't accounted for. So, and this is an exception that you're seeing here in your Flutter application. So Firebase is saying that you're trying to log in with a user that doesn't exist. So what do you want to do with it? I can't continue after this. I don't know what to do. So the way to handle exceptions in Flutter or in Dart actually is using a try catch block. So I'm going to bring it here, put the entire code for your user credential creation in the try statement, as you can see here, and then go in here and say catch E in parentheses for now. All right, just like that. And then I'm just going to say something bad happened in single quotes. All right, so you can see here, now we have a try block as indicated here with this line. It's all the way from on top to here, and then we have a catch block. The way try catch works is that it, as its name indicates, it tries to do the work that you're saying it needs to be done in the try block. Should anything bad happen, it will go to various catch statements that you can then place after that try, okay? So as you saw in the logs, this error, let's see if we can find it here. It was of type Firebase auth let me see, unhandled exception, but we didn't actually get its type, unfortunately. So what we could do here is print something bad happened and then print the error itself. Okay. I'm just going to say clear the logs, Command S, and then I'm going to press the login again. Sorry, here. And you can see now it says something bad happened, Firebase auth, user not found, and then some information. And we could actually say print e runtime type, and doing that will actually give you information about which class of exception this is. Because you see, as you're working with Flutter and as you're working with software generally, you're creating software, you're writing code, different types of exceptions happen, and these exceptions have their own identity. Every exception has its own identity. It's the series of classes or different places that it may come from. In Dart, you can pretty much anything can become an error. Even a text can become an error, or enum can become an error. So when you come to this catch block, as I'll move my mouse over it, you can see that here it says, I don't even know what this is. This is an object. So it could be anything, but you're actually in your catch block, you're mostly interested in exceptions that might occur from Firebase. So since we don't really know what this type is, we're going to print it out to the console and we're going to have a look at what type it is. So let me do a little bit of how should I do this? Is this a little bit better arrangement, perhaps? So you can see what happens? Yeah, perhaps. Then what I'm going to do, Command S, hot reload, go here, press the login button, and you'll see that the type of that exception is Firebase auth exception. All right. So what we need to do now is to go to our code and handle Firebase auth exceptions, not just any exception as we're doing here, because we're catching any exception. So what we want to do is to catch Firebase auth exceptions in our cache block. All right. And a way to do that is I'm going to do this now. And I'm going to do like we were doing before, get rid of the console so you see more of the code. So what you could do, you can have specialized cache blocks in Dart. And that means that you are not catching everything, but you tell Dart that, look, in this particular catch block, I'm interested only in exceptions of this type. And as you might have guessed then already, a try block can be accompanied by more than one catch block. This catch block that you can see here is called catch all. It catches every exception that might occur in the running of the code inside the try block. However, if you're interested in specific exceptions, in this case, Firebase auth exception, I believe, oh, I've cleared it, but I think it was Firebase auth exception. I'm going to run it again. Go to the login button and you can see it says Firebase auth exception. So we're interested specifically in that. So let's go and say, tell Dart that we're interested in that. I'm going to say on Firebase auth exception catch E. All right. So this is the format of catching specific exceptions. You prefix your catch statement with the keyword on, and then you write the type, the runtime type, or the class name of the type of exception that you're interested in handling. All right. So in this case, we said on Firebase auth exception catch E, and we're going to remove this catch from there. And we're going to go here. Actually, I don't even have to cut. And what you'll need to do in here, just say print E code. You see, save this before I tell you what I was going to say after UC. Let's test this. Let's say log in, and you'll see that the code is user not found. So now that we told Dart that we're specializing in catching exceptions of Firebase auth exception, then this E is not an object anymore, really. Let's see if we can get some help. Now it says, okay, if I can catch exceptions of Firebase auth exception, then I know that the error that I can pass to you is of that type. Now that you catching Firebase auth exception, you can go to its code and you see there are different properties that you can read from: message, code, email, credential, etc., etc. Okay. So we're now interested in the code. So as the caption right here shows at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that we need to handle E code equal to user not found. All right. So let's say if E code is equal to user not found, then let's say print user not found, like that. Else code. Oh, sorry, actually, we're not going to do that else. I'm kind of like running ahead of myself a little bit there. So we have now code user not found, and then we're just saying print user not found. Okay, I'm going to clear the logs here, go back to CRCPY here, and I'm just going to say login. And you'll see all it does is says user not found. All right. So, so that's that. We haven't really, I mean, the caption at the bottom left of the screen says handle, but depending on your background, you may expect handle to do different things. For a seasoned software engineer, handle may actually mean that, well, do something about it. Okay, tell the user like, oh, I couldn't log in, the user couldn't be found, or whatever reason, just show something to the user. And we could do that, but at the moment we don't have the capacity to do that. We don't really know how to handle that. So what we need to do then is to simply say print. So we just print it to the screen. So this is our handling for now. Okay, it's very simple. All it does is just ensures that no exception is thrown to the user's face or that the application doesn't crash. Okay, that was a lot of information. Now, as the caption here shows, in the login view, we also need to handle wrong password. And I mean, as you can see here, the E code is a string. So anything here could happen that could be defined by a string. And one of the, excuse me, one of those errors actually is wrong password. So let's test that. In here, let's say else, if the code is not user not found, just print something else happened, and then print the errors code to the screen. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and I'm going to then go here and then actually change this email to an existing email, which was the one that I registered. And password, I believe, was foobar or something. Is it foobar? Maybe. And I'm going to say login. And you can see here, it says now something else happened, wrong password. So that could kind of mean that, well, yeah, actually that isn't my password. It says foobar wasn't my password. I don't even remember what it was. Maybe it was foobar bass. But that is great. It says something else happened, an E code. And that's exactly what we have to, sorry about that. And that is exactly what we need to handle here. Wrong password. So in your else statement, say else if E code is wrong password, then we're going to say print wrong password. Okay. Manus. So that's there. Clear the logs. And I'm going to say login. And you'll see the message wrong password printed to the screen. All right. A lot of work. We've done quite a lot of work now in the login view, but we haven't really put much energy into the register view. You see, they're very similar in that they do almost the same API calls with the email and password. One says sign in, the other one says register. However, if we go to our main Dart file, you'll see in here, in our register view, we're just calling the API and kind of like hoping for the best. There's no try catch statement here, okay? So what we could do is have a look at how we did it for login. We put the API call inside the try block, you see. What we need to do is to go to main Dart, and for our register view, here, register view state, do the same thing. Let's put this in a try block here. Here we got, okay. And then just say catch, or say on Firebase auth exception, catch E. So this is, I mean, I'm not going to explain this again because it's exactly what we did just in the login view. And I believe Firebase auth exception didn't really exist in this Dart file before, but that is what Visual Studio Code helped me with. As I typed it and pressed enter for auto completion, then it must have been imported somewhere. Or it was probably part of Firebase auth Dart, I believe, actually. So if I command click on it, it goes to Firebase auth. So that's why it probably didn't have to import anything, because it was already imported as part of Firebase auth. Okay. Oh, wow, that was a lot of information also. Now that we're working on the register view, let's go to our main function here. And since we're only seeing the login view, let's switch this back to register view. and Command S, but this is not going to change anything. As you remember, hot reload doesn't have an effect of any changes that you, it doesn't have an effect on anything that you change in the main function. Remember that you have to hot restart, okay? So hot restart, now we are in the register view, and we need to now handle wrong password. Actually, no, that's not the login view. Sorry about that. Now we need to handle this weak password. So as you're working with Firebase, you will notice that it has its own set of security rules. You also can override these security rules later for your server if you want to. For instance, you can expect, or you can say all my users have to have passwords that are 18 characters long and a mixture of digits and alphanumerical values, etc., etc. But there are some default security rules set up on Firebase for credentials that every user needs to abide by. So let's actually have a look at that, and let's do a print here. And I'm going to say print E code, okay? And as you'll see in the caption, as you're seeing in the caption, there is an E code of equal to weak password that needs to be handled. So I'm going to go here and try to register a user with my personal email and the password of ABC. All right. Then I'm going to bring up the console, clear the console a little bit. Going to do this so you'll see it a little bit better. Then I'm going to try to register with a password of ABC. Press register. What happened? Here. You see, the code was weak password. And as you'll expect, yeah, weak password, that is too weak a password to even be used anywhere. So what we need to do here is to handle the weak password error, basically. I'm gonna take in my notes that I've talked about some of the topics of login. All right, so we'll handle weak password the way we handled the other errors in login view. Then say if E code is equal to weak password, and let's just say print weak password, okay? And we'll say, so that's that for now, okay? And I'm going to just bring up the debug console again and press the register button one more time. Now you'll see the information. Let me bring it so you can actually see it. Yeah, you can actually see it. Great. You can see weak password being printed here. All right, so that was great. Now let's go. Let me make the screen a little bit bigger. The next thing we have to handle is in this register view, as you can see in the caption here, you can also get an error called email already in use. So if you go to the else statement here again and print E, if I try to register with the same email that I'd registered before, this user already exists, and even if I have quite a good password for this user, so I'm going to say foobarbaz 1029 dot, so we know that the error is not going to be the password, like it's actually a good password. Well, better than foobarbaz at least, and then or ABC. So I'm just going to say register, and do we not get any value here? Did I even press the register button? Is it really registering Pixality AB? No, I don't think so. Oh, I hadn't saved the file. Oops. So yeah, I hadn't saved my changes. I'm gonna say register. Oh, now it says email already in use, and that is exactly. I mean, that is pretty much what we have to handle, right? Because we're printing E, so I didn't have to say, oh, no surprises there. So let's handle email already in use. So I'm gonna copy this email already in use string, just exactly as it's mentioned here, and I'm gonna go to else and say else if E code is equal to that string, and then say email is already in use. Okay, and then save it there. Clear the logs, press the register button again. You can see now it says email is already in use. Okay, so let me also have a little bit of a look at my notes. I can also, I mean, to be honest with you, in the notes, I don't see anywhere that we're really trying to handle these errors, like actually doing something about them. All right. So perhaps a better thing to do would be to really like show a message or something to the user. And I'm kind of wondering that right now, like whether that's a good idea or a bad idea for this chapter. And perhaps just doing a print will suffice, to be honest with you. Not entirely sure about that. So um, let's leave it at that for now. Okay. I'm also going to go here and make sure that I'm not, yeah, I'm in do not disturb. So let's leave it at that. Email already in use. Perfect. Okay. Let's leave it at that. Now, the next thing that we have to handle, there could also arise a situation where the user tries to enter an invalid email. All right. So let's put an else statement here and say print e code again, save it. Let's go and remove this @ sign so it becomes an invalid email and try to press the register button. Okay. Now you can see, you can't actually see. Now you can see at the bottom in the logs, it says invalid email. And that is the code for that error. So let's handle invalid email now. All right. So I'm going to go here and say else if e code equal to invalid email, then we're going to say print invalid email entered. All right, and save it. So clear the logs, tap the register button, and now you'll see invalid email entered. Okay. So, I mean, that's really all we have to do right now for our error handling. And as we're going on, I mean, to be honest with you, I still have a little bit of time to figure out whether we're really going to handle these things and by that, I mean, like if we need to display some error to the user. Okay. And we may need to do that, but it is a little bit complicated. Like depending on how we want to handle it, do we want to show like a message to the user? Do we want to show a toast to the user? Or do we want to like display another screen to the user? And that's kind of like unclear even to me right now. So maybe we'll iron these things out then as we go on in the upcoming chapters as well. So now I can see here that login, we've talked about that. And what we need to do then in order to be able to carry on with the upcoming chapters is actually to make sure that we are logged in to the application. You see, we've worked on the register view, we've worked on the login view. We're trying like so many different combinations here to register new user login. So I personally don't know at the moment whether this application Firebase instance actually has a logged in user. And if you're familiar with like Python, Django, or Flask, or if you're doing Node.js or whatever development, like backend development, you can be a logged in user, but still end up being in a login view. So if you send a logged in user to a login view, doesn't mean that the user isn't logged in. Instead, it means, well, that user is logged in, but may want to log in as a different user. So that is the case in our application as well. We have a register screen, a login view, but I personally don't know what the state of the application at the moment is. Are we logged in or are we not logged in? Because we're kind of like playing with different views here. Okay. So that's very important now, because in the next chapter, I can see in chapter 14, we are going to work with, we're working on separating the app initialization from the login and register screens, because you can see at the moment we have this future builder that is initializing Firebase, and it is doing lots of work, comes to snapshots, date done, blah, blah. And we're doing the exact same thing in two views, login view and the register view. So what we need to do is kind of like separate that logic and ensure that we display the correct view depending on what the state of the application is. And before we can then continue or start that chapter, we kind of need to make sure that the current user is logged in. All right. So let's go to our main Dart here, and logged in view is already displayed. So you don't need to worry about this part, import login view. What you need to do now is to make sure that instead of register view, we're displaying the login view. And remember, now we're saving something, changing something in the main function. So hot reload isn't going to work. So you need to do a hot restart. So we'll get to the login view. And let's then enter valid details here. So I'm going to say pixolityab@gmail.com. And I think the password was foobar bass, to be honest. I'm going to press the login button. Poof. All right. And there we got the credentials for this user. Wow, that was a lot of information. I understand that. So what we need to work on now, I'm going to take some stuff in my notes, is as I mentioned, we need to, for the next chapter, I mean, we're kind of done with this chapter, to be honest with you. We've talked a lot about like exception handling, separated the login view from the register view, but our register view is still in the main Dart. We're gonna fix that soon. But what you need to do before you continue with the next chapter, and just ensure that you're displaying the login view to the user and that you're actually logging in with a valid username and password. This ensures that the Firebase instance that is running in this application right now is going to cache that information locally. On iOS, it's going to cache that information in a secure storage called Keychain. And on Android, I think it's called Shared Preferences or something like that. So that information is going to be securely stored now on that telephone, which for me is an Android telephone right here. And when I restart the application, or even if I like shut down my telephone, restart the telephone, the OS, come back up, that information is already saved on that telephone. So my user is logged in. All right. So just ensure that before you continue with the next chapter, that you've registered the user first and that you've logged in with that user from your application, so that information is cached inside the application. All right. Good. A lot of information. In the next chapter, we're going to separate the app initialization from the login and the register screens. There are only a few steps that we have to do in that chapter. So I don't think that chapter is going to actually be so long. So grab a cup of tea, coffee, whatever you want, chocolate or whatever it is, and I will see you in the next chapter. Hello and welcome to chapter number 14 of our Flutter course. As you saw in the previous chapter, we worked on the login view. Now we have a login view and a register view in place. What you also saw is that we did some very simple error handling for various scenarios, such as email address already registered, weak password, invalid email, incorrect password or wrong password, I think it was called. So now we have two views in place. But we have two main issues to address here. The registration or the register view that we created still lives in our main.dart file. And the other issue is, as the caption here displays, is that the widgets are doing app initialization. If you remember from the code, there was this Firebase initialization API, invocation that we had to do. And since the login view and the register view are very similar to each other, they're both doing the initialization of Firebase. What we're going to do in this chapter is separate these initializations and make them one. That's the first thing we need to do. So we just have one initialization that's going to happen. And what we're also going to do is to bring the register view in its own file. So this chapter is going to be a quick one, unlike the other chapters. And I think that's kind of refreshing, to be honest with you. Otherwise, all chapters are going to be very long and very detailed. So with that said, let's then start with the first thing we have to do, which is basically to move the register view into views register view. Okay. I'm going to see if I can bring up Visual Studio Code, how we had left it before. And I'm going to bring up strcpy, which is my Android phone running our Flutter application right now. So let's do as the caption says here. I'm going to make the screen a little bit bigger so you can see better. Then go to your project or Explorer here in Visual Studio Code. If you're using Android Studio, you can go to the navigator there as well. There's a similar one in Android Studio. Or if you're using Sublime, that is exactly the same thing here. On the left-hand side, you can see the project structure. Then go to lib and then views. As we have the login view there, let's create a view called register view. So right-click here and say new file. And I'm going to say register view.dart. Okay, so Then we have to, as the caption says, go back to our main Dart file and grab this register view from here. All the register view, including its register view state. Grab all of that, cut it. In Mac, you do it with Command X, and in Windows and Linux, I think you do Control X. So I cut that, and I'm going to then bring it into register view here. As you saw in the previous chapter, doing these things usually causes a lot of headache for your editor because I mean it's not a headache for you because we can easily fix it for us. It's not a problem, but it's just the editor that doesn't understand where all these classes are located at. So I've explained this previously in the exact previous chapter before this, so I'm not going to explain it again. So let's say command dot in Visual Studio Code and then say import material to fix all the stateful widget problems and all the things that all the classes that are stored in material Dart here in the Flutter package. Okay. Then we have other problems such as Firebase. So command dot import Firebase core to fix that. Command dot import Firebase options here to fix that problem. And we'll also have to import Firebase auth, I believe. And that is also fixed. All right, so now we have a register view here. Perfect. And if you see here in our main Dart now, there are lots of things that are imported which aren't needed anymore. So let's remove those. You can see these things are actually, you may say, okay, well, how do I find all these problems? Like there's lots of issues here, but had I not come back to the main Dart file, I wouldn't have seen them. And the way to fix that is to actually bring up your problems view here, and you'll see that there are lots of problems stated that you can go and fix those. You see print statements are here, and then unused imports, which you can clean up as well. So that's how you can use the problems window. I'm going to do that by hand now. Remove this and remove this. So we have a clean void main function here. All right. I'm going to do a hot restart just to make sure everything's working as expected. Then we have the login view here. Okay. So the next thing we need to do now is, as the notes, I'm actually going to go to my notes and make sure that I have talked about the previous point. So the next thing we need to do is to create a dedicated home page that does the app initialization. And depending on whether the user is logged in or logged out, or if the user is verified or not, then it's going to display the correct widget on the screen. Okay. So just to explain that a little bit more is that, I mean, I can say that you see in your main function here that when your application runs, you're telling it to go to login view. But why? Why are we saying go to login view? Why are we saying go to register view? We have no logic at the moment that says, well, are you logged in? Then show the login view. Or if you're not logged in, show the register view. So that's what we're going to do with our homepage. Okay, so imagine the homepage kind of being the manager of the different routes that your application can manage. So saying that, oh, if this condition, then do this. If that condition, display the other screen. So we need a homepage, and conveniently named is homepage. I mean, lots of other people may try to call it something else like a route page or whatever. But for now, we're going to go with homepage because it's just so easy to understand for everyone. So let's then go in here and say we want to have a stateless widget, STL, and we're going to call it homepage. Okay, and I'm going to press escape after that. So now we have a stateless widget called homepage in our main Dart file. Now, what we need to do then, after doing that, we need to go in our main Dart file, and instead of saying login view, let's just say homepage. Okay. And if I press Command S, remember, this is not going to take any effect immediately because hot reload doesn't take into consideration any changes to the main function here. So you have to do a hot restart. So you'll see black screen right now. Okay. So that's that. So what we need to do now is to basically have some scaffold in our homepage because we don't want to display just an empty screen to the user. Okay. So let's go in here for our container. Instead, say we return a scaffold. Talked about scaffold in previous chapters, so I'm not going to explain that again. And let's go and create an app bar, which we've also talked about. Title, a const text, and say homepage. Okay. Control Command S in Mac or Control S in Linux and Windows to save this file, and you'll see the changes took effect immediately. All right, so what do we need in the homepage? We said that the homepage needs to initialize Firebase. It needs to first do that so that we can get rid of this code in both register view. You see this code, future builder, Firebase initialize app, and then connection state done, blah, blah. And also we have the exact same code in our login view. So there's a lot of code to write in every view that we're going to develop. Though this application isn't going to have so many views, maybe 6-7 views, but still, we don't want to do initialize app in every view and do a future builder. It's just a lot of code. So that's what our homepage is going to do. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go and grab this code. Excuse me. Let's grab this code with the future. That we need to go in our main Dart file, and instead of saying login view, let's just say homepage. Okay. And if I press Command S, remember, this is not going to take any effect immediately because hot reload doesn't take into consideration any changes to the main function here. So you have to do a hot restart. So you'll see black screen right now. Okay. So that's that. So what we need to do now is to basically have some scaffold in our homepage because we don't want to display just an empty screen to the user. Okay. So let's go in here for our container. Instead, say we return a scaffold. Talked about scaffold in previous chapters, so I'm not going to explain that again. And let's go and create an app bar, which we've also talked about. Title, a const text, and say homepage. Okay. Control Command S in Mac or Control S in Linux and Windows to save this file, and you'll see the changes took effect immediately. All right, so what do we need in the homepage? We said that the homepage needs to initialize Firebase. It needs to first do that so that we can get rid of this code in both register view. You see this code, future builder, Firebase initialize app, and then connection state done, blah, blah. And also we have the exact same code in our login view. So there's a lot of code to write in every view that we're going to develop. Though this application isn't going to have so many views, maybe 6-7 views, but still, we don't want to do initialize app in every view and do a future builder. It's just a lot of code. So that's what our homepage is going to do. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go and grab this code. Excuse me. Let's grab this code with the future builder, pretty much maybe the entire build function, okay, from our login view. So go to your login view, grab the entire build function until its end, which is here, this parenthesis, okay, ending parenthesis. Close your login view, close your register view if you want to, then go and replace the entire override of widget build in your home page with that code that you just copied from the login view. Paste it right here. Now, we don't want the homepage to have any logic that has anything to do with text fields. This homepage we're going to use it for something a lot more noble. So you don't need all the text fields and all of these columns and your text buttons. So go to here where you're creating the column in connection state done and grab that code all the way from return. So if I fold it, you'll see that that is the entire return, and I'm going to actually delete it. Oops, it didn't delete the entire code. Okay, so I'm going to do it by hand from the return all the way down here to where the column ends. Okay. And instead of that column, what we're going to do is just return a text. That's it, done. Okay. Just like that. So if Firebase initialization is done, it's just going to say done. And let's also change the text here and just call it home. All right. Now that we've done that, you can see we still have some problems with Firebase not being imported because I deleted those imports previously. So I'm going to fix that now. Command dot on Firebase and say import that, and command dot on default Firebase options, or control dot depending on whether on your Linux, whether if you're on Linux or a Mac or Windows, import Firebase options. And I'm going to press on this. All right. So now you'll see we have a homepage that just displays the word done here once the connection state of our future, which is initialize app of Firebase, is actually done. So hot reload, and you'll see hot done. Sorry, done is also displayed hot done. I'm going to take that in my notes that I've talked about that. All right. The next thing we need to do in this chapter is to make sure that the user is not null and that also the user is verified. So under some rare circumstances with Firebase, such as when you haven't initialized your Firebase application using initialize app, the user that is stored in the Firebase code or in the instance of Firebase running inside your application may actually be null. And we've talked about null in previous chapters where we talked about Dart and its basics. So you can go back to those chapters and watch those. So I'm not going to explain what null is again, but just quickly, null is simply said the absence of a value, in this case, absence of a user. So what we need to do in our application is to ensure that the user, the current user in the application is non-null, meaning that it should be present, and also that the user's email should be verified. Okay, so you may be asking, why is it important for a user's email to be verified? The reason, also, before I say why is it important for a user's email to be verified, maybe let's talk first about what an email verification is and that whether you've already seen it or not. So in a lot of services online, if for instance you go to a website, even if it's a shopping website or Amazon or whatever, eBay, if you say, okay, I want to register a new user, and you say, okay, here's my email address, here's a password of my choosing. Once you do that, you will be logged into the website. They'll say, okay, if this email doesn't exist already, I'm going to allow you to register this. But then you wouldn't really be able to do so much with the website. You can search stuff, but you probably won't be able to buy things unless you've verified your email. And that means that as soon as you register for Amazon, for instance, then it will send you an email to the email that you chose upon registration. And there will usually be a link in that email and say, thank you for registering a user at Amazon or eBay. Click on this link to verify your email address. You've probably seen emails like that. So you could just go to your inbox and search for verify, and you'll probably find lots of emails that ask you verify your account with this service. So now now that we talked about what email verification is, let's talk about why it's important. Well, let's say that I'm a user and I want to use this application that we're developing. So I want to store some notes in it. Then I'll go and register myself under an email that I don't own. All right. So let's say then I register your email address with a password of my choosing. Since you haven't registered your email address yet with the service, I go ahead of you and register your email address with the service, and then I'll just log in. Remember, I'm not logging into your email. I'm logging into this application with your email. Now I've taken that email. So if you then, who's the rightful owner of your email address, comes to this application and say, oh, I'm foodbarbaz@gmail.com and I want to register an account with this application, then it says, oops, that email address is already taken. So you'd be like, how is that taken? That's my email address. So that is the importance of email verification. What we need to do in our application is to make sure that whenever someone comes and registers a user using the email address and a password of their choosing, then we're going to send a real email using Firebase to that email address and say, hey, you just registered a user here. Make sure that you click on this link that says verify, blah, blah, to actually verify your user with our application or with our application's Firebase instance that sits on Firebase Cloud. All right. So what we need to do now is to go in here in the connection state done, you see. Let's then check the current user. Okay, let's see if this current user actually is logged into the application. So let's say Firebase, and then let's say Firebase app, I believe it's called instance. Let's see, dot instance. Change log Firebase. All right, let's see if we can actually Google that together. Okay, so this is good for you to also see. Firebase Flutter get current user. We're probably going to end up on some sort of a Stack Overflow. And we'll have a look at how we can actually retrieve the current user. As you can see, the response here is from a user whose username is quite Deshukert Jr. I apologize if I'm butchering this name, but you can see that it's provided here for you that it says Firebase auth.instance, and using that instance, then you can get the current user. So let's do the same thing here. Let's say Firebase auth.instance and then current user, okay? I'm going to get rid of this screen on the left, which is our project browser, and I'm going to print this statement right here before we return the done text, okay? So I'll bring up the debug console, clear the debug console, and I'm going to say Command S. All right. And since we've made a lot of changes here, you see we created a home page, lots of stuff in here. So what we need to do is just do a hot restart. Basically, Flutter in this case wasn't able to really understand what we'd changed in our home page. So there were so many changes that it just couldn't handle. So a hot restart is the remedy there. Now you can see here, as we printed the current user, I'm going to do this so you can see more of the output. Going to bring it up a little bit. I'm going to increase the size quite dramatically so you can see it better as well. And I'm going to highlight the parts that were actually printed. So this is what Firebase, or this is what the print statement printed out for us. And this is user credentials that were created by Firebase. And if you remember from the previous chapter, I said that make sure before you come to this chapter that you have a logged in user. And this is the reason I wanted the Firebase instance in our application to already know that you're logged in, so that when we print your current user credentials, then as you can see, it says here's the email address, and then there is a property called email verified, false. And it says, are you an anonymous user? False. And if you remember from one of the earlier chapters when I talked about the Firebase setup, then an anonymous user is a user who hasn't really logged into the application yet. And Firebase is intelligent enough to understand that any user who comes to your application who hasn't logged in before, and their login information isn't saved in keychain or shared preferences on Android, then that user is anonymous by default. So if you didn't take the last action from the previous chapter and you didn't log into the application with your current user, then you will actually be anonymous here. So this flag will say true. But since we've already done that, we've logged into the application, then you'll see our credentials being printed to the screen. Now, this is the part that I was interested in, which is email verified, and it says false. So what we're going to do here is to say, take the user. So we're saying final user is Firebase auth instance current user. I'm going to decrease the size a little bit here, okay? And I'm going to make the screen a little bit bigger so you can see it better. And let's go then create an if statement here. And let's say that we're going to say, what had I planned for it? Let's just say if user is verified, email verified, then we're going to say print, you are a verified user. And otherwise, we're going to say print, you need to verify your email first. Okay. So also you see here, I'm so glad that actually we're seeing this error. You can see the entire error. It says, how can I scroll here? It says the property email verified can't be unconditionally accessed because the receiver can be null. Try making the access condition using ? Dot or adding a null check to the target. So what this is saying is if you go to this user, move your mouse over it. If I can do that. Oh no. Here, you'll see that it says user is an optional user. So what Firebase has done here is saying this current user property that you can see here is an optional user, meaning that, well, if something goes wrong and Firebase can't actually calculate your current user, for instance, if you've disabled anonymous users, which you can actually do, then Firebase will be saying, oops, null user. The user is absent. I don't know who this user is. So That is Firebase API telling your application that if you're using my API, then you need to handle this case. You can't just ask me if the email is verified because the user may actually be null. The user may be absent. So there was a great suggestion here. You saw here that says you can conditionally access that property using the question mark dot syntax. So let's do that, question mark dot. But as you do that, you'll see you'll get another problem. It says, okay, you're asking me to compare an optional Boolean with an actual Boolean, because remember, your if conditions need to resolve into a true or a false. Um, so in this case, what you can do is to either create something called, for instance, if an intermediate variable, you can say final email verified, and you'll say that is equal to user optional access to email verified field, or false. You see, this is the question mark, which we've already talked about when we talked about Dart basics. So what you said here is take the left-hand side of this operator of question mark, which is a null aware operator. You say, if the left-hand side exists, take it. Otherwise, take the value on the right. Okay. So now if you move your mouse over email verify, you'll see that is a Boolean. All right. Perfect. So you could either do that or get rid of this intermediate variable that you created here and literally just put the exact same code in your if statement, and that will work exactly as it did up there. So let's just go ahead with that one less line of code. One line of code less, maybe. All right. So if the user's email verified or false is true, which means that if the user's email verification could be read as true or false, and if it can't, use false. If the equation then in itself is true, then the user is verified. Otherwise, the user isn't verified. So let's do Command S there. Let's bring up our console. I'm going to change the screen layout a little bit so you can see better. And you can see here, it says you need to verify your email. I actually clean the screen a little bit and Command S again. So you'll see a little bit less information on screen. And you can see our print statement, which was here, got printed saying that, yeah, you haven't verified your email and you need to do that first. Okay, a lot of information, but maybe less than the other chapters. And to be honest with you, this is all we had to talk about in this chapter. I just wanted to display and show you that, or actually explain first what email verification is, why is it important, and that we are going to use email verification in our application, as you'll soon see, and how can you actually read that property from a Firebase user. Great. That was all for this chapter. Now, the next chapter is going to be a little bit different. You may actually expect a continuation of this chapter. You would think that we're going to jump right into email verification, but I have intentionally actually put a little bit of a pause in our flow, because this is something you'll have to do as a software developer sometimes, in that if you see something not kind of correct, something isn't working right, then you'll need to address it as soon as possible. And this is something we're going to address in the next chapter. The problem here that you may, if you're a seasoned software developer, or may not have thought about, is that we are just writing code on our computer. This code could be easily deleted by a malicious program, a virus, or if something happens to your computer, all of this could just go away and you'll lose everything that you've written. So if you're not coming from a software engineering background, then you may not know what Git and GitHub are. Now, I'm not going to scare you, to be honest with you. This is not something scary, but what we need to do is just to make sure that we have a backup of our code. And that's just common sense. Like, even if you're a designer, even if you're a music producer, even if you're if you're a product owner, whoever, or product manager, you probably know that whatever you're working on needs to be saved somewhere safely. So if you have a Visio file, you're not just going to put it on your computer. You're probably going to make a backup of it. If you're working with Figma, that file is already shared in the cloud. It's already stored in the cloud. So it's very rarely that you will work on pieces of documents that are not securely stored in some sort of a cloud. And even if you're working, for instance, with a document, then nowadays there's also shared, there are cloud solutions for storing your documents securely in the cloud. So, pretty much almost always when you're working on a user generated document or a source code in this case, you'll need to make sure that it's securely stored in the cloud. And that's what we're going to do in the next chapter. So we're going to talk about Git and GitHub. We're going to set up our GPG keys or PGP keys. How do you want to say it? And we're actually going to dive a little bit deep into Git and what it actually means and why is it good? Why do software developers talk a lot about Git? And as you might know, this course, well, not might, you already know, this course is about Flutter. But I couldn't help put this chapter in because I believe if you're not a software developer, if you're coming from another background, then it is my duty kind of to tell you about Git and GitHub and why is it important, how to use it, how I like to do very simple tasks with Git and GitHub. Um, so let's then prepare ourselves for the next chapter, which is going to be a little bit less coding. It's not really, we're not at all, almost not at all going to be working on the source code. We're mainly going to work with Git and GitHub. So with that said, I will wrap up this chapter and I'll see you in the next one.